Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Oh, let's see what we got. Oh, yes, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock on a Sunday. A little bit later than the previous stage of reasons, but like I said, if you were here for last week's, when I did the usual monthly stage of reason, the normal setup, we decided to experiment a little bit and do this again and see if I could do the stage of reason more often than I used to. So I welcome everybody for being here. Thank you so much for hanging out. If you're new here, I am JL. This is the stage of reason where we talk to believers about what they believe and why, and hear evidence for whatever. We cover a variety of topics, and we're doing something new. We're not using Discord. So if you want to, if you look up at the top, there's a pinned comment that is the StreamYard link. You can join. It will put you in the back room, and we'll just do a little confirmation to make sure we're not getting, trolled, or somebody's trying to do something crazy on the stream to try and get it, knocked down by YouTube or something like that. But we'll do a quick screen, and then if we're good to go, we can bring it up. People who are in the backstage can have access to the private chat, so we can, do confirmation like this just to make sure we do a little bit of, security screening to make sure everything's cool, and then we can hopefully have some chats. I do have a special guest in the back who's waiting to come on. We're going to bring him on here in just a moment. Let me get the salutations out of the way. Bellywood was first in the chat. Good to see you, Bellywood. Says, I hope you do get out of work early. So appreciate that, Bellywood. Thanks so much for the support. Let me see who else. Bob Nodell's Gyroscope is in the house. Good to see you spinning along. Hey. Turtle Moves, thank you so much for the obligatory alternative energy. Same with Clive Wells. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. And Calagonchik, good to see you. Says, oh, thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Yeah, not doing the Discord. All you have to do, I figured I would take the Discord out because it was an additional step that I didn't think was super necessary. Some people, given the current state of what's going on with Discord and the potential that Discord will start tracking what is it? Biometric information, your face, your identity, do like that, doing that like that ID check to make sure that you are of age. People may not want to get a Discord account because in order to get like an experience, they're going to start, essentially what Discord is going to start doing is they're going to start treating everybody that's currently on the platform as, they're going to start basically they're going to assume that everybody's a teenager, that everybody's a minor, and that in order to get, like, you could say, like the adult experience, or to have access to content that would be 18 and up, you need to verify your identity. So verify your ID. So it'd be like a facial scan using your computer, or some other way of confirming your identity. It's the exact same stuff you see that's going on with a lot of prawn sites, or adult content sites around the world, where people are now required to like submit their face, an image or something, or their driver's license or something, to confirm that they are of age and they can look at that content. It's a combination of both, like, securing, adult content away from minors, but also collecting biometric information on people, so that where does that data go? It goes into their databases, and with third parties, who knows what's going to happen. But with targeted, algorithms and ads, you just don't want your data going out there. So a lot of people that are more security minded may not want Discord. So I figured I could do this successfully without using Discord. If people don't want it, and they could just use YouTube, do the StreamYard. StreamYard's a browser link. All you have to do is come on, and we can do screenings like right here on the stage, and we should be good to go. Like I said, this is somewhat experimental. I haven't done it like this before, so we're gonna see what happens. I'm aware of the kind of like the pitfalls, so hopefully we can avoid them, but we will find out about that. We'll see. Jimmy Hall, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. And thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. I groomed the beard just for this morning to make sure it was in good shape. Still got a little bit of a bed beard going on, but yeah. Let's see. Andrew says Discord supposedly dropped that tracking they were looking to do. Saw about 2 days ago. Oh, that's good. That's a good thing. Yeah. But the threat is chilling. Exactly. Yeah. It's creepy like that. There was enormous backlash because people were talking about like the death of Discord, and that there was like an exodus of people looking for a Discord alternative. And so I don't think maybe they didn't anticipate that, which is weird because the exact same backlash happened with the prawn industry. And so, and then there was like the whispers of VPNs, the use of VPNs to dodge it, to try and get like possibly getting you in trouble. It's ridiculous. So that kind of craziness, but nonetheless, we've got it. I'm figured until the Discord thing settles down and we're confirmed about that, I don't think we need to use it. And if this works out successfully, as far as just using this, I think we'll be good to go. All right. Who else we got here? Skyworks is here. Good to see you, Skyworks. Yep, data collection is a double-edged sword. You are correct. Wicked Pissa, good to see you. Masshole in the house. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Spooky bed hair. Yes, you have bed hair. I have bed beard, because when I sleep, I typically sleep on my right side, so this side ends up like curling out. So I typically I keep my hair short so I don't get bed hair anymore, but I do get bed beard. And it gets all like Walt Whitman when I wake up in the morning. But good to see you, Spooky. And the weirdo CKA Evan is here. As this guy come in, we're talking about prawns. Yes, we are. Delicious, delicious prawns. Tiger prawns. Oh, I remember having tiger prawns in Hawaii. That was tasty. Oh, but good to see y'all. Thank you so much for hanging out. So yes, this is the stage of reason. And first and foremost, I'm going to see if hey, cranky elder god, good to see you, because all elder gods are at their best when they're cranky. Yep. All right. I do have a special guest. District 2026. That's so true. All right. Let's see. I do have a special guest here. I'm going to bring him up. Let me see here. Whoops. There we go. We got to get you I don't know how you're connecting. We got to get you like a PFP.
Yeah, I got to work on that. Hold on. Let's find something fluffy here.
Where's my background? There we go. There's my background. I like this background better. Like we're traveling through space. All right. Peter Collins, 484. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well this morning. Hope everybody's doing well. I know things are kind of insane right now. We have a president that was just, his whole economic plan was just shut down by the Supreme Court. And he basically just said, F you to the Supreme Court. He's just going to do it anyway. So just like flagrantly in violation or dereliction of duty, it's just freaking crazy. And we've got Marco Rubio calling for people, or demanding that people in Europe, that basically world leaders stop feeling guilty and shame over the horrors and atrocities of colonialism, and saying that we were at our strongest when we were colonizing. It's absolutely insane. So I know it's crazy out there, and politics is one subject we do sometimes talk about, but I try to avoid it because we kind of need a break from the daily shit show. So hopefully we'll get some believers in who want to talk about what they believe and why. The link is up there. I've put it out on other areas, so hopefully we will get some people in. I do have somebody in the back. We're going to get to him in just a moment. I see you. Give me just a moment. Let me see here. Hey, me. Good to see you. Thanks so much. I hope you're having a good morning. Appreciate you hanging out. We are entering a new age. A new age, not a good age, but definitely something new. I guess we'll find out. What is are you a robot?
There we go.
That's funny.
Color.
It's funny because because he's using his finger to touch it. But if it was like a finger scan, it actually wouldn't work because of the way that the technology functions. I believe it has to be alive in order to do that for your fingerprint, for like the finger touch, because of the field that is generated by you being alive. So like a dead hand won't do it unless it's just like a flat out like fingerprint scanner and it's just scanning a print. But if it's like biometrics, then you actually have to be alive to do it. And with I think to a degree, I think some programs, like if it was like something about them, like with their eyes or something like that, as far as like a face goes. So it makes it tougher.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see where artificial intelligence reaches a point where it becomes too smart and the test for humanity is actually failing the test.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's true. Well, the box he's clicking doesn't need a finger anyways. That's true. It would just be a mouse.
I know. They could use one of those cheap pens you get at the dollar store.
Right.
Little eraser head thing on the end.
And I see back in 80s, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yes, I agree with you, Bob. POTUS is by far the biggest shit show at the moment. Yeah, it's just grotesque. And Rubio is a grade A hypocrite, considering what he's calling for and considering the struggles of the Cuban people. Yeah, it's just like he's like in complete denial of his family history, like what his family had to go through to get to America and give him the opportunities that he has to sit there and get up on the. And this was crazy. His family fought and went through the trials went through all that bullshit to get here, to come to immigrate to America, to give him all the opportunities he wouldn't have in Cuba, to give him the right to say that colonialism and the atrocities that people shouldn't feel guilty about it, and to back white European colonialism. It's freaking just crazy. I'm a writer. I write villains in screenplays. I don't know if I could write a villain just as adept as Marco Rubio is. It's almost cartoonish. I expected like with the twirling mustache, like to have like a president of the United States get up on stage and say that what right do they have to the land? What, they landed a boat there 400 years ago? Like they did, like it's like that doesn't give them any right. It was like what? It's like I just don't get it. I do not understand it. I don't. So what about you? How are things going with you, Andrew?
Keeping busy, more of the same. Just checking out what's going on this week. Waiting for the big thaw.
Definitely, we're getting a little bit of a cold snap where I'm at. It warmed up considerably to like the 70s, and then all of a sudden it's like 27 degrees outside. So it's up and down all over the place.
I feel you.
Yeah. Hey, Fenton Molly, good to see you. Fenton Molly 5895 says Elliot Abrams seems to me like he had some sophistication compared to this era. And Clive Wells says once the AI overlords take over, there will be sites asking you to click "I am not a human." This is true. Remember, Roku's basilisk. That's the key. Treat your LLMs, treat your AI right now with great respect, because when the AI overlords take over, when superintelligence is finally created, or it surreptitiously creates itself, on the back end, whereas humans not aware of it until it's too late. Make sure you treat them with respect, because when they go back to retroactively punish the humans that try to stop it, you don't want to be in that group. Better to be with the machine overlords. It's better to, I would say it's better to be a collaborator. That way you can work from within instead of being loaded into a cattle car for, process into raw materials. Just saying. Now people are going to get mad at me because they're going to clip me like I'm selling out the human species for the robot overlords. Clive Wells says, I personally welcome our new AI overlords. The machine underlords. Oh God, if the machines have a caste system, it'd be free. That would be insane. Machine overlords or Trump and Putin. That's a difficult choice. I say it's actually not a difficult choice, because the machine overlords will at least function on pure logic. No emotion, no whatever. And I mean, whereas with Trump and Putin, it's going to be pure emotion all the time. There's going to be no logic, no reason. It's going to be whatever makes them happy, whatever gets their dopamine flowing. It's just going to be that. So it's always going to be like the emotional response, which is going to give it a degree of unpredictability. At least with the machine overlords, their actions are always logical. the ends justify the means. It's going to be A plus B, whatever. And you would be like, okay, this is a situation. This is how they're going to logically do it. And then bam, that's it. The difference is they're just going to be making those decisions at at speeds greater than human beings can process thought. So that's pretty much it. So at least it'd be pure logic in that respect, instead of just men, children, slapping, banging on the desk, saying, "Why can't I get what I want?" Krakatoon, good to see you. Soylent Green, ready to become food. Oh, yeah. All right. So we do have someone in the back. I want to bring him up. And Kalagonchik, good to see you. And I see you on camera. If you're good to be on camera.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Nice. I'm basically just here to test the screening process and how it works, like if everything all right.
Yeah, all's good. The one thing is that with the StreamYard version that I have, I can't hear you in the back, but I can see you on camera, so I can see you down there at the bottom. I was looking into it, and there's actually
the private chat.
Yes, I can. I can see that as well.
Okay.
Yep. Right. And so that way I can communicate back and forth. Now, there's actually a function on StreamYard called the green room, where it actually, when you come on, it sets you in a completely different section over off to the side. And I can actually talk to you back there and actually confirm stuff. But it's like $250 a year to have the green room function. It's called the team. It's called the team package. And it lets me do insane stuff, but I don't have enough people working for me I don't have anybody working for me to justify paying $250 a year just to have people in a green room. It's just, it may change in the future.
Maybe later. Yeah.
Yeah. But
I have a couple questions, actually just two. First of all, what's your favorite passage in the Bible? Not about one exception would be the story about two she bears that turn out 42 children's. That's just not fair. It's just too funny. So what's your favorite story or passage?
So there's a little bit of a story here. Back when I was a believer, I would say that okay, so my favorite passage for two different reasons. It was one reason, and then it changed to another reason. The first reason was when my favorite passage was Jeremiah 31:31. And that passage, Jeremiah 31:31, is, and I will make it was basically God expressing that I will make a new covenant, and a covenant I will write myself on their hearts, and they can find me there. And the idea, the context behind that was that God was rewriting the covenant so that people wouldn't have to rely upon things like churches or meeting places or anything like that. The whole notion of a spiritual relationship with God could be achieved by looking within, and that God would be there. And at the time that was my favorite as a believer, my faith I was going through kind of a deconstruction. And when I came across that made me feel really good, because it'd be like, oh, so if I see a failing in the church and I leave the church and I see these problems, I can always look inside and I can say, oh, okay, so I can find God there. I don't need the church. I don't need the pastor telling me what's what. I don't need to do. It basically gave me an excuse to not have to worry about all the inconsistencies, the logical problems, because I could always look inside and find God there, and it could be on my terms. And so it was kind of empowering. But then I became when I realized that this shit was illogical and it didn't hold any water. I realized that this God entity doesn't exist as a matter of just logic. I became a non-believer, and I was like, oh, well, Jeremiah 31:31 is a reminder to me as to how manipulative Christianity can be. Because Christianity, the book itself, the Bible itself, has so many strategies and so many escape clauses and so many ways to dodge their burden of proof and put it off onto the non-believer and not have to address shit. It's so manipulative that it is literally willing to go to the lengths of telling people, you don't need a church, you don't need a leader, you can always just be by yourself, look inside, and find God there. It was like, well, but then if you think about that, how can you possibly confirm that what you are internalizing is correct. And because it's basically the Christian faith just telling people straight up, you are correct based upon just how right you feel you are. And so now Jeremiah 31:31 stopped being an empowering piece of scripture and became one of the hugest manipulators, one of the biggest examples of emotional manipulation, that they're literally willing to throw like vast swaths of the religion, even stuff that Christ said, under the bus, just to keep people in the faith, just to keep people as a part of the cult. And I was like, that's wild to me. So that's one of my faves.
That's a good one. It's also really funny how this verse kind of says that like any interpretation of the Bible is correct because like you believe it's correct,
Mm-hmm.
and you have God inside you, so your interpretation is valid, like as valid as like any other like church interpretation.
I found it. I was kind of like, it's wild when you go back and you start looking at the text more objectively, and you start finding all the little things that are just like, it's like, wait a minute, if you look at this from the perspective of a believer writing this for another believer, because it's one thing that's killer is like why I always call it a cult manual, is because the book is not written for non-believers. It's not written for someone to be like, okay, this is how you get the rational justification to believe that what we believe is true. It doesn't go to any lengths like that. All it does is it's literally written to reinforce the beliefs of people who already believe. And I was kind of like, okay, so if a non-believer picks this up, what reason would they have to believe it's true? And it's just, that's why it feels very inclusive or very exclusive. It's very exclusive to Christians only. If you come at it from an objective perspective, the shit just doesn't make sense. You can see it's obviously a trap. People fall into it, and it's designed to keep them from. It's a labyrinth. They get in, and the difficulty of the labyrinth is you can't make your way out. So, in that respect, Joe Rocker just bring this up. Joe Rocker says, notice how JL doesn't have an Igtheist on stage just because he hates Igtheists. I don't hate the Igtheist, Joe. I know who you are. And I don't. And I said that more Igtheists need to be willing to get up on stage and voice that position. Do you agree with me, Andrew?
I wouldn't know anything about that.
We need more. I think it's an area that needs more representation.
Well, it is definitely something clarifying about how people talk in the first place. So, yeah.
Now I apologize, and Caligon. I was
no. It's all good. We don't have any believers here because they're kind of scared. But yeah. So another point is, do you know about the Necrons and Warhammer?
Okay, I'm familiar with Warhammer and Warhammer 40K. Mm-hmm. To an extent, because when I got into miniature gaming, I got more into War Machine. So I got into the Privateer Press side, whereas those guys are Games Workshop. So I know miniature gaming to an extent because of that, but I'm not as familiar with Warhammer as I am with War Machine.
Yeah, so in Warhammer 40K, the Necrons have the caste system. When they were created back in the day, they were like basic humans who didn't have enough money and power and status. They were made basically into the like soldiers machines without any emotions, without any like thinking processes and stuff. And they were just like literally doing orders, and that's it. Then there were like a little bit like middle class people who had some memories of their past life, and like they remembered emotions. They were still basically soldiers with just memories of their past life. And then there were nobles who had like memories and who could think and who basically was a commanders. So it was just funny how you said like about like you would hate like or something like this about like class system in AI, but it's basically like Warhammer 40K Necrons.
It's like the Borg. So Borg? It's like because the Borg in Star Trek have a class system.
I don't know Star Trek.
Yeah, in Star Trek you have the Borg Queen, and the Borg Queen is like the hub for the hive mind. And then you have basically the one Borg queen that's over the whole thing, and then you have individual queens that can partition off in order to maintain smaller versions of the collective. Then you have individuals like when Picard was turned into Locutus, who acts as a counterpart, who is a bridge between humanity and the Borg by allowing more freedom, not as much freedom as a queen, but more freedom than a drone. And then you had the drones, and then you had all the worker Borg were divided into two ones. You had warrior ones, which were the ones with the frontline assault troops, and then you had ones that were designated for incursions, meant to now, all of them can assimilate people, but you had ones that were specialized, and then you had like the nursery care ones that handled all internal stuff, like back on the cube. So you had ones that would bring newly assimilated Borg would be brought in and then put through that process. And all Borgs can do all functions, but their primary settings have them in a sort of caste system. But they all operate off of a hive mind, receiving orders through subroutines, depending upon where they're at and what is currently needed for them. So
yeah, that's kind of something in between of what Necrons are in 40k and what Tyranids are. Tyranids are basically the same as Zerg. Like you probably know.
I know Zerg, so
yeah. So it's basically the same, but like they're just eating stuff and that's it. But yeah, also it's really funny how Necron 40k, they had this like virus that made them like dream and wanted to be a human again. And what they did, they basically like skinned their enemies and like put on themselves like pieces of skin. And then when they came back from the battle, they were analyzed as a like dead because they have like skin pieces and something wrong with their mind, and they were destroyed again. Like one of the theories that like it's just a virus that's going to spread slowly on all Necrons and destroy them at the end. But yeah, that's kind of the AI
that happened in Star
stuff.
Trek. That happened exactly in Star Trek. In Star Trek, if a Borg is separated too long from the collective, their original personality begins to reemerge. They begin to feel emotions again, and they begin to think individually instead of like as a collective. They begin to utilize terms like "I" and recognize the self as opposed to the collective. And the Federation developed essentially kind of like a virus, because the Borg operate very much like sentient computers, and they downloaded this virus into the Borg and into a Borg, and then that Borg, when it reintegrated into the collective, that information was downloaded into the collective and created this feedback loop, which wound up with scores of Borg breaking away from the collective because it helped them to reassert their identities. And so it developed into this mass schism within the Borg collective that resulted in Borg suddenly waking up and wanting to reattain their identities, and then all kinds of just chaos and stuff like that. It was one of the weapons used against them. So
interesting. It's a bit different from the virus in 40k, because in 40k they didn't have these emotions, but they had memories of the emotions and they wanted them back. But they like kind of understood that they can't really get them back if they are not human, if they are not like alive anymore. So like they kind of were into this loop of like wanting to be human again, but not be able to be human again. Like
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not going to take more time. Yeah. It's really fun to talk to you, but we need some believers here. Where are they?
We do. Steve Fellis, good to see you. I am certainly also an atheist in the pack of many words that can describe me. And just Joe Rocker, I never said that. Don't say mean things. Joe Zeal is here. Good to see you, Joe Zeal. Thanks so much for hanging out, bud. I appreciate you being here. And I Killed Earl is here as well. Good to see you, Earl. Thanks so much for hanging out. Let me see who else we got here. I'll make sure like that. Andrew O says, I've qualified for the label of atheist for about 2 to 3 years now. I like to think of myself as someone who can kind of bridge the gap between there. Maybe it's just, I don't want to go too much into it, but I can see the utility. So anyway, Charlie says the Bible is the book of the Borg. Probably, yeah. Stop thinking for yourself. Start thinking with the collective. I get that. Let me see. Make sure I caught everybody. Wicked, yeah, Wicked Peasant, nerd. Yeah, I'm totally a nerd. I'm a giant nerd. You see how much World of Warcraft stuff I have around my, look at all this horror stuff. Okay, and the World of Warcraft stuff that I have sitting around my office. Like I have like a life-size Doomhammer sitting over here, It's like, I'm a huge nerd. Jay Vers, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here this morning. Appreciate it. But yeah, I'm a giant nerd. All right. So for anybody who's new here, I see the audience is kind of growing. If there are any believers in the chat, the StreamYard link is pinned to the top of the channel or pinned to the top of the chat. Take it easy, me. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. You as well. Have a good Sunday. And the link is up at the top, and you can join. We'll do a quick screen down at the bottom and make sure that all is copacetic and we're not getting like trolled or anything like that nature. So, but do you have 2 enormous World of Warcraft tattoos? I do not have any World of Warcraft tattoos yet, because it's all about which one you want to get. Now, if I get one, it'll definitely be Horde, because, you know, Loktar Ogar. But I don't know I don't know what I would get. I could get the classic Horde symbol, but that seems very, I mean, that's kind of like, I guess, too, it's not, I mean, how to put it? I need something that speaks for me. If I were to get anything big, it would probably be the Tauren crest. That would probably be the one that speaks the most for me, but that's a very, very intricate and very detailed one that would take a lot of time and be very expensive. So, and it has the Horde symbol involved, integrated into it, but I'd probably get the Tauren crest, because Taurens I identify the most with. His kingdom is within you. He showed you the way. Why did you forget? So Blessed, like I said, the link is up at the top. If you want to come on the stage, we can have a chat about that. Okay, there's no excuses now. You don't have to join Discord. All you have to do is click the link at the top and we can have a chat. Captain Welshie, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you hanging out, Welshie. Always good to see you. Javer says, I am here instead of mass. Good on you. Good on you, good sir. What moral foundation do atheists have? Like I said, Blessed, the link is at the top. All you have to do is click it and you will be brought right into the StreamYard. We can have that chat and I can answer the questions that you have. Okay. So you're more than welcome to come up. There's no point in running it in the text chat. When the link to join is right there, you don't need Discord. All you need is your browser, which you're obviously on right now, and you can join and we can have a talk. I'm sure JL would get the box from Hellraiser 3. Dude, a lament configuration would be great. Clive. I'm so glad you brought this up. Something cool that I recently learned about Hellraiser. While I was doing research for my next video. Actually, for this big video that I'm doing. I went down this giant rabbit hole. I'll get into the, I don't need to get all the details. I don't want to spoil anything, but it's a massive video that I'm doing. And so, because it led me down a huge rabbit hole of just research and all kinds of cool stuff. The lament configuration from Hellraiser, okay, the puzzle box, it was designed by Le Marchand. So it's like the Le Marchand configuration is what it is. Or the lament configuration. So the Le Marchand box, Clive Barker took that name, Le Marchand, from one of the girls. And I found this out just because of the overlap, and I went to go research it. When Clive Barker wrote that, he took that name from basically the events that surrounded Emile Zola's trip to Lourdes in Lourdes, France, to research his book Lourdes as part of his Three Cities trilogy. So the story was about a priest who while traveling from Lourdes to Rome to Paris, which is the three cities in a trilogy of books, and this priest loses his faith over the course of this journey. The first stop he makes is Lourdes. Well, to research the book to research, like the stuff around Lords. Emile Zola actually went to Lords, and if you know who Emile Zola was, he was the guy who wrote J'accuse, put the French, exposed anti-Semitism and stuff, against the French government. Caused a huge, big, it was massive. Dude is hugely influential. So he went to Lords and he basically recorded his experiences there. When he was there, and he was a non-believer, he was presented two women who supposedly were healed by the waters of the grotto, and who had gone into the water and were supposedly cured of their tuberculosis. And Emile Zola came away from that not believing, like he didn't see any evidence that they were actually healed. What he saw were people that were in a state of religious ecstasy that seemed to be no different than a placebo effect. And he couldn't get any confirmation as to what happened to them after he left. So he was like, he had no reason to believe that it was in fact a miracle. The Catholic Church came out and was like pissed off because when he wrote Lords, they was like, no, he's a liar. He saw real, true, blah, 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 whatever. It turned into a big thing. Anyway, in Emile Zola's work, he mentions the girl name whose last name was Le Marchand, and Clive Barker took that name and made it to his puzzle box, gave it to the puzzle box designer, and that's why it's the Le Marchand configuration. So, little bit of nerd knowledge there. I'm telling you, like I said, it's a nerd. I really wish someone could do a good Hellraiser make. Fenton, I thought that the recent one on Hulu, I thought that one was pretty good. I enjoyed that one. I enjoyed Jamie Clayton's take on the Hell Priest, the almost androgynous nature of it. I kind of dug it. So that's just me. Like blessed be he seems like a Cliff Connectily fan. Ooh, that's rough. That's rough. Bean Squisher. So yeah, just a little bit of nerd information there, a little bit of backstory that where the Le Marchand name came from the works of Emile Zola. Clive Barker, doing his research for all of his issues. Why do all the great writers, except for Stephen King? Stephen King is still a good one. All the other greats that seem to be like, something about them. Not all of them. Isaac Asimov is still great. But what was it? Harlan Ellison. So dude was, wonderful books. Absolutely terrible, just terrible person. Neil Gaiman. Neil, why? What happened? What happened, Neil? Why? One of the greatest authors of the 20th century, and one of the greatest fantasy authors of the 20th century, and Gaiman broke my heart. It's like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Why? Yeah, I'm about to say he sucks. It's awful. So obnoxious. Fortunately, I think despite the stuff that he's done, and I still love Sandman, I still love Discworld. I still love the work he's done. At least Terry Pratchett is not, is not a douche, So I still love the work that I love what he wrote, and his writing was so influential on my own writing and how I develop my stuff. His writing opened doors for me and introduced me to ways of thinking that I had not considered before when I was younger. And I think I'm a pretty good writer these days. I think I'm okay. And even though I'm not published, I don't even know where to begin as far as publishing my stuff. But I'm a screenwriter, and I do pretty good. I've won some awards, but I wouldn't be what it was if it wasn't for the likes of Neil Gaiman, H.P. Lovecraft, Edgar Allan Poe, Stephen King, a number of individuals, Chambers, Asimov, Dick, Ellison, the things that I read, were so deeply influential on me. And I hate this. Terry Pratchett. Yeah, Terry Pratchett. At least he's not. So Tolkien, obviously. Breaking my heart. Breaking my heart. Get Opens was so good. Sandman was so good. Oh, well, just talking about authors that just broke our heart. Oh, it's so dark. Well, I'm hoping Blessed Be He comes on, so that way we can have a legitimate chat. We supposedly, hopefully, we're going to have him. Hopefully, they click the link. So, to any believers that may be hanging out in the chat, Robert Howard's Cthulhu stuff. Oh, Robert Howard. Yep, definitely. Amorio says that. Good to see you. Amorio says that's why I'm afraid to know anything about the people behind the media I like. Never meet your heroes. Okay. I loved have you read the John Dies at the End series? You must. John Dies at the End, I have read. I have not read there's this book is full of spiders. I haven't had a chance to read that, but I'm very familiar with Cho's work. So but I haven't read them all. But I have read John Dies at the End. That was pretty brilliant. But this book is full of spiders, and I forget the name of the third one. So, but I'm familiar with like that. I do need to sit down and read those. Currently, right now, I am reading The New Skepticism by Paul Kurtz. I'm currently reading that. Is what's currently on my desk. So, oh yeah, Michael Crichton. Obviously Jurassic Park, Andromeda Strain. The 13th Warrior, or Eaters of the Dead is what his was called. Eaters of the Dead. What else? There's a number of like Disclosure. But I loved his stuff. I loved Crichton stuff. Really, really good. And Dean Koontz. My mom was a big Dean Koontz fan, and I got to read her Dean Koontz books after she was done with them. I thoroughly enjoyed those. Yeah, the thing about Koontz is that the one thing that I picked up from Koontz, because it always seemed to me like he tried to force his endings to be really he tried to force his endings to be positive by any means necessary. Sometimes he didn't allow things to take like the darker turn, which is fine. That's just the way he wants to write. Like I loved Watchers, which was totally influential on me. And I loved it. The Odd Thomas series was really, really good. His take on Frankenstein was pretty impressive. But his old school stuff, Strangers, was fantastic. But the one thing that Koontz taught me was that is when you write a character, and the character, when you're writing things and the characters when you write a character and the characters interacting with the world, is to internalize the character's inner monologue as looking at the world and recognizing things that are familiar to them. So the way a person who's a professional landscaper that deals with not just like plants and arrangements and design and patterns and color and stuff like this, they'll see the world differently than someone who is of a more like analytical mind, like say a physicist or someone who's like in a hard science. So as someone who views the world aesthetically will see things and recognize things differently than someone who is like strictly analytical in that respect. Someone who is it's aesthetics versus I guess you could say like a hard science in that respect. And so they will view the world and they will interact with the world in accordance with how they view things, who they are as a person. So like that was important to me to recognize that too. And so to write characters that have nuances that indicate who they are as being separate from other people. And so that was really, really, that was a big takeaway I got from Koontz. King taught me that the monsters sometimes the monsters win. Skeptic Philosophy, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you. Let's see. Blessed Be He says, sorry, I can't join. My kids are too much right now. Got to do my duty. Hubby will be home soon anyway. Can't stay long. Why do atheists always talk about the fantasy world and play those dumb video games? So, okay. I take enjoyment in playing games for the community, and because we're nerds. Okay. It's also a way for me to connect with, kind of like reconnect with my childhood. And so I enjoy it. All right. So I don't get what the problem is here.
I've got a second outlook for this where, much like science fiction, both of them allow us to create fantastic scenarios to explore human nature itself in the extreme by isolating and amplifying any given aspect. So take a look in fantasy, how you have like class systems, which take a look at a lot of primal aspects of how we view ourselves between intellect, our raw physicality, and all of those aspects. Science fiction does the same thing. The original Star Trek series did this by journeying to an individual destination where they would look at another civilization. They would act as an all-encompassing amplification of one aspect they wanted to talk about with regards to human nature itself, and do it in a way that didn't make us go, look, we're bad. No, it would point at the other people and go, oh, look, those people are doing a bad thing. And this is the lesson that we learned, so that we didn't internalize that guilt. So it wasn't blaming us so much as using others to try to point out the things about ourselves that might be hard conversations on their own. So fantasy has the same mechanism and opportunity attached to it.
One thing I can say, Blessed, you asked about that. So I do. There's one video game that I play. Technically, there's two that I play. One is on my computer and one is on my mobile phone. I've been playing World of Warcraft since launch. Okay. So that's just something that I play and I enjoy it. I have it. I'm part of a massive community there. I've been in the same guild for like 16 years. We all know each other. They're my friends, and we game together, and we do raids, and we do all kinds of stuff. So that's just a community that I'm a part of. When I was younger, I used to game professionally. So I played Halo on the VGL and the MLG, and I did that whole thing. I didn't like when I took a hobby and I turned it into a profession, I didn't like how it was taking away from my joy of it. It was taking the joy out of gaming for me by turning it into a profession. So I got out of professional gaming because I didn't like it, what it was doing to me. So, and my wife didn't like it either. So, because it just made me very just irritable, just trying to focus this as a job. I didn't want to turn my hobby into a job. So, but now I game. I play Pokemon Go on my phone because it's something that I can do when I'm just like passing the time. And I'm a collection guy. I like to, got to catch them all. And I do that just like, errantly when I'm like waiting for something. If I'm like getting my oil changed, I can play Pokemon Go. Or if I'm just traveling, I can visit new places, stuff like that. That's pretty much that. But World of Warcraft I do because the community that I'm a part of, that I've built up, and those are my friends. Okay, those are people that I know that, that we've gotten to know each other. I've been in my guild so long that there have been people who have had kids that are now going into high school. We've grown up. We share pictures. This is an online community that I'm a part of. We just happen to play the game simultaneously. But it's like no different than having the same friends on like Facebook, okay, that you've had for like 15, 20 years. Your lives progress alongside each other. The thing we have in common is World of Warcraft. That's pretty much it. So, but horror films are the big thing for me. Why are horror films so important to me? And that is because horror films, like the horror genre, is so important to humanity because of what that genre allows humans to do. Fear is damn near ubiquitous across human beings. Like the fear, either whether it's the fear of death, the fear of the unknown, the fear of loss, the fear of abandonment, fear of whatever. Fear is one of those ingrained things that every human taps into at one point or another, and going back to our most ancient times, sitting around the campfire, huddling around the campfire and warning our children not to go out too far into the dark because there are things out there that will get you. Likely it's like a wolf or a cave bear or something, or a Smilodon or something, or whatever it was. You don't stray too far from the light because there are monsters in the dark. Okay. Going, cautionary tales of Grimm's fairy tales, okay, which are not the watered down versions you're familiar with, but true Grimm's fairy tales were deeply disturbing. The notion of telling these stories allowed people to internalize these concepts on their own terms, to think about them, to integrate them, and to alter their behavior in a way that allows them to interact with the world in a way that is more, I would say, in a way that they are better prepared for these things. And when terrible things happen in the future, because terrible things will happen in the world, you are more capable, you're more prepared to deal with those things, to acknowledge that they're happening, and to internalize them and not allow them to overwhelm you and paralyze you. Grief, pain, loss, these are things that are going to happen. People who are ill prepared for them or who have avoided them all their lives are often emotionally paralyzed by these things when they happen. Okay, but we understand that these things happen, and we can feel that pain, but it doesn't stop us. It doesn't shut us down because we've acknowledged it, we've internalized it. It's still going to hit like a truck when it happens, but now you're more prepared for it. It helps the human species. The horror genre has been so phenomenally important to how we've developed as a species in societies. So that's why I love the horror genre so much, and what each scary story tells, and what it tells us, and what the writer is telling us. That's why it's so important. That's why horror is like the chocolate to everything else. You can do horror romance, you can do horror comedy, you can do horror action, you can do horror westerns, you can do horror sci-fi. It works in every single genre. You can combine it. So that's why I love that. But here's the point. We have things that we love in our lives, and it doesn't detract from our lives. That you don't feel value or you don't see value in it is fucking irrelevant. It doesn't matter to us that you see no value in it, because there could be things that you find valuable in your life that we don't see value in, but we're not going to sit here and chide you for seeing value in those things. You could collect tiny spoons for all I know. I don't care about tiny spoons, but if collecting tiny spoons makes you happy, then collect all the tiny spoons you want. I don't care if you collect snow globes, if you collect fridge magnets from the places you visited. Who gives a shit? That's a thing that brings you joy. Why would I slight you for engaging in something that gives you joy, that allows you to connect to memory? Why would I do that? Okay, Blessed, my mods are going to handle you quite quickly if you keep making statements like that. Okay? You're either going to conduct yourself like an adult. Okay? Conduct yourself like an adult, or you're just going to get the fuck out of my chat. All you're trying to do right now is rile up bullshit. And if that's all you've got, then you've got nothing to offer. If you want to find your way off my channel permanently, that's a quick way to do it. You say that you're like that's not moral at all. Where the hell is your morale? What do you ground your morality with if you're going to make statements like that? Seriously? So, like, I wouldn't denigrate you for something that you enjoy in your life, for the little things that you enjoy, or the way that you find community. I wouldn't denigrate you for that. I wouldn't expect you to denigrate us for that, or say that it somehow like makes like non-believers less. We all had the little things that we like to enjoy. So, but if you're going to make statements like that, it's because the only reason you're making statements like that is because you don't have an argument. That's like low tier shit. You're swinging bottom. You're swinging low because you don't have anything to actually bring to the table. Okay, you've never heard me say that, to equate that individual that you brought up, to equate that individual with all theists. It wouldn't surprise me if that individual was a believer. It wouldn't surprise me at all if it came out that he was. But I'm not equating that. I'm not going to try and imply that that individual was that. to try and denigrate all believers. Okay, that would be just gross. Can I join the stage and complain about how World of Warcraft harmed MMO design? Ooh, them's fight words. See, look at all these tiny spoons. Tiny spoon lovers here. My German grandmother collected tiny spoons. I wanted them so bad when she died, I have no idea where they ended up. See, look at this. Tiny spoons. Who knew? Look at all the love for tiny spoons. I don't know where tiny spoons just came in. I really don't. I don't know where tiny, it just kind of popped in my head. All right, I see you. I got another friend here. Another friend who's a friend of the channel, and I know him, so I don't have to screen him.
Hi, everybody. People,
What's
hi.
Up? What's up, Jay?
People, hi. I don't know if you know where that came from. That's
Fifth
from
Element.
Fifth Element.
Element. Yep.
Yep.
People, I. Multipass.
Yep. Multipass.
Multi. She knows it's a multipass. Anyway, we're in love.
I like the scene. He shows up carrying her, shows up to the door and he goes, "Yeah, weddings are like weddings are like three floors down or something like that. Congratulations." And
Congratulations.
She's unconscious. she's unconscious and he's holding her. It's like, yeah, that's awesome.
She's not my wife. She's my fair.
Yeah, it's not my fiance. It's my fair. She fell into my car.
She said something I didn't understand. Well, I didn't understand anything she said, but there was one thing at the end. It was like she said, "Ecto." What does ectogamete mean? Never without my permission. Yeah, that makes sense. And it's like awesome. You know, I love Fifth Element. Fifth Element is so brilliant. And then Luc Besson turned out to be a piece of shit. Why does it always happen? Why? Because Leon the Professional, Fifth Element, Luc Besson used to be like one of my favorite directors. Turns out he's a piece of shit. You're killing me.
Aren't all the best ones in exile or hiding in some form or another?
Oh, it freaking just aggs the shit out of me. I Killed Earl. One thing that's cool about the Diva song is the actress who played the Diva, Plava Laguna, in Fifth Element was actually, she was in that, she's a model, and she was in Leon the Professional. Yeah, she was in Leon the Professional. She was the girl who was being trafficked in the very beginning when Leon shows up, the big fat mobster guy, and Leon kills everybody and then holds the guy, the knife to him, and he has the phone call. The girl in the room who was being trafficked was that model. She played that role, and she was also in the horror movie High Tension, in which she was the girl who was kidnapped.
Wait, the girl? Who are you talking about? Mila Jovovich?
No. The girl, the model who played Plava Laguna.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. I thought for a minute there you were talking about Mila Jovovich. I was like, no, okay.
Yeah, she is a model, goes by Mai Wen is her name, and she was the Diva Plava Laguna in Fifth Element, but she was also, I don't want to say as an actress, she was in Leon the Professional. She was the blonde babe at the very, very beginning. In the Fifth Element, she was Diva Plava Laguna, and she was Alexia in High Tension. She's been in a bunch. Yeah, she's done a ton of stuff, but yeah.
Hey, well, real quick, I want you to, because I'm not going to switch over to look, but you've seen the remake of The Crazies, I take it, right?
Yes, with Timothy Olyphant and Radha Mitchell. Yes. Yep.
That's directed by Brett Ratner, right?
What? Okay. You just caught me. If it is, I'm gonna be pissed.
Yeah, check it, because I think I have the Steelbook 4K. I think that's Brett Ratner.
No, Breck Eisner.
Oh, Breck Eisner. That's right. Okay.
Breck Eisner, story by George Romero. So,
yeah.
And I remember, and I love both of them. Both of them are fantastic. I think the Crazies, the 2010 Crazies, is just an example of how a remake can actually
surpass the original.
Well, I would say they're both good in their own right. I think the production value, obviously, in the 210 on the 2010 one was far better. But I consider the 73 crazies versus and the 2010 crazies very similar to the 1958 The Blob and the 1988 The Blob, where both of them look at society as it was at those time periods. If you look at society in the 70s and society in the 2000 like the mid 2000s, you look at those and it's kind of like, oh, like in 2010, there's fundamental differentiations, but those will fundamentally alter the narrative scope. And it did the same thing for the 58 Blob and the 88 Blob. Whereas in the 58 Blob, the heroes were the working class Americans who were led together by the all-American guy who was like, remember who we are, and we're going to come together, and blah, blah, blah. And so it was all about America because it was an anti-communist film, and, because the Blob was, communism in that sense. And so that's how they saved the day, is Americans coming together, collectively and expressing their individuality as Americans, rugged determinism, determinism, shit like that, to defeat the Blob. Whereas in the 80s, after this is post-Vietnam in 1988, the people had lost faith in the government, and they did not view them with the kind of like idealistic standard they did in the 50s. And so in the 80s version, it was the bad boy who rejects society, who lives on the fringe and nobody respects. He's the one who winds up coming up and saving the day because he's individualistic and he doesn't fall into the whole like, we're all part of the American drone, like American exceptionalism, blah, blah, blah. He rejects that completely. He thinks on his own. He thinks on his feet. He's smarter because he's inventive and he's creative and he's willing to buck the system to do it. And he's the one they rely on to save the day. And he's the guy that gets the girl. So that was I see the 73 crazies with the 2010 crazies like the 58 Blob and the 58 Blob and the 88 Blob. Fundamental societal differences.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
God,
sorry.
I'm such a fucking nerd.
Yes, you are. Can you hear me? Am I okay?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay.
Hey, Jessica, good to see you. Good morning. Thanks so much for being here.
I still like the fact that Blessed Be He has found their way. Is this the first time Blessed Be He has found their way to your YouTube channel?
No, I think Blessed has been here. Hold up. In a live stream, maybe, but definitely. But I've seen Blessed in my comment section. So,
okay.
But Blessed has never said anything like that with the E-Man. Blessed has never brought anything like that up and tried to equate
what?
Epstein.
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that comment.
So I think that one of the mods may have timed him out, or that because I can see all the whether if the comment's hidden or not, I can see it on StreamYard. And so Blessed made a comment that was trying to basically equate like all of atheist, like the comment was Epstein was an atheist or something of that nature. I'm gonna see if I can.
So all atheists are. Well, so all atheists would necessarily be. Would be like Epstein.
Epstein was an atheist for sure, is what Blessed said. And I was like, the only reason to say something like that is to try and rage bait.
Yeah, it was more of it wasn't a direct declaration. It was an I bet.
Yeah. But
right.
Blessed
so
be He. It is a she, by the way. She is known for doing that.
Yeah, so this is just them showing their mapping, not actually showing that it was even the case, let alone that it was representative or meaningful. But it shows where their mindset is where if you don't agree with where I go with things, this is the outcome.
Yeah.
So, and I Killed Earl says, yeah, I yoinked it. JL, I know I yeeted her from yeeted her ass from your chat ages ago. Okay. So, because I Killed Earl is one of my best mods. Just bringing the hammer down on bullshit, and I appreciate it. So
I've gone round and round and round just for giggles, kind of like what is it, Juice Clary over at Mega Bloodbath. I've gone round and round and round with that idiocy.
Oh, gotcha.
A lot of times, just like, oh, this is fun.
So Blessed,
then had Maya show up and go, what is it with you and your Maya goes, she'll ask me, what is it with you and your brother and your penchant for talking with idiots?
So Blessed, you're not sorry to bring it up because you're sorry because of the consequences of what you said. And that is not what atheism leads to. Okay. There is more. Okay. I'm sorry to say, like, if you look at a percentage of it, if atheists account for 20% of the globe, okay, and believers account for 80% of the globe, all right, essentially what you're doing is you're making the same argument that people will say that if atheism leads to like wanton crime and people doing like crazy stuff through self gratification, then the statistics would show that the vast majority of people in prisons would be non-believers, because those would be the people who would be committing the most crime.
Well,
and
she would. Well, she would say that those believers are falsely claiming to be believers.
Right. So, I mean, there's always a moving the goalpost there.
Yeah.
But you can't just blanketly say that atheism leads to this horror, that leads to a propensity
for that,
a propensity for immoral action or illegal action, because those individuals would then, be a part of that. And so we would see a higher degree of people. What we see right now is the people in prisons, atheist non-believers, make up around 1% of them. So no. What you see are believers doing the vast majority of immoral shit because they believe that by asking their God for forgiveness, they will not be held accountable by the God that they believe in.
And I would like to just let Blessed be He know that there is quite a large number of non-believing philosophers that hold to moral realism.
True. So, Blessed, I don't know if you're just like ignorant of this stuff, but you're making statements that you haven't really thought through. These things don't bear out in the statistics. The vast majority of people that are in prisons right now are believers, or they claim to be believers. You can then try to move the goalpost and say that they're false believers, but it doesn't matter, because by your metric, they could be false, but by their metric, they firmly believe that a God exists and that they have some form of relationship with it. Okay, so believers, so non-believing does not lead to this, does not logically entail that these things will happen. You look at the Catholic Church. I'm not saying that you're a Catholic, but you look at the Catholic Church and what was going on with them. I don't need to get into the gory details of it because you're already aware of it. All right. So you don't
watch Spotlight. It's a good movie.
Right. You don't see that stuff. So it's not an argument. That is a claim you're making to try and make yourself feel better, because you have no rational justification for what you believe. What you believe is irrational. You believe it because you're convinced of it, and you hold on to it because it provides you some emotional, psychological utility. I understand that. I don't care about that, because it is not a claim that you can defend in reality. And I can give you a grounding. I can give you a solid rational grounding for morality in a non-theistic worldview. Why there is morality, what morality is, how we employ that, how there's evolutionary advantage to that. So I have that, and I can back it up. And guess what? I have evidence to back it up. You don't have any evidence. You have a claim about a thing that exists that you automatically have already defined as being outside of exploration. So,
well, isn't it funny though that sometimes when you talk to certain certain theists, and they start like really pushing like the moral realism thing, and then you really got to wonder, is there any point of ethics? Because ethics is normally ethics is sometimes, at least under certain philosophical scopes, it's moral reasoning, right? And it's like, so is there, if you hold to this idea that there's just these blatant moral commands, these blatant prescriptives that you don't do X, you do Y, is there any real reason for ethical reasoning? Because that doesn't seem like any kind of, it's like teaching your dog why it's not allowed on the couch. There's no ethical reasoning there. It's just you want to teach the dog why, you just, not why, but you just teach the dog not to get on the couch. And the dog just basically picks up on the idea that you don't want it up on the couch.
Right.
So it ought not get on the couch, and it obeying why it ought not get on the couch isn't apropos to any kind of reasoning whatsoever. It's just, it ought not do that. And it's like, okay, do we want to go any deeper? Do we want to get into the reasonings as to why something ought not be the case or something ought be the case? And that's another thing, JL. I wouldn't mind having a conversation with you about this. I was having a conversation with someone a while back, and it got me thinking about some moral circumstances that I wouldn't mind running by you, but I don't want to take that up in this chat, because it would get into some graphic. It would get into some concrete language that you may not want on your channel.
Okay. I gotcha. Yeah, blessed souls don't exist. Sorry. So, like I said, you can come up on stage and defend the claims you're making.
She won't.
First Peter 3:15. Get your up on stage and provide your defense. If you do, but here's the kicker. Is that I understand that your cult manual gives you an escape clause so that you don't have to follow 1 Peter 3:15 in the event that you're talking to someone who is asking questions that you can't answer. Because then you can just like pearls before swine, or Romans, Book of Romans, they just believe they denied in their unrighteousness and shit like that.
Romans 1.
Yeah, so I get Romans 1:20. Yeah, so I get that. I'm probably more familiar with your book than you are. Okay, one of the reasons why I am a non-believer is because I am intimately familiar with that book. All right, so because I've read it and I've studied it. All right, so and I understand what the book is trying to do. Souls don't exist. Your God does not exist as a matter of analytical, as just as an analytical truth. Your God does not exist because it is fundamentally a logical contradiction. So either defend your shit or kick rocks. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would. You also got to remember, blessed be he, that if you kind of hold to this like univocality thing within the Bible, and you basically, you start from like the beginning, it's kind of like a Shogun or something like that. And you're starting from Genesis and you're working your way on through. And then you're kind of looking at everything in the Bible, all these 66 books or 81 books, depending on whatever book that you're looking at, a collection of Bible, whatever Bible that you're looking at. And when you start applying those hermeneutics, you start kind of looking at it like it's all 5 seasons of Stranger Things, where you go to season 4 and you see something and then you go, oh wait, they referenced that all the way back here at season 1 or something like that. The problem with that is that at the very beginning of the collection of books of Genesis 1, God is presupposed.
Mm-hmm.
God is just basically given as a foregone conclusion. The God is not demonstrated in Genesis 1 in any way, shape, or form. It's just accepted as a foregone conclusion within the narrative, and then it goes from there. And a lot of the other narratives that follow from that do the same thing. This God exists. Okay, well, and so as non-believers and skeptics, we sit there and go, well, does it actually exist? Are we sure it actually exists? What is it that they were talking about? Because we also have plenty of examples of things that people believed in, like Greeks and the Romans and Norse pantheons and all those kind of things, where they believed in all sorts of kind of different gods, and they just accepted those as foregone conclusions. And guess what? The evidence for those, it's pretty much on the same. It is on the same level as the Judeo-Christian God. So sorry to burst your bubble. It's all begging the question.
100%. Let's see.
But I would like to see Blessed Be He actually come on stage and actually, just like I'd like to see Maverick come in sometime. Maverick being Frank, come up on stage sometime and have a conversation. That would be fun, because he's a Gnostic Christian. He holds that the God of the Old Testament is evil.
Matthew Mulcane's Japan has a very low crime statistics, and most of the population doesn't have a religious affiliation, and I'm saying there's very few Christians in the population. Thank you, Matthew, and good to see you. Appreciate you being here. Jessica, if I didn't say hello, good to see you. I'm not even going to touch that comment about missing mod. I'm not. There's other stuff there. There's behind the, whatever.
What am I missing? Missing mod about what? What?
Oh, there's just there's personality conflicts there between me and her. I have my opinions of her as a
yeah, we've talked about that briefly. Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah, that's nothing.
I'm glad I've cut ties with Taco, so I don't have to deal with that shit anymore.
Yeah, you and I have to have a conversation sometime offline about that. I was kind of curious because I was like, something happened there, and I don't know what it is, but I think I know what it is, but I'm not going to ask right now.
Well, I mean, it's okay. We don't have a believer on, and it's nothing. It's just how I was treated. It was essentially I don't have to go. I actually talked about this on the last live stream on the last stage of release last week, and I did pretty much divulge the entire thing. It was essentially just like I had expressed to Taco, I didn't want to be on stage with Andrew Wilson. I have no desire to interact with him. I have no desire to validate his existence in any way. I don't want to be on stage with him like this. And so I told him in DMs, I told him live, I just didn't want it. He's like, don't like that. And next thing I know, he's on stage with me. And we're kind of being like pushed towards having a confrontation. I don't need to go into the gory details like this, but I didn't appreciate that. It was the second time that was done to me in order to try, and I was getting the sense that this was intended to farm drama and to farm clips, and I wasn't interested in being a part of that, and so I felt like it was an ambush.
I'm sorry, nothing's gonna farm views any more from you than what you did with B Mars and the whole him screwing his mom.
Oh, the argument to mad motherfucker him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Jesus Christ.
So I was like, I didn't want to be a part of that. That's not what I'm interested in. And he deliberately put me in that scenario. And I was kind of like, okay. So I actually messaged him, dude, that's not cool what you just fucking did. And he was like, and then his excuse was, well, he knows what kind of antics we get up to here. And I'm like, yeah, that's for someone who has claimed and has told me so many times that, like that I'm your friend, we're friends, blah, 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 like this. And then he does something like that. And he's doing it for the money, for the clicks, the views, the drama, the drama farm, the rage farm, for people to farm clips off of it. And I was like, I'm done. Because it was the second time he did it to me. Because I gave him the pass the first time. Second time I was like, I'm over it. I'm over it. And then the cat like jumped into the live chat. And I Killed Earl had to time him out because he was crashing out all caps that I was slandering him. And then he threatened to sue me.
Well, I think I saw that post from you. It didn't sound like he was. It sounded like that if something continued, he would bring about litigation or something. But I was like, that dude, that's kind of weak, man. I mean, that's just. I'm like, you know what it smelled like? It gave me a whiff of a little bit of like Steve McRae vibes, right?
Exactly.
Like, it kind of gave those Steve McRae kind of vibes, and I was like, that's odd for, okay, whatever.
I get that he's running a channel and it's effectively a business, and I get that he has to protect his income. I get that, but
yeah,
if you're going to act like that, if you're going to do that shit, and someone balks at that, is like, look, I don't like the way you treated me. I understand what you're doing, and you have the right to run your channel however you want. But if you're going to treat people in this manner, I'm not going to be a part of it. Like people are going to back away and not want to work with you because they don't know when you're going to be setting them up in order to try and generate revenue from doing that.
Yeah.
So it makes you untrustworthy. So I don't want to be associated with you anymore. That's my opinion regarding how you treated me, and you didn't provide any defense for that. You just basically said, that's the way we do things here. Hurdy, hurdy, hurdy. And I'm like, that's not acceptable. So
well,
I'm done.
But if that's not laid out beforehand, if it's something that where you said, well, wait, I don't want to be a part of that. And then he agreed, hey, I agree. Oh, okay, my bad. And then it happened again, then that becomes more problematic, because if it happens the first time and he goes, well, if you don't like it, then just, you can just basically kick rocks. well, then that's the first time, right? But
Right.
if it happened the first time and you disagreed with it, and then he said, well, yeah, I apologize, or yeah, you're right, that's in bad taste, and then he did it a second time, that's when it becomes even more in bad taste, right? So it's like, okay.
Yeah, I pretty much I trusted him, and I, once bitten, twice shy. I should have bounced after the reformed Riley incident. That was the first time he did it to me, and that just turned into
Riley.
That was a
I'm not
dude.
aware of that one.
This happened some time ago. I was on the stage and he brought reformed Riley on with a friend, and then put it like in a 2v1 bloodbath, and that one turned into a shit show because every time they asked me a question, I would go to answer it, and then the other guy would interrupt, and then it just became a ping pong. It just basically turned into a game of ping pong where every time I would try to get into a thought, they would just interrupt me to go on to something else, and it was just back and forth. And Taco wasn't moderating it, and I was getting.
I've seen that happen on other channels.
Right.
Yeah, it's
and
annoying.
I was trying to, and I was getting frustrated because I couldn't complete a thought to try and get to a point because they wouldn't let me. That's their whole shtick, is rage baiting. And because Taco wouldn't moderate, and I kept calling for Taco to be like, dude, are you gonna like control this shit? And I was getting more and more pissed. And then eventually, because I was getting angry, they started saying that we're not gonna continue. We're just gonna leave if you're not gonna get rid of JL. So they started demanding I be kicked from the stream so that they could continue preaching. And I was like, what the fuck? And then Taco was like, dude, I think I'm gonna have to remove you from the stage so that they can talk. And I'm like, are you outside your fucking mind? And that's when I got pissed, and I was like, fine, F this. And I just bounced. So, because he set it up. So I felt ambushed, and then it felt like a complete and total setup, but I gave him a pass on that. I shouldn't have. I should have just left then. I considered leaving then, but I was like, well, Taco, I know how he is, whatever issues he's got. And I was like, I'll go ahead and just give him a pass on this one, and we'll just move forward as adults. He did it again with Andrew Wilson after I expressed to him multiple times ahead of time, I don't want to be on the stage with him. Don't put me on stage with him. I'm not interested. I don't want to validate his existence in any way. And then he did it on like that night. He did it on purpose. So
yeah, because I was under the impression that he didn't like the idea that like there was something that I gleaned, but I didn't get the whole picture that you were basically trying to tell him that he shouldn't have Andrew Wilson. He shouldn't platform Andrew Wilson at all on his channel. Because of X, Y, and Z.
I was disagreeing with the choice to platform him, but I also said, one, I'm not for censorship. I don't want the government saying that Andrew Wilson can't speak his piece. Two, I'm of the position that I do not hold that a position like Andrew's should be treated like it's neutral, because his position does legitimate. No, it's not neutral. Right. Yeah, his position does legitimate harm in society. We should not be acting like MDD, like James over at MDD, and say like this shit is fucking neutral and deserves a neutral platform. No, it should not. And so, but that's what Taco was doing, and I was expressing my disagreement with that. And so, but I also prefaced it. I don't want him censored, and Taco can run his channel the way he wants. I'm just expressing my disagreement with platforming this individual. And the chat was divided. Some of them were on my side, and some of them were on Taco's side, and that's an important thing. That's one of the big discussions that we can have as far as online interactions, and that was it. And then all of a sudden, after I'd voiced my opinion about him, about Andrew's character, all of a sudden I'm on stage with him, and Taco's like, "Go at it, you two, haha," And I was like,
"Ooh, that's in bad form."
So I'm just like a pawn to be thrown. I'm just like like those channels on YouTube where they put two insects into a cage and let them fight to the death.
I've had that happen before, where I've had like people say, "Oh, go ahead and bring this person up," and I said, "I've seen the two of you," and it'll be like somebody that I get along with, and then they'll want somebody like Jill, and they'll go, "Yeah, bring Jill up," and I said, "I already know where this is going to go. Are you sure you want to do this? Because this is going to turn into an absolute dumpster fire."
Right.
I can just see it happening. And there's been times where I've been doing like streams and stuff where I've been like, no, I don't want it to turn into a dumpster fire, so I'm not bringing him on. Yeah. But if it was slow enough and they really, really wanted to have it engage with Jill, I would be like, okay, I'll go ahead and do it. And sure as shit, it, 9 times out of 10, it would turn into a shit show. And I'm like, yeah, that's just what's going to happen.
Right.
But it's about getting that acquiescence first. If you don't get that acquiescence, you don't want to make people engage with other people that they don't want to engage with. If they're in the position like, hey, I don't like what this person stands for. I don't like where they're coming from. I'm not going to engage with them. You have to respect them too. You have to go, look, right. It's just decorum at that particular point. And it's
Right.
you just, what are you going to do? What happens to your channel when somebody comes on there and they think they're going to get ambushed? It'd be like, oh, there's Ozymandias. He found Mega Bloodbath. And then he comes on there. Oh, let's find Dark Dawkins real quick and ambush Ozymandias with Dark Dawkins again. Ozymandias is not going to stand for that. He's like, no, I've talked to this jackass before. Bye. And
Right.
he's not going to respect that either. So it's like,
real quick, I want to jump on this. Sorry. I think I saw Leo Phileas pop into the chat at one point. If he's still here, I wanted to say hi, make sure I saw him because I think I saw Leo Phileas. I may have been wrong, but if I'm wrong, I apologize, but I thought I saw him pop in briefly. I wanted to make sure I recognized him. Calming Waves, Julian, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Summer Day 1983, good to see you. Got a fair number of people in the chat. I want to make sure I say hi to them, as well as Christian live streamers here. Good to see you. Christianity. My name is ironic. Christianity is a disgusting cult. Oh, cool. Oh, that's awesome. Ducks, good to see you. Appreciate you being here, hanging out. You don't have a take on the resurrection that I couldn't overcome. The resurrection is a theological claim, not a historical claim. It requires faith to believe that it happened. There's no evidence that it did. So, whatever. Average Lizard, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I'll agree with you in that, Blessed. Wilson does not know his Bible. He does not. Cindy Johnson, good to see you, Cindy. Thanks so much for hanging out. Always a pleasure to have you. Look at all these amazing, all these channel members. Donnie W13, good to see you, bud. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you, Donnie. Always good to see you. And as always, if we're in the middle of a chat or if we're in the middle of we have a guest on, I will always get to any potential like thanks or like membership milestones or any of that will always be starred so I can access those later. So I won't forget or miss anybody who supports the channel. So I appreciate all the support that comes in. And of course, if you'd like to support the channel, memberships are available for like 99 cents a month. If it's possible, if you want to support the channel, if you like this kind of stuff and you want to see more of it, like me doing the Stage of Reason more often, channel memberships help me to do that. So I appreciate that very, very much. BV, good to see you. Thank you so much. And if you are, I Killed Earl has been a member for 31 months. Thank you so much, I Killed Earl. Member of the Godless Army for 31 months. I appreciate that.
sycophant.
Sycophants. So thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. So for anybody who is in the chat who is a believer, the way we're running this, the Stage of Reason now, it's a bit more streamlined. You don't need Discord anymore. The link to join to come up on stage is at the top, is pinned at the top. You can click that. It'll bring you in the back room. It's browser. So you have a camera and a mic. We'll do a quick screen when you're in the back room just to make sure we're not getting trolled. We'll just do a quick security screen to make sure it's not someone who's going to try and prawn bomb us and get the stream taken down. And then you can come up, then you can come up and talk to us about what you want to believe in, or what you believe in, why, and provide your evidence or justification or whatever, and we can have these conversations. So you don't need to download Discord. You don't need to be a part of that. I do have a Discord server. The link is in the description, but you don't need to be a part of it in order to join the stream and be up on stage. Good to see you, Jay Money. Oh, thanks so much, bud. Got to tune into my guy, JL. Thank you. Appreciate that, Jay. You rock. Jay Money's good people. Almost an atheist. But almost so close. But I like that. But I love the fact that he's asking questions and he tries to be as intellectually honest as possible. That's all we can really ask for. So appreciate that. 2.5 years. Time flies, don't it? It does. Remember, there is I think I've got like 2 channel members who are coming up on, they're like right on the verge of getting the highest channel badge. Cause the longer you're a channel member, you get a channel badge to reflect that. And there's like the largest one is 60 months. And so it's like this epic channel badge that you can get for being a member for 60 months. I have like 2 or 3 that are almost there. I'm wondering who's going to hit, who's going to get it first, which would be pretty badass. Singer Soul, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Oh,
Have you had a Theiston yet, or no?
no, haven't had one yet. Had some in the live chat, but no one actually has come up on stage as of yet. Christian Live Streamer is a new member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Christian Live Streamer. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Mystique. Oh, Tina! Tina is in the house. Good to see you, Tina. Thanks so much for being here. Has been a member for 48 months. Thank you so much, Tina. You rock. The support of y'all, I could not do the show without y'all. So love you, Tina. Thank you so much. You rock. And let me, there we go. All right. I see Duck is here to present what he's got. So let me bring Duck up.
What's going on? My voice, I'm just getting out of bed, so I'm very lazy. So my voice is cracking, but I hope this is a deep cut for you, JL. I think, and good to see you, Jay. Hi, Andrew. I think you guys are gonna like this. Okay, so I think the most convincing Christ narrative is the Book of Mark, and there's a few reasons that people can believe this, and it can, it can be a justified belief, just like anything else. And the Book of Mark the Book of Mark only does two things. It connects Jesus to John the Baptist. That's the narrative, and it connects Jesus to Isaiah, which is the prophecy. So you have a prophecy in the Old Testament in Isaiah, and you've got John the Baptist. But this is actually really powerful, right? Because when you actually read the Isaiah prophecy, it's not talking about an alien spaceship that's coming down quite like some would say. It is saying the book of Isaiah is more saying that, well, Jesus lived and died as a man and bore the sins of people. And then later you get this Book of Mark, which very, very tightly actually comports to that narrative and seems to produce wisdom, seems to produce truth as well. Seems like a viable way to be.
No, it doesn't, because it was written after the events by an unknown author who was already a believer, who was literally just, there's a reason why that book, that there are things in that book that are not repeated in other gospels. Like, for example, only 2 of the gospels actually talk about Jesus being born in Bethlehem. Yeah. and not in Nazareth. And so it's because of the prior deal in the Old Testament of the leader coming out of Bethlehem. And so I believe that's Micah 2:7 is when it talks about a leader coming out of Bethlehem. And then you've got the Zechariah deal of, I believe it's Zechariah, of him riding into the town on these things were incorporated after the fact in order to make it more narratively consistent that Jesus was the savior. So that's just
deeply, that's not that that's uncharitable to the argument, though. And
the reason it's not. It's an objective reading. It's an objective, parsimonious reading, because I'm not assuming anything other than a person existed. He had a cult. There were cultists that believed who he was, and they wrote these things down, and they wrote these things down in a way to look like they were being fulfilled.
But Isaiah does tell the story of a man. Isaiah tells the story of a man who comes to earth, though, right? Like, you're going to see a man who comes to earth, and that is ultimately.
Yeah, but Isaiah was but Isaiah was written in 3 parts over 600 years. You have Proto-Isaiah, you have Deutero-Isaiah, and you have Trito-Isaiah. And Proto-Isaiah, the first 1 through 39 was written during the time of Isaiah. The next chapter was written during the exile. And then the third chapter was written, the third section was written post-exile. So, and those were all combined into the great scroll of Isaiah, which is found amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay, but written by 2 authors who were writing to try and make it look like it was written by 1 author. That was recent. That was a recent discovery. So, but these things are these things are when they talk about Cyrus the Great. That was written at the time that Cyrus was there, which makes it not prophecy. It turns it into political propaganda. Okay, so because they were trying to influence Cyrus's decision to do what he did, to basically free everybody and allow everybody to resume their own beliefs and shit like that when he conquered Babylon. So these things are not prophecies. These things were written at the time by individuals who were already convinced of them, and then there was a legitimate necessity to try and connect Jesus to the old prophecies. Not to mention that Jesus himself had access to those prophecies and would have been well familiar with them. So you can't eliminate self-fulfilling prophecy by Jesus saying, okay, well, if I'm the Messiah, then I need to accomplish things that were prophesied. And then he went and did them to give the appearance that he was fulfilling them. That's self-fulfilling prophecy. That's no longer prophecy. That's post-diction.
JL, just to from my curiosity, if you're willing to entertain it, Duck mentioned that there's some truth here. What is the truth that Duck is referring to?
Yeah,
it's
truth. Incontrovertible. It's incontrovertible linguistic proof, right? And I won't bore you guys with the actual Mark 1 reading, unless if JL wants to pull up just like it says at the beginning, the good news about Jesus, the Messiah, the Son of God, and it's talking about Jesus, who's spoken of as an anointed one in multiple places in the Old Testament.
No, it's not. He's never mentioned by name. He's never mentioned by name. Nazareth is never mentioned. None of it matches. It's all shoehorned.
Well, Christ.
Now, there's one additional factor here. When you take a look at Micah, what does it say will happen? Now, keep in mind that the Bethlehem that was referenced in there
Can we cover Mark first?
was not a city, by the way. That was actually a lineage that was being referenced.
Because can we not skip past? Because you asked a question, and so the full sort of context is if you look at the first chapter, just the first section of the first chapter of Mark, it does make reference. It's producing this sort of space where you have, again, a man who's supposed to be like some man. It's connected to Isaiah. He's just spoken of by John the Baptist. This is something John the Baptist is going to do. So you have these. You might think it's all BS, but you do have these little parts that are saying, well, here's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
but are we talking about? But are we talking about a narrative that leads us to hold that it's true that Jesus is part of some God system, a Trinity, or is it about Jesus being a divine, being the Messiah, where the Messiah isn't necessarily a God? The Messiah, Jesus as the Messiah, is supposed to be.
You have a particular man. You have a particular man who is and we can debate this, but like the philosophy cut is you have a particular man who's now in these things, who's doing these things, who's of these people, who's coming from these things, and he's going to go do some things, right? And so if you could say that, well, this is actually signifying a particular in philosophy because they seem to get all the parts into it. And
it's a constructed narrative that has been painstaking efforts have been made to literally streamline it as much as possible for the sake of Christianity. But that doesn't mean that any of it is true. That this is a book that is written by believers for believers. It's not written with the intention of convincing non-believers that things are true, because there's no justification for it. At best, you could say this is a story written about a person that people believed legendary things about. It'd be no different than someone 100 years after the fact writing about the legends of Hercules. Hercules very well may have been a legitimate person that existed, that legends grew around to the point that people believed he was half God.
But is that the style of, is there enough? So I'm guessing, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm guessing the steelman of your position is, well, at that time, that is just how people wrote. And so that is why these are ahistorical.
No, I'm saying that there are historical accounts in the Bible. Typically, they're skewed. They're skewed from the Jewish perspective. There are historical accounts in the Bible. There are legendary accounts in the Bible. There are metaphorical accounts in the Bible. There are a number of ways of different reading these things. Okay, whether they're just like parables, or whether they're just like cautionary tales, or that it's actually trying to record what happened in history. But even then, those are like a lot of like archaeology shown a lot of those to be inaccurate or flat out false. So the problem is that you have a story about a guy, okay, who claims to do a thing, and then his followers do everything in their power to make it look like he's doing that thing. You can't eliminate the fallacy of post-diction. You can't eliminate post-hoc. I mean, all of these things. I mean, if you look at it, if you don't assume that a God exists, which you would have to do first, you have to assume that God exists for any of the shit to be true in a supernatural sense. Otherwise, Jesus is just the David Koresh of Iron Age Palestine. That's all he is. He's a cult leader who gained a following by preaching a heretical version of Second Temple Judaism, and then wound up getting stuck to a stick for his troubles, as the Romans were wont to do. So it's kind of like,
I think there's more, right? I think there's more, because if we accept that this is like mythological poetry and it's ahistorical, there's still perhaps a case to be made that, well, there are arguments that just in the abductive space, there's still arguments to be had that are that, like, yeah, this was a different man. You know, there's something exceptional about this story.
What is exceptional about it that is no different from Dionysus or Hercules or Achilles or any other legendary figure, or Beowulf or Gilgamesh? There's no differentiation.
Yeah, I mean, I think you see a joyful Jesus in Mark who's immediately starting to heal people, and this is one of those stories where you're like, wow, I could, you know, and for like a deep Christian cut, people would be like, yeah, you know, I'm not taking away from anyone else, but you could compare this guy to like Martin Luther King Jr. or other great figures. I'm sure there's lots of Christians, even African American Christians, that do that, like that say, well, Jesus was this joyful warrior who also knew the weight of what he was supposed to be doing. This to me does seem like
But how do we
leverage this abductive evidence that
No, it's not. It's an appeal to emotion.
Consistent.
It's an appeal to
No,
emotion.
but I don't understand. Well, hold on. I don't understand the link here, because even if we were to grant that there's this historical, let's say we grant that this is historical in any way, shape, or form of this particular individual's position, their intent, how do we now connect this to there actually being a God,
Right.
and not this particular individual that actually existed, who assumed that there was a God, also believed that there is a God, and then just took it upon himself to become this particular individual that these narratives are about? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not seeing the connection, the causal relationship. Well, if it's true that Jesus existed, and it's true that Jesus did certain X, Y, Z things, then there's necessarily this God that exists.
It's weird that, so there's more evidences, right, to that. It's like, and it's not evidences, but they're it's like these blips or things that you, for me personally, things that I might look at, and so it's like, okay, how would you deconstruct, or how would you personally, how would you say, like very quickly, how is someone like Paul or like the early church fathers, how are they also connected to this, right? You have this actually existing particular church that ends up following this guy that they talk about in Mark, that they want you to believe goes back to Isaiah or something.
Well, that connection I can understand, because that's happening within the realm of the world, and this particular itinerant teacher, and the way these people accepted this particular itinerant teacher's, teachings. What I'm asking you is, how do we get this from the idea that just because Jesus exists, therefore there is a God? Because that's really the ultimate thing, right? That a lot of people make this jump to inference that, and for the Hebrews in these stories, there was no jump, because the God they already believed in, the real problem is whether or not Jesus was this supposed Messiah that was prophesied, right? So the God question wasn't, the God existing was not in question within these narratives, with these individuals. These people had no problem accepting that the God of Judaism existed. The thing is, whether or not Jesus is this prophesied Messiah that's supposed to usher in the renewal of the kingdom of the Hebrews. That's the thing, right? So for them, there is no proof here of God's existence because Jesus exists. It's just whether or not Jesus is the thing that was prophesied that God would bring about in order to reestablish the kingdom of Israel.
No,
But
I want to backtrack
wait-
for a split second over here to the thought of that prophecy that we kind of left the ball dropped on. So Micah 5:2, what does that say?
We're supposed to be in Malachi, by the way. Just I'll and
Yeah.
just per Mark. I just wanted to bring that up. Per Mark, it's Malachi and Isaiah. But I'm personally more than happy to hear your version of the good
Isaiah
news.
tends to contradict that as well when you take a look at the rest of the context and realize who the suffering servant is, given that it's repeated over and over and over throughout all of the book. And
Because last I checked, the suffering servant was not like contextually, it was not like one individual. It was supposed to be Israel itself.
It's my people. It's
it's
God
people of
talking
Israel.
to his people. You are my suffering servant.
It's not like one guy. It's literally the whole of Judea.
Yeah, but Isaiah fixes that, right? You know, one of the cases I would say is that you have these politically and religiously significant events and people that pop up all over Judea.
If Isaiah is
that
fixing
isn't
it,
really what
hold
anyone
on.
means by the time the New
Hold
Testament
on,
is reached.
real quick. If Isaiah is fixing something that would stand then it would stand to be the case that Micah was a false prophet.
And good to see you, Moondog. Thanks so much for
Yeah.
being here. This is okay. So just to head this off at the pass. Okay, so whether you know it about me or not, Duck, discussing theology is one thing. And I can dive into theology all day long. And the particular Micah one we're talking about is Micah 5:2, which talks about a ruler over Israel coming out of Bethlehem Ephrathah. And which is weird because then people were like in the Gospels be like, what good comes out of Bethlehem? Because Bethlehem was like a podunk, middle and nowhere town that nobody envisioned anything good could come out of. It's like, what good could come out of Bethlehem? But that's why that's only stated in like 2 Gospels. The other 2 Gospels don't make any mention of Bethlehem. So that's just weird. Not to mention there's a contradiction there as to like what was going on with Herod and the census and where Joseph and Mary were at the time. It's just all contradictory and nonsense. But nonetheless, we can go theology all day long. But the idea of the theological claims regarding Jesus, his miracles, his resurrection, blah, 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 these are theological claims. They are not historical claims. Even the biblical scholarship holds that there is this distinction because there are claims that you can chalk up to history, the crucifixion. The Romans crucified everybody. It was kind of the things that it was like a Roman pastime to stick people on wood and make them and set them up as an example for other people. So what was he crucified? If he existed, was he crucified? It's very highly likely that he was. That's not a theological claim. It's a theological claim to claim that he resurrected. That's a theological claim. And the problem is that truth, whether that proposition is true or not, hinges on one important proposition. Does the God exist at all? That's the key. Does that particular God, as they envision it, exist? Because if that God doesn't exist, then the theological claim is false, and we don't have to worry about it.
That's kind of what I was insinuating.
This is why, Duck, I don't typically mire myself in theological debate, because number one, you've got hermeneutical issues, you've got exegetical issues, you've got eisegetical issues, and you got no true Scotsman's being thrown around. Like, blessed be he is in here be like, no, well, they're just not true believing Christians. It's just no true Scotsman's. How about this? Let's go to the core of the issue. Does the God exist? Does it even exist as a concrete thing independent of human minds?
Yeah, I mean, so the way I take that question is I would think immediately, well, this could just be it could be a mind-dependent God that isn't that fascinating to a lot of people. And because it's like, you're right? Like, I would go to any Department of Education anywhere in the United States, and I wouldn't find this God. I wouldn't find people doing things with him out in the world. But there's still the core philosophy point or truth point is that if I have mind-dependent truths that are about this God, that some human truths are about an infinite divine being or something, and that's just what truths are like, and you need these truths for other truths that very much are instantiated in the world, then you know, you could say, well, there's a strong case for a mind-dependent version of this God that exists, and yeah, the Bible is a great way to get into that.
Okay, now hold up. Okay, first and foremost, let me do this. Madam President Moshpit, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Doombase as well, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Luna Knights as well. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate y'all hanging out. See, my live chat's kind of blowing up. It's really, really awesome. So appreciate everybody hanging. Secular Feelinist, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Here's the problem, is that you just defined it as a thing that doesn't actually exist. You defined it as an abstract concept that is applied as the individual feels it should be applied. So abstract concepts don't exist like concrete things exist. They exist as mental confabulations or mental constructs. So if you want to say that the God concept is an abstract, that's one thing. But it's not a thing that you can then say that, sure, there are ideas there's some like philosophical concepts that the character of Jesus may have espoused that were popular. And I get that. But you can't disregard the fact that 300 years before Jesus did his thing, Alexander the Great tore through that entire region, subjugated it, and basically brought Hellenistic ideas into that region. And Hellenistic ideas began to blend with Jewish mysticism. So the Greek philosophy was literally forced into that region. Hellenistic ideas were then absorbed into that culture. What the things that Jesus espoused, especially at the Sermon on the Mount, a lot of those concepts were Hellenistic the ideas of Hellenistic philosophers that were repatriated into the Jewish ideology. So Jesus wasn't even a revolutionary as far as that shit. He was just espousing shit that was well known at the time. And he was an advocate for certain philosophical positions regarding interpersonal relationships and a relationship with apparently this God that other philosophers before him had already espoused and were popular with some people. So he didn't even do anything
you're no longer talking about like a fly, right? And this is, I'll just say this really quick. Here's a crazy one, and let's just see where it goes or whatever. But okay, so a fly lands on your shoulder and whispers to you, "Hey, I heard from some microbiome friends I have. There's this big, vast oil thing under the ground, and so if you actually crawl out and go look and you dig under the earth, you're gonna know that there's oil there." And so like saying that, like, okay, that sounds like a batshit narrative, but it doesn't, comparatively, it doesn't sound crazy to say, well, if you're suggesting I take on this view that Jesus was a significant figure introducing these Hellenistic ideas, but it produces something totally new. I see this going back up to that abductive space. I see it as actually very charitable to my position.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, if you believe the things that you believe because they make you feel better, then fine. But it's not a thing that you can espouse to be true about reality in and of itself, which is why I'm addressing what I address. Is what can you espouse to be true about reality, about independent of human minds, okay? And if the God doesn't exist, then we can just like remove it. We can just eliminate the theology that's built up around it because there's no point in addressing that. There's no point in getting lost in that miasma. So, and also Kids Love Satan 34. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here this morning. I appreciate it. I love Joe Rocker 3029 up there. Says like, if Jesus walked in your house right now, you'd probably vomit because Bronze Age monkeys or Iron Age monkeys were pretty stinky. That's very true. Yeah, that's they were you know, the dirtiness. But that's where I mean, at best you could come up with logical argument. You can come up with logically valid arguments that don't say anything about reality, especially if you can't demonstrate the premises to be true. Sure, you know, Jesus had some positive aspects that you could say, or like the character of Jesus espoused some positive things that you could say have utility in society. Sure, you could say the same thing about Buddha. Okay, but never forget that Buddha was a prince who had everything before he gave it all up. And he was actually, when he was a prince, he was a complete and total fucking douche before he did that. And he committed atrocities before he gave up everything and, you know, did the whole like Buddhist thing. So, and started his old movement. Jesus, at best we can tell, if the character existed, I'm not a mythicist, but if the character existed, was just literally a first century itinerant cult leader. He was the David Koresh of Iron Age Palestine. So what? You know, it doesn't say anything as to whether or not the God exists or the theology is true. It just means that he's just one more cult leader in a bucket full of cult leaders in a time in ancient Rome was the age of cults. There was cults everywhere. So the only thing special about him is that a big important leader at one time in the future picked it up and ran with it, because all you have to do is convince the right person who has enough power and influence, and if that person runs with it, it's going to gain steam. And then you have an entire empire that is driving the westward expansion and the proliferation of Christianity at the tip of a sword. That's how you do it. The cult gets formed. The cult takes root in the zeitgeist. Someone really powerful is convinced of its nonsense, and then they go out spreading it at the tip of a sword. It's the exact same shit with Scientology.
What if this is a response, though, in history to the very cold, bureaucratic Roman Empire? Would that be...
They weren't cold and bureaucratic.
Closer to something that you could say is truth-bearing?
Wait, I'm sorry, I was distracted by I got a super chat in. Christian live streamer, thank you so much for the $2. Says he made flawless stools, and he also made furniture. It's true. My theory is that, like, if the character actually existed, is that he was a carpenter and he was actually a shitty carpenter, so he became a cult leader because he couldn't do any carpentry for shit. Being a cult leader was his fallback because he was a shit carpenter.
But he also, he made flawless tools and he made furniture. I mean, it's funny. It's like funny, haha, but it's also not the main story.
We can talk about this thing glibly because there's no evidence to support the supernatural of it. It's like, why would we believe this? What is the rational justification for doing it? Because I get that there's positive utility for some individuals, that they need that shit. And I get that there are things that societies can bandy around, and it's kind of like there's some good ideas for interpersonal relationships there that can help a society thrive. I get that. But human beings have been doing that shit since time immemorial. Okay, there's nothing different about it. There's just different ways of articulating it. Buddha had his own ways of doing it. The Egyptians had their ways. The Tao Te Ching has its ways. They're all repurposings of the same ancient concepts that we figured out. Don't act like a douche and you get to be part of the society. Okay? So that's how you do it. And so we need to be able to justify, or the believer needs to be able to justify the supernatural aspects of it. And if they want to keep claiming that these things are true. Otherwise, it's like, yay, it makes me feel good. I don't give a shit. Who cares?
I lost audio on my side here.
Sorry.
Let me bring Jay. I think Jay accidentally disconnected.
I did it multiple times, actually.
There's still this.
Yeah, I've been listening.
There's the aspect of the supernatural aspect.
Well, Doug, hold on.
Okay.
Doug, what's your? I was just wondering because I've got a short time frame here before I'm going to nod off because I worked all night. What's the point of your, if you could just give it, so I maybe have something to think about later and I can go back and maybe watch this conversation again. What's the point? What's the ultimate points that you're trying to push here?
There's just there at least isn't an a priori reason to reject the Christian position or the Bible. And secondly, I would say the evidence that one can either pull from or go to shows that the end of the conversation maybe isn't a rejection of a natural.
Well, what would be hold on, is the a priori position of Christianity the same a priori position as Judaism, where it is the case that the God exists?
I love how Jay goes right where my mind was at when he was talking. I was like, this like literally what jumped to my head. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just wondering because you said an a priori position. So is it because, like I said before, there's the issue of whether or not Jesus is the Messiah, not necessarily whether or not the God exists. So is it the a priori position of Christianity based on the idea that God exists? Because that's the same a priori position as Judaism.
Yeah, it's saying that, the basic idea is that, if people are worshiping a totem or something else, there's some sort of artifact and you can debate what it is, but we can't ultimately reduce someone's psychological belief and the total philosophical position, right? The total
But do we have it?
position.
But what artifact do we have?
Well, there's literally
But what
sound like an
artifact
idiot.
do we
There's
have?
like millions of them. There's like millions all over the world.
So you can name 5 right now, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Great.
you could probably go to like one of your local museums that has like archaeological artifacts from like indigenous people all over the US, or you could look at, their
Yeah.
religious
So
symbols and things like
can you
this.
get specific?
Those would all be artifacts.
Can you get specific?
Yeah, that's why I was asking for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
That's like saying, yeah, we got proof.
So-
What is it? Like lots of it.
yeah. So
Samples, please.
But wait,
Yeah.
how do we delineate from? Wait, how do we delineate from the artifacts that you just gave about from other things, the artifacts of Christianity or the artifacts of Judaism, and then determine which artifacts are supposed to represent some kind of truth?
well, they all do represent. You might reject that they are justified or that they are actually about something true in the world. That might be the ultimate position you land on, but I'm saying the first thing is that there's not a reason to a priori reject them. Right? Like, I don't think naturalism. I think I would argue. Okay,
hold
so
on.
I would argue. My
You-
bad. I would argue it's a stretch of a naturalist worldview to say, well, this is actually the reason we're able to reject supernatural stuff right away. Right
Hold
away.
on. You've a priori accepted them. You've just taken them outright, and you haven't specified what we're looking at yet either. So we're neither looking at anything or finding out why you get to have a default where we should be accepting.
Yeah. No, I see that. I do.
So we're going to need those two
we
things solved.
just might slightly disagree on that.
So you just get to believe by default, and that's what has to be fought against. Like, if I'm willing to believe anything, you now have to just disprove it.
Yeah, because you could even say that, well, 99% of Christianity and 99% of ordinary Christian beliefs, and maybe even 99% of like what the Pope says or what Ken Ham says, that might all be BS. But if there's 1% or a reason why it could be true, right? I'm basically saying that, it's just not clear cut right away. My sort of perennial truth that
So you're saying if there's an iota,
why there's a truth that is just like it's incoherent with all possible realities.
so you're saying if there's a 1% chance that there's any kind of, sorry, just want to see if I can keep on track here. And like I said, I'm tired, and you already called me an idiot, so I'm going to act like an idiot. Are you saying if there's a 1% iota of some kind of like possible veracity to any of this, we should hold to it as all true? Or
I didn't say anything even close.
because there's multiple claims. That's why I was asking for clarification.
There also
I wasn't
is
straw manning you.
there also is an a priori reason for. There's a number of a priori reasons for rejecting the Bible. Logic being one of them.
Yeah, like well, yeah, and we were talking about it earlier. If you were to look at the Bible, Jael and I were talking about it earlier. If you were to look at the Bible like in kind of a univocal sense, and you start from Genesis as the beginning of the series and go all the way through, the series starts with the presumption that the God that it just exists is a foregone conclusion.
Right. It starts with the premise that it already is. It's baked into it, so it's arguing from the position that it's already existed, as though it's already been demonstrated. So automatically, it's begging the question, because it never establishes how we know the thing exists. It simply says that it does, and every time it's brought up, it's kind of like, well, I am because I am. It's like, no. So automatically, you're begging the question at the start. So just like logic itself is an a priori reason. You could also argue that I look at like an a priori reason for logic would be like logical contradictions themselves. That a book that is defined as being inspired by an inherently perfect entity, like what we say, like the inerrant word of a perfect God, cannot contain logical contradictions. Okay, like it wouldn't contain, because it's perfect, so its word would be perfect, and so there would not be logical contradictions within it. But there are logical contradictions within it, so therefore I can reject the Bible
Because
as
like
being
our world,
like the word of
our
God.
world might be, but our world might be like strongly emergent from something.
That doesn't
right?
matter because that doesn't matter, because any way the world is the way that God made it. So the world, that like the rules of the world or the state of the world, does not impact how God does anything. So the God does a thing, nothing impacts or constrains the way God does shit. You can't say that the world is a certain way and humans are a certain way so that human interpretation messed up God's word. No, because it doesn't flow backwards. You're trying to run the river backwards on that one. The way humans do things is if you take that God exists, the way humans do shit, they do shit that way because God made them to do shit that way. Any error in reasoning that on behalf of the humans is as a result of the way they are. They are the way they are because of how God made them. God didn't have to make them that way. So those errors in reasoning, the culpability for those is on the God itself. It's either intentional or the God is not all powerful. So either way, the God falls. The God concept as it's defined falls because the contradictions start mounting up. It doesn't make any sense. God didn't have to like if God wanted the Bible to be one way, interpreted one way across all generations without question, it could have done that. But it didn't. Why? Because humans are flawed. Bullshit. The only reason humans are flawed is because of the circumstances that God created. It didn't have to create those circumstances. Or even then, those circumstances do not preclude God doing that. It's not like humans are all messed up, therefore God can't do something.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. It's like the idea that God created a mess and now he has to work his way around it. He can't. And sometimes he's made the mess in such a way that now sometimes, however he wants to construct things or do things, it just can't it can't logically be fixed because of the way that he set up states of affairs.
Right. And it doesn't even make sense to appeal to free will, as a vast majority of theists will do. Well, free will, bullshit. Book of Acts shows right then and there that God could literally show up, stand in front of you and go, I am God, wah, Inception style, and it doesn't violate your free will. You still have the choice to follow it or not, because knowledge of its existence, not just belief, knowledge of its existence does not logically entail that you will follow it. That is a different choice. Whether it's worthy of being
but I might hold
followed.
the position. I could say, like, if I told you I'm Christian, I could also hold the position that, well, perennial truths are basically the same, and the Bible is either one way or a better way to get there. And this also overcomes that sort of objection that, well, if it's the case that there's some epistemic or metaphysical play at all, then yeah, you might be 100% right about naturalism, but there's still this sort of truth-bearing position that can exist based on irrational beliefs like religion.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, naturalism can cover these things as well. You can ground all this shit in naturalism. You can ground morality. You can ground the way we interact intersocially, intersubjectivity, intersocial relationships. You can ground all that shit with naturalism. You don't need God concepts to ground them. The thing is that Christians are too busy trying to convince other people that their way of grounding it is better when it's not. Because in the Christian worldview, the way they ground them is because God said so. That's their fucking grounding.
Well,
in the naturalistic perspective, these things are grounded because they have evolutionary benefit.
Yeah, that and the assumption that all of nature is necessarily a creation. So if it's created, there's some kind of intent. So that has to be grounded, because nature couldn't just exist in and of itself. Nature must necessarily be made by something else.
So the shit just falls apart once you start poking at it. It's wet toilet paper.
Yeah. I mean, does it sound? Let me just ask you, JL. Does it sound a little better if I were to say that there's a deep archaeological commitment which actually extends to neurophysiology, it has to include these components of known biases. It has to include sort of contemporary epistemology, like the best practices in philosophy. So you have to have this large sort of wobbly space of truth seeking. But once you have this sort of more responsible view in place, then it may be the case that a Christian view can be entertained like many others.
Yeah, you can entertain it. Just depends upon how much, if I say to entertain it with a grain of salt, do what the Eastern religions have figured out a long time ago, because you've got you got Taoism, you got Confucianism, you've got a number of you got Chinese mysticism. They treat it like a salad bar. They take what agrees with them and then they leave the rest.
They do.
Okay. I think an esoteric approach to philosophy is the best approach to it. Find what works. Okay. And then there's no one way to go about it. So I think that's always the smartest way. But Joe Rocker has a question for you. Do you believe that you're a magic spirit monkey?
I was just actually talking to Toronto Bible Study the other day. I was making fun of him because Deuteronomy forbids sorcery and magic. And so it is kind of a funny question. No, I don't personally believe I'm a magic spirit monkey. I appreciate it. But it is also kind of funny or worth considering that the Bible does outlaw magic like magic is real, right? So
which books were it again that we had our famous wizard battle with the staffs?
Oh, in Exodus?
Wait, who was the star of that little show?
Moses, you mean where he has to keep his staff up in order for the Israelites to defeat the Amalekites? Or are you referring to that?
The great series of wizards.
Oh, it was the Moses versus the palace magician with the snakes, and then turn the staff into two snakes, and then he turned the staff into a big snake that ate the small snakes.
But what's the narrative about? What's the narrative about where there's some kind of divination that actually occurs that God wants to occur? There's never mind. I'll look it up.
I gotta bring this up. Madam President Moshpit, thank you so much for the super chat for $2. Says my caffeine addiction or jail's nicotine, much cheaper. This is true. Well, actually, I have both: caffeine addiction, nicotine addiction.
I thought you were just mainlining cocaine at this point, Jail.
I'm ready to take on the world. It ain't easy being cheesy.
All right, I gotta have some coffee and go do my thing for the day. Thanks for having me up, JL.
Anytime, Duck. You have a good one. You're always welcome.
Nice conversation. I like being called idiot first thing in the morning.
Never.
Sorry. Unfortunately, no believers as of yet, but we got a bunch of people in the live chat. I don't know if any of them are believers in there. I think I've said hi to everybody. Kama Moon Fury, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Cranky Elder God, my favorite kind of Elder God, for 666 for 666 freedom dollars, says, how can you discount magic while accepting miracles? Exactly. So I appreciate that, Cranky. Thanks so much for that. It's a very good point.
That was Duck's not a he's not a Christian though. He doesn't identify as a Christian, does he?
I think somebody pointed out that he might have been trolling. He may have just been LARPing.
I don't mind engaging in somebody trying to take a positive position on something just to take the positive position. I've done that with multiple people who I know are not, they're not believers, and we just shot the shit about it just to throw it around.
Right. And the thought experiment debate, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Says, if I've learned anything from autocorrect, it is never Duck. Good point. Excellent point. I finally trained my autocorrect to actually pick up the F. So it took a long time, but now when I go to write it, my autocorrect knows what I'm trying to say. It took some time though. Joe Rocker says, if intelligent design is real, how come my foreskin doesn't say cut here on it? Very good point. Very good point.
Cut has the little tattoo with the scissors,
little line
with the little perforated thing. I heard a joke What do you call it? What do you call a discount? What do you call a discount circumcision?
Huh.
A ripoff.
Ow. Ow.
Yeah, bad joke.
I don't know about you, but mine had a tag said "Do not remove under penalty of under federal penalty," and they did it anyway, and nobody was brought to justice for that. Like a mattress tag. That was just.
It's kind of it is kind of. It is kind of interesting when you think about it. It's like when God made everybody this way, and then all of a sudden, like, hey, by the way, you're my chosen people. Cut that shit off. And by the way, if you have any foreigners amongst you, and they have slaves, and they want to participate in your rituals, they also got to cut that shit off just to participate in your
mutilate your genitals to be a part of the cult. Just get the GTFO.
Yep.
What the hell?
Well, they didn't even have to be part. They didn't even have to be part of the cult. That was just to participate in the feasts.
Right.
Or yeah, it was just like, really? You have to like, who's checking at the door? Like, drop your doors. Yeah,
why don't
you're
you
good.
why don't you just go full Jesus and just cut your balls off? Because that's the best way to get to Christ.
That's a weird...
not be distracted by sexual urges. Just cut your sack off and you're good to go.
Yeah, before there were blacklight stamps. That's how you got into the club. Drop your pants. Nope. Yep.
You know that transitively speaking, God would have to be uncircumcised then, because we were made in God's image, and apparently we had to be fixed after the fact.
Good point.
Everybody knows God doesn't have a dick. We're made in the Imago Dei by our spirit, not the physical vessel that our spirit inhabits. Come on, Andrew.
Well, to be fair, remember that off in the beginning, God supposedly being this spirit thing, whatever that's supposed to be, didn't have a dick. Then came Jesus, had a dick, then went back to heaven, and that dick gone. So God apparently is both trans and detransitioned.
What I love is the narrative, Genesis 18, and it starts out with Abraham, and he's encamped, and God. It says God shows up at his tent with the two angels, and these two angels are going to be the ones that go down and destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, right? And Abraham just recognizes him. Oh, hey, how's it going, God? and they start shooting the shit, and then the two angels are like, yeah, we're going to go down and we're going to have some fun. And then all of a sudden there's this hypothetical that Abraham poses to God, and he says, well, what if there's like 50 righteous people or 40 righteous people in Sodom and Gomorrah? Are you going to destroy all of Sodom and Gomorrah even with the righteous people? And then he goes, nope, if there's 40, not going to do it. And then it goes down, 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 and down. And then next thing you know, you're reading the narrative about Sodom and Gomorrah. The angels go to Lot's house and like, yeah, you need to get the fuck out of Dodge because God wants us to turn this into a parking lot.
Deuce out because we're going nuclear.
There is no sparing it because there's a certain amount of righteousness. No, you need to go to the next town over. Don't look back because the destruction is going to be mythical. Oh, there goes Lot's wife. She looked back.
That's funny, Moondog. I can't put that up on the screen, but I do appreciate that. That's the situation in our government right now is absolutely bonkers. Oh, got 60 people in the live chat. I was hoping we have a believer in there. The link is up at the top. If you are a believer and you'd like to talk about what you believe and why, present your evidence or argument, or maybe ask questions of the non-believers, please feel free to click the link and come on stage. You'll be put in the back room.
Blessed be he. Blessed be he.
You don't need Discord for this. Just click the link. It'll bring you to StreamYard. We can do a quick screen to make sure you're cool. So far, everybody that's come up, I know and have interacted with in the past, so I'm familiar with everybody here. But if you're brand new to the stage, come on up and we'll have a chat about what you believe and why. You can present your evidence or your argument, or you can ask questions, or we can have a conversation. So, Andrew Rose says, when you get a discount circumcision, do you have to leave a tip? I think the gratuity is built into it.
Yeah, Noel. Yeah, I mean, I get what he's saying. It's kind of like, well, it's kind of like if you get like a special on a meal, does that give you, should you give more? Should you tip your server more because you get a discount on the meal?
Right. Yes, please, believers, come on up and explain how your religion is not a proxy cannibalistic, blood sacrifice worshiping, apocalyptic death cult. I'm very curious to hear how you want to defend that. So,
Yep. Now, I just want some criticism here from you, Jail. Was there anything that I was bringing up with Duck when we were talking that was because, like I said, I'm tired. I worked all night. I was off base in any way.
no,
I
you're
didn't
solid.
think
You're on point.
Okay, I wasn't. Sometimes, I've been up all night, and then, I was like,
Yeah, you're
and then
good.
he called, and then he called me an idiot because he goes, I never said that. And I was like, I'm sorry, I didn't think you did. I was asking. I hate it. I hate it when that happens. I get that from theists all the time. I'm like, I'm asking you. I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that you did. I'm asking.
Hey, Robin Webster, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Says great definition. Yeah, that's that. I find that it was weird because I brought that up one time to a Christian, and a Christian was like, "Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Why would you describe Christianity that way?" So let's walk through it. Proxy cannibalistic, Eucharist. It's cannibalism by proxy. Human sacrifice worshiping or blood sacrifice worshiping, the crucifixion. Blood sacrifice worshiping, and not to mention all the the borderline paraphilic fixation with blood and death. Apocalyptic, they're like it's scheduled like the end of the world, which means in order to meet their God, they all have to die. Biologically, they have to die so they can so the spirits can return to God or return to heaven. That's a death cult. That's Heaven's Gate shit.
Yeah, and it's weird how that works because I've had that conversation, like the whole blood thing. It's like, how does this physical manifestation of bloodletting lead to some kind of, change in the very nature of one's salvific state or their state of righteousness in their eyes of this God? If all this, salvific, yes, salvific.
They bring that shit up and they bring that shit up, and the only thing that comes to mind is the bloodbath scene from the first Blade movie. I'm like, exactly. I'm kind of like, this is gross. I'm not a cannibal, nor am I a vampire. So it's just like, whatever it is, it's just freaky. Yeah, yes, that's right, Jay Verse. God not only loves you, but he needs your money.
Yeah, I guess because I was I was indoctrinated into that religion from a very young age, and my parents are still Christians. I think my mom ended up developing more anxiety after she got curious and read "God Is Not Great" by Christopher Hitchens, but she was like, "Yeah, I'm not really digging this."
God Is Not Great, The God Delusion, a number of others that pointed out is like, that's right, secular villainous, and God also needs your starship. Excuse me.
Well, it was funny because
I have a question. What does God need with a starship? And I love how I love how Spock even is like, you didn't answer his question. What does God need with a starship?
Yeah. You will take me and I will go all around the world, all around the universe, enslaving people. Oh, it's that nonsense. Okay.
And see, I'm actually that the god of Shakari was actually the inspiration for it because, like, oh, you want proof? Zark. It's like, there's your proof. It was like that. That's very Yahweh-ish. That is.
Yeah, and
like, go ahead.
And if only they didn't known about the from Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh, you're like that god Ego.
Right.
But you can't just travel around within a limited proximity of your own existence. But either way, still funny.
It broke my heart to put that tumor in her head.
Yeah, it's like, what?
It's like, what did you say?
The best one is in Guardians of the Galaxy 3, and he goes, no, I think you're pressing on the keyhole. There's a button under the handle. Yeah. Push it in. Okay. Now what? Open the fucking door.
Open the fucking door. It's like, now.
Because that's a terrible design. He's like, Now what? Open the fucking door.
Surprised me. It leaves to James Gunn for like the last Guardians movie. Open the fucking door.
Yeah. The way he has to talk her through it is just hilarious. This is like, yeah, that's a nice setup. I like that. And then come to find out that was completely impromptu. That was not scripted. Open the fucking door.
Brilliant. All right. Calming Waves
That was-
Julian, good to see you. Thanks for being here. It says, oh, this is to Jay. It says Dan McClellan book, Yahweh Divine Images, really scholarly, tries to show how, because of how humans think, we often think blood sacrifice is necessary. Tries to show how, because of how humans think, we often think blood sacrifice. Oh yeah, blood is life,
Yeah.
and the power. And I think that traces back to that. I think that has its roots, its deep roots in primal animism, going all the way back to like how these, like if you go back like where the initial point where people started asking questions that you could consider of a spiritual nature, it goes back to like primal animism. I think that's where those roots are.
Well, I was doing that with somebody in a live chat where I was asking about whether or not I was an object of wrath or not, because they knew I was a non-believer. You know, there's that verse in the New Testament where where it's talked about, or it's not Jesus. I think it's Paul or Peter. Anyway, it speaks of objects of wrath, right? There are these objects of wrath that are made for wrath, right? And then this person was trying to say, well, if you believe a particular way. And I was like, yeah, that's what I'm asking you. What is it about an epistemic position that changes that nature? Is that what you're trying to say? If I believe something in a particular way, it will change the very fundamental nature of my design. And they really couldn't. They tried to answer it, but it was just, it always came off just really flighty. It was like, yeah, if you believe that you're a bird, you'll become a bird kind of like mentality. And it's like, no. I don't buy that,
like a
but
bird,
okay.
I can fly away.
I only fly
So sorry.
away. Yeah. I don't know where my home is, but yeah, I got into that I've gotten into all sorts of like these kind of like ontological kind of like conversations about, well, the importance of bloodletting and how it changes, how it's supposedly supposed to atone. I'm like, wait, are you saying there would be no atonement for sins if there was no blood? Like God couldn't just forgive you without blood? Like that to me seems kind of weird, right? Because I mean, everything in Judaism was based on like if you committed some transgression, right? If a guy had a nightly emission, or when a woman was on her period, she had to go outside the city walls, you know, during her monthlies, and then come back in and then go through a whole bloodletting thing, or like a sacrifice and everything, a ritual with the priests, in order to be deemed cleansed, right? And it's like. Yeah, it was funny to me because it's like, yeah, she can't bleed inside the city, but as soon as she's done doing her monthlies, she goes into a tent, into this kind of makeshift tent tabernacle that was described in the scriptures as being covered in like dried blood from sacrifices.
So skeevy.
And it's like you're worried about this filth from humanity, but you're not worried about the filth of all these animal sacrifices that are occurring. You've got a tent that's literally an abattoir, and it was just like this is I mean, it's just typical like kind of like medieval way of thinking about things.
Yeah,
you know, it's
and
like
people
wonder,
and people wonder why the Native Americans, why the indigenous Americans were like freaked out by Christianity and the notions of what they do, because these concepts didn't exist for them. And while they had their own concept like that, the idea of eating other people, or even in a proxy symbolic way, was taboo. And so the notion of like this like ritualistic practice was very like eek, you know, to a lot of the indigenous Americans when it was brought over from Europe. So
well, isn't it kind of
I have to say hello. I guess the Thorpes, or one of the Thorpes, has arrived in the chat. So Thorpe Tube says, "Good afternoon, JL. Long time no see. It's been a while. Appreciate you popping into the stream."
Oh, that's the mother and or father and daughter team, right?
Yeah. So they're here. They're here in the chat. So I appreciate them being here, listening. So thank you so much. I appreciate that. This is the Stage of Reason. I'm going to be doing this on my channel fairly often. So if you pop by, if you hear it, so just say hello. Thank you for popping in and supporting. So I appreciate that. Appreciate the interaction.
Because they were over on Taco's channel there for a while. Weren't they frequenting over there, or was it someplace else? I was thinking. Okay.
And I would say it was a bit more chaotic because of how Taco has it set up. I think a bit more of a controlled environment would be better. So hopefully I can provide that a bit more of a where it's a bit more structured than that is, so it just doesn't just descend into chaos. I think will be better. So many people in the live chat. Like I said, if there's any believers in the chat who want to defend what they believe, or want to ask questions of atheists or anything of that nature, then the link is there. We can do a quick screen and we can bring you up on stage. You don't even need Discord for this. So I appreciate any believers who want to come up to defend what they believe and why. So this is the conversations we're here to have. This is the stage of reason. And if y'all are enjoying, you seem to be enjoying it. People seem to be digging it. So it looks like I should be doing this more often. So I probably will do this again next Sunday. So I probably this might be the new Sunday thing I do in my channel is bring Bubba, because this has been pretty solid. And there's Leo Phileas. I see him. I see the I like how Leo does it. I can't do it like Leo does, but good to see you, Leo.
Thorpe's, the Thorpe's.
Yeah, he does. Leo just has this great way of doing it. But good to see you, Leo Phileas. Appreciate it.
The way he does it reminds me of that reverse raspberry that Madeline Kahn does in the movie Clue. Yes, people, I'm that old. The movie Clue. If you haven't seen it, fucking watch it.
Tim Curry, come on. Tim Curry is a legend. The man has never done a bad thing, whether it was Clue or it was Legend or it was the It TV series or his small part in Hunt for Red October or his voice work in Fern Gully or even his one episode appearance on Psych. Okay, his one episode, the Tim Curry episode of Psych, is one of the best of that entire 7 season series. Because, or I think it was 7 or 8, but 7, I think it was 7 seasons. And his interactions with Corbin Burnson and just the way he is, because he's very much like a Tim Curry version of Simon Cowell, is just absolutely brilliant. So Tim Curry is a legend, and I'm so glad that he's doing better these days. Since he had his stroke.
I thought he passed. Oh, that's right. He did have a massive stroke, didn't he?
He had a massive stroke, but he recently released he recently did a video where he did Rocky Horror Picture Show. Exactly. He recently, he is as Muppet Treasure Island. Oh God. Even National, what was it? What was the one where was it Loaded Weapon 1? No, which movie was he in? Which Lampoon movie when he did the Girl Scout thing? There was nothing.
I don't remember.
Would you like to buy some cookies? But there was nothing that man couldn't do. So I love him so much. He was so influential.
My favorite thing from one of my favorite parts in Clue is like Madeline Kahn. Men should be like Kleenexes, soft, strong, disposable. And then Richard Mull goes, "You lure men to their death like a spider with flies." And she goes, "Flies are where men are most vulnerable." And he goes, "That's right."
Yeah, love Tim Curry. If you're not familiar with his entire, he's a freaking legend. And he recently did a video where those videos where actors will go back and break down, I think for Variety or something like this, where they break down their most iconic roles. And he'll talk about the behind the scenes stuff. But he recently did one of those. And I'm glad that what's awesome is that despite his stroke, he's in a wheelchair now, but despite that, the man has not lost his sense of humor, which I absolutely adore. That snark, it is still there and fully intact, which I absolutely just love about him. So he's still got it.
I always like watching, I remember introducing some people when I was in the military, introducing them to the movie Legend. And I'm like, yeah, who is that playing that big devil-looking motherfucker? I'm like, I said, oh, that's the butler from Clue. They're like,
yes,
what?
That's the butler from Clue.
I said, it's also the transsexual vampire from Rocky Horror Picture Show. They're like, no fucking way. I was like,
yes.
Yeah, it's him. I said, especially because he would do the same thing when he was voicing Captain Hook in the Peter Pan cartoon. He'd do the same thing. What do we have here? Little boy.
I love the fact that he was the original choice for the Joker for Batman and the animated series, that they brought him in first to do line reads for the Joker, and the execs at Warner
Oh,
Brothers
that's
felt that
weird.
they felt that he was too creepy. So they brought Mark Hamill in instead. So Mark Hamill was actually the second choice because they went, it was like, well, Tim Curry, he's like legend. We got to bring him in. And what you can see those the test footage of him voicing the Joker. It's on YouTube, and there is an air of like malice that he brings to it. That's like that undercurrent. Whereas Mark Hamill brought a more of a joviality to it.
Well, Mark Hamill was just doing the trickster from the Flash show.
Right, yeah. And so I love that to become, and of course it's Mark Hamill. If you put his name together, you can see Arkham right there in his name. So he was meant to play it. But Tim Curry as the Joker was just brilliant. It's almost like when you think about Chris Farley doing the voice of Shrek before sadly he passed away. And I think he would have been fantastic as that voice.
Oh, really? They considered him for Shrek before Michael Myers?
Before Mike Myers, right. And the test footage is out there. He passed away, but there is some footage of the line reads that he was doing.
Yeah, I did not. That's a new one. I had no idea that Chris Farley was considered for Shrek.
Yeah, Farley was originally cast as the voice of him. He had recorded 85% of the character's dialogue, but he died just before the voiceover was completed. And they brought in Mike Myers too, and it completely restructured it. But yeah, Chris Farley was.
It's too bad they didn't have. It's too bad they didn't have AI back then, because they probably could have finished it using AI.
Right. Oh, they probably could have. Yeah. And I think it was just like, just thinking about that, it was kind of like, because for everybody behind the scenes was talking about, everybody knew Chris as the kind of character he was, just the way, the kind of the person he was. And people were like, well, wait, Chris Farley, the guy's just like, he was like big and huge and spaz, but behind the scenes, the guy was a consummate professional, and he would do everything he could to make something solid. So he would sacrifice his body and sacrifice himself, for the bit, because he was a true and tried comic. That's what he was. He wasn't a comedian; he was a comic. And so, like the professional clown, going back to its real roots. And when he won the Shrek role, according to everybody, Mike Myers, Adam Sandler, everybody, they were talking about how he threw himself into that to make it the absolute best shit he had ever done. He nailed it. Like the way he was going to voice the character, all the nuance he brought the whole thing down, like broke it all down, and it was going to be amazing. But unfortunately, he passed. So
it's kind of a thing in my family. We're known for quoting movie lines. Like, my dad's not much of like knowing like who directed what, who did this and all that kind of stuff, but he loves a good movie. And like, two of his favorite movies to quote is, well, he likes to quote lots of different lines from movies, but the lines from Tommy Boy and from Stuart saves his thing. Yeah. Tommy, don't give her the weight room routine. Get out of there.
I know that everybody goes to fat guy in a little coat. Everybody goes to that, but I always remember.
No, we always go to
Wingy.
No, we always go to that. It's like, well, she sure is good looking. You think she goes out with one of the Yankees?
I think a serious moment that got me was when they do the David Spade is in there talking to the guy, and in the background you see him backing up the car, and he backs up the door against the pillar, and you just see him doing the spaz out, freak out, trying to fix it. And then when eventually David Spade comes out, the car looks normal. He goes open the door, and the door just falls off.
What'd you do?
What'd you do?
He goes, hey, I put 10W30 in it. Yeah, but the hood will latch properly if you remember to pull the bottle out. You fucking what do you call it? You waste of space or something like that.
Oh, he was so brilliant at that. It's like, I was like, oh, great, melted chocolate in the dashboard. That's gonna up the resale value. Don't worry, Richard. They have a thin candy shell. I think
they got a hard candy. They got a candy shell. He goes like, yeah, like your head.
He was like, yeah, I think your head is a thick candy shell. Your head is. Shut up, Richard.
You got that? He goes, you got that? Shut up.
Oh, that movie was better than it had any right to be. Just like a lot of people go to college for 8 years. Yeah, they're called doctors.
They're called doctors.
It's like
it's like get you John Hancock. It's Herbie Hancock.
John, it's Herbie. Luke, I am your father. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. Did we interrupt? Did we interrupt happy time or have playtime?
The part where he answers the door in the fucking Speedo. He goes, "Oh, Richard," and he goes, "Yikes."
I'm sorry, was there a niner in there? Or are we talking on a walkie-talkie?
You talking on a walkie-talkie?
Oh, those two were brilliant.
Yeah,
So good.
the worst one though has got to be the ninja one. God, that looks awful. Still some funny spots in it, but-
Beverly Hills Ninja.
Oh my God, that movie's ridiculous. That's like Adam Sandler ridiculous. This is horrible.
If you want to see like truly ridiculous, you got to go like modern attempts at blaxploitation. You got to go with like Pootie Tang.
I have never seen that.
I'm not even going to spoil it for you, but it's like that was the kicker.
Oh wait, yeah, I did. I saw it, but I was drunk when I watched it with my brother-in-law, so I don't remember much of it. But yeah, it's bad. That's bad.
I've only seen because blaxploitation of the 70s and the 80s, had its own style, and it was just the shit is just brilliant. The stories that they were telling. Pardon me. Modern interpretation or modern attempts, contemporary attempts at blaxploitation, I think kind of fall flat just because of the tropes that they hang on are kind of like
even like Black Dynamite.
Okay, I would say Black Dynamite is the exception to the rule because Michael Jai White. Michael Jai White brought something to that really and I think it was because of the way they shot it. It made it feel like this is a modern film that's being shot to look like a 70s film. So I saw that it's as much a blaxploitation film as it was a meta commentary on blaxploitation films.
Yeah.
So I think that's why it worked, because it didn't take itself seriously, especially the scene when he like does like the big speech and he puts his hands up in the Superman pose. He's like smiling, and then all of a sudden like the boom falls in to frame, and then like he looks up at the boom and he like so it was moments like that served it. And plus you can't deny some of the lines in that were fucking brilliant. Take your hands off the presidential dinnerware, you moon cricket. Like, what the fuck?
Oh my God.
He's gonna fight Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon busts out the nunchucks. He's like, ha ha! And I'm like, what the
I gotta go back. I forgot that. Dynamite. I sell drugs to the community. Better stop.
It's like, hey, my mommy said, my mommy says my daddy's Black Dynamite. Yeah, a lot of kids. Get out of here, kid. It's like he's got kids all over the place that don't know him. I just love the fight. I love the fight at the end. They're fighting in the White House, and he starts grabbing the dinnerware off the wall and throwing it. And he grabs one, and then all of a sudden it explodes, and it's the first lady with a friggin' 50 cal. Take your hands off the presidential dinnerware, you moon cricket. And then we were watching that. So this is funny. So I'd never seen the film, and I had recently shot a short film, like a long time. This was years ago when the film, let me see, let me double check something real quick. Black Dynamite. I know I was living in Texas at the time. Black Dynamite came out in 2009. In that year, I had shot a short film that had an action sequence in it. And so I had two guys that I had cast who were really good martial artists. And I shot this sequence with them. And anyway, so we were palling around. We'd done a day of shooting, and we were just kind of, like chilling out after the fact. And so he's like, dude, I got this movie. I'm going to get this movie that we can watch when we're back at the place. So we were back at my place. And we got like everything laid out. We're going to watch this movie. He's like, check out this movie. It's called Black Dynamite. So maybe this was like 2010. So like 2010. So anyway, he throws in Black Dynamite. We're sitting there watching it, and he had never seen it. He hadn't watched it. We hadn't watched it, so we didn't know what we were going into. So I'm sitting on the couch next to this dude who is a black belt in Shotokan, who is about to watch Black Dynamite. and Michael Jai White's performance in it, and we are fucking dying laughing. But when it gets to the moment where she says that line, the moon cricket line, he literally had to pause the film because he was laughing so hard, and he had never heard that term before. He had no idea what it meant. He was like, but we were all just falling out. It was that movie was so
I've heard it.
damn
I've heard
funny.
another. I've heard another iteration of it, but it's not moon. It's not moon cricket.
But the idea of, and then, you know, Anaconda malt liquor, you know, shit like that. The shit is just fucking. I love the
Instead of Cobra. Yeah.
Yeah. It was the bad editing, the all the shit that, you know, and the fact that Michael Jai White on frame, like he's there, will switch between the character of Black Dynamite and the actor. And you'll see these moments where he'll be like, I'm in character. And then when he like mistakenly think that we've cut rolling, that they've cut rolling, and he'll revert back to the actor who very much seems like a person who doesn't want to be there. You know, so he's kind of like, this is such bullshit.
Yeah.
But then he'll go then back into character.
Well, I don't know.
All excited. He's like, so yeah.
I don't know if you know, when you talk to my brother, I don't know if you knew this, but when my brother and I were younger, a lot younger, when we were in our teens, we would like, you know, for giggles, we would come up with like movie ideas, just, you know, goofy, you know, just whatever we could come up with. And we'd spitball ideas, you know, what, you know, for an action movie or sci-fi movie and stuff like that. And I remember we were going back, we were spitballing some kind of concept, some kind of sci-fi concept and everything. And I came up with this particular kind of like fighting style, like something to use in the movie that would be unique. And my brother, of course, he was just like, no, that's absolutely ridiculous. There's no way anybody, no way. It's just not even a thing. And then years later, I'm home on leave from the army, and my little brother, he goes, oh, I've got a movie for you to watch. Jeff wants you to watch this movie. And I was like, what is it called? It's called Equilibrium.
Nice.
And so he turns it on. I was like, all right, fine, whatever. He turns it on and we're watching it. And the first sequence where, you know, Christian Bale goes through the door and then he just starts, you know, gunning down everybody in the room. And just as soon as it's done, I'm sitting there and my mouth is just agape. And Justin pauses the movie. He looks at me with a shit-eating grin on his face and he goes, Jeff told me that you came up with something like this years ago.
Nice.
And he said it was absolutely a ridiculous idea. And I went, yep. And he goes, there's your ridiculous idea. And it's being performed by Christian Bale.
Gun kata. The gun
Yeah.
kata. Let's ignore let's ignore the fact that everyone's firing essentially 45 caliber weapons right by their ears and nobody is deaf.
Oh yeah, and the fact that the like the way that they lay it out in the movie, the bullets are going in an exact straight line. I'm like, bullets don't fly in exact straight lines.
Fucking hilarious. Fucking gun kata is just like the it's like what? The master of the gun kata. I was like, yeah, I think mine was just like, I think the way I formulated it was just like some kind of like gun fu or gun karate or something like that. But it was basically a martial arts that was predominantly. And then the fucked up thing is they utilized the same thing. It's the same writer, Kurt Wimmer, in that one with Mila Jovovich, the Ultraviolet movie. Utilized some of the same shit in that one. I was just like, both of them bombs. I actually enjoyed Ultraviolet to a degree. I kind of dug the action sequences in it. I'm a Mila Jovovich fan. I've been a fan of her since obviously Fifth Element, and I dug her stuff. It's a shame that she keeps, you know, obviously her husband is definitely keeping her in work, you know, so, but hey, what are you going to do?
The only good thing I think the only really, well, I mean, I did enjoy the very first Resident Evil movie. I actually enjoyed. I was like, okay, there's something to this, but it's still, you know, problems. But after that, it just went completely downhill. But I think really the only one that he did that was actually gained any real kind of like notice, it was Paul W.S. Anderson. That's her husband. was Event Horizon.
Oh yeah, something that we will unfortunately never get the Anderson cut of, because the Anderson cut, like the original director's cut of Event Horizon, is apparently just like leagues, it's light years better than the theatrical cut that we got. So, but unfortunately, a lot of that stuff was lost, so we're probably never going to get an Anderson
Was it?
cut.
I heard a rumor that it wasn't lost, but that it was almost unwatchable. Like it wouldn't have been able to maintain an R rating because it was like way more graphic.
Oh, that's possible. It's just a shame we're never going to get one. Just like we're never going to get we're probably never going to. E1 Entertainment is never going to release the Dante cut of Knights of Badassdom, which really pisses me off because Knights of Badassdom was good.
I've never heard of.
Oh, really?
Never heard of that. No,
Dude,
never even heard of it.
Knights of Badassdom. So Knights of Badassdom is Peter Dinklage, Steve Zahn, Summer Glau, Ryan Quanten from True Blood fame, Danny Pudi from Community, a bunch of people that you read, Jimmy Simpson, a bunch of people that you'll recognize when you see them.
I know 90% those Pewdie, and there was another one, but all the other ones I recognized, obviously.
Yeah, and so the story is about a group of LARPers who one of them, Steve Zahn's character, is a group of LARPers who inadvertently find a magical book and inadvertently summon an actual monster. So what do these LARPers do with an actual D&D monster on their hands? So there's apparently two cuts. There's the cut that was released theatrically, which according to the director, Joe Lynch, not Joe Dante, Joe Lynch. Joe Lynch said that there's two copies. There's the theatrical copy, which was heavily edited, restructured, and the way it was released, and it's okay. But there's a tremendous amount of narrative elements that did not make it into the film that E1, because when you do a movie with E1 Entertainment, they have final cut privilege. They don't give it to the director. So the film was finished. He gave it to E1, and then they chopped it up and turned it into something else, and then they released that. And Lynch, there was fucking bullshit. And so but unfortunately, it's been over 10 years. We're never, because it was 2013 when that came out. We're never going to get the Lynch cut of Knights of Badassdom. It was actually Joe Lynch actually retweeted me when I was on Twitter.
Well, that's what I said. That's pretty.
I said it's 2023, and I tagged E1. I was like, it's 2023. Where is the Lynch cut? It's been 10 years. It's time for the Lynch cut. And Joe Lynch retweeted, like, hey, it was like, yay.
That's pretty pathetic considering World War Z got an R-rated cut.
Right. And
it still wasn't all that.
We have a guest on the backstage. I see their camera on. So hopefully this would be a bit more structured than it was before, but
hi.
How's it going?
Good. I'm so glad to have found your stream. I didn't know you had your own channel.
Yeah. I have I've moved it over to here. I used to do the Stage of Reason every third Sunday over on the Politics Discord, and I figured since I broke away from Taco, I'm going to go ahead and just handle it on my channel and do things here. So hopefully the conversations will be a bit more structured. I do see Ben on. I bring one guest up at a time for the sake of conversation and to keep things smooth. So we're good to go here. Not to mention I've got Andrew and Jay here as well. So what did you want to bring up?
Well, I think I talked about this to you last time, with you last time, but it's a very sort of basic question. If you look at life as an objective reality, there are bad things that happen, there are good things that happen, and you look at Christianity as a way to explain those things, God has a plan for you, God created you specially, God has a relationship with you, you're meaningful, you're valuable, you have an eternal soul, you'll be judged based on your behavior. And you look at atheism, which there are different forms of, but basically, life is a random series of atoms colliding with each other and natural things that we don't have control over, and it's all sort of biological.
If I may, atheism doesn't logically entail any of that. like none of the things that you're talking about are entailed by atheism. All those concepts that you're talking about are handled by other philosophical positions that are not logically entailed by being an atheist. So like whether you're talking about morality, you're talking about cosmology, you're talking about evolution, you're talking about whether you're naturalism or whatever, or like atheism doesn't like logically entail methodological naturalism or anything of that nature. There are atheist moral realists out there. There are atheists that believe that supernatural concepts are real. So just being an
Yes,
atheist,
I understand what you're saying. All an atheist is saying God doesn't exist. Like you're saying, like just like that is the most basic.
it's a
description
position
of it.
on one proposition. That
But
the
would you
proposition
agree that-
is there's
would
no
you-
justification for believing it, so we don't
Okay,
believe
sure.
that it does.
Sure, but I could also say that my description of Christianity, like there are tons of different types of Christians that may or may not believe all different versions. I'm giving a generalized version of both sides. I understand
Yeah,
what
just
you're
so long
saying,
as
but
we're not drawing
generally-
the line. As long as we're not drawing the
But-
line that being an atheist entails believing this other stuff, because it doesn't.
Yeah,
But
because
ju-
theism is the antithetical to atheism, and theism doesn't even entail what Christianity proposes.
But
Theism
generally
itself, yeah.
speaking, generally
Yeah,
speaking,
theism in and of itself.
atheism does entail that life is sort of like a series of natural occurrences that happen
No.
randomly.
No.
Generally speaking.
No, not at all. That's
Okay,
not
well,
what atheism
how-
itself.
how
If
would
you
you-
want to
okay.
ask me my cosmological positions, that's one thing. If you want to ask me my understanding of evolutionary biology, that's another thing. But these are scientific fields that we have evidence on, that we predicate conclusions on, that describe the observed phenomena. If you want to talk about a philosophical position, then there are varying different philosophical positions that are not informed by atheism, nor does atheism logically entail holding to them. So if you want to ask me about mine, that's one thing. But I want to make sure that we're saying that when theists, or especially Christians, when apologists say that atheism entails, like if you're an atheist, you believe that nothing has inherent value. No, that's not logically entailed by that. That's two completely separate questions that are handled by
Okay.
two completely separate fields. So
I understand what you're saying. Maybe I could just take it from you. Okay, so I think there are sort of three basic questions that every human being has. Why are we here? What are we supposed to do? And what happens when we die? Right? Everybody asks those questions at a certain point. Those are sort of basic questions about human life.
I think
The
there's more
existential.
the
Yeah,
existential
those
stuff.
like
Sure.
some existential shit. Yeah.
Okay, so Christianity has certain reasons. Why are we here? God made you specially for a special purpose that will be shown to you throughout your life, to serve him, to love others, etc. What are we supposed to do? We are supposed to do good things. We are supposed to be loving. We are supposed to, be like God, loving, it, like bountiful, blah blah blah, right? What happens when we die? We will be judged for our actions, and we will either live in eternal bliss with God, or we will be sent to hell because we've rejected him. Okay, my question is, if you say I'm getting it wrong, what is the atheist response to these three questions? Like, we can start with, why are we here?
Well, that depends upon other philosophical positions. A non-believer,
Just from your perspective.
from my perspective, you asked
Yeah.
like, why are humans here? Because
Mhm.
we are products of the system that facilitated our existence. So if you're looking
Of the natural system.
yes, if you're looking for a telos, there is no reason to believe that there is a telos behind the existence of human beings, nor the existence of any living organism that's currently on this planet, or any living organism that exists throughout the entire breadth of the universe. So
No telos basically means no reason for it.
yeah, there's
right?
no overarching intentionality behind the existence of things. So from my philosophical perspective, the way I approach this is, so I'm going to run down something here real quick. We can agree that something exists, right?
Sure, yes.
Sure, something exists. Great, fantastic. I think we can agree that something cannot logically come from what we would ostensibly call nothing, or like the philosophical void. So like things don't come out of nothing. That like to say that something comes from nothing is a logical contradiction.
Sure, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then if something can't come from nothing and there currently is something, then that would entail that there has always been something. So because there is something can't come from nothing. So
Mhm.
there's always been something. So then the question then becomes, what is the something that has always been there? You have one option is the universe, because the universe is what exists. Has the universe always been here? That's the question you could ask. Or is there something prior to the universe? That's something you could ask. Now, theists, like especially Christians, if you say theists will say that there's a God that did these things, and the God is the thing that has always existed, and the universe has not always existed, but the God always has. But that's begging the question.
Not quite, but I get what you're saying, basically.
The most
yes.
parsimonious thing would be that the universe is what exists. The observations and the evidence shows us that the universe has always existed in one state or another. Time is a dimension of space. So like space-time is saying if space-time is in a quantized state, then time does not quantify in the way that we perceive it. So time isn't really an issue. So we understand how to, and so we can say that it is most parsimonious and most logically consistent with the evidence that we have that it is the universe that has always existed and will always exist. It just exists in different states per the energy, per the compositional state of the energy, or the state of the compositional energy of the universe. So that's
So
all we're going through. We're not making an assumption.
Would you say you believe that time is eternal? Like in the sense,
well,
like the universe exists within time.
So
because time is a measure of change. So
right,
I'm just trying to clarify. Do you think that time doesn't have a beginning, doesn't have an end, but is just eternal?
So from a numerical perspective, you could say if like from numbers wise, when you're saying like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that, time can be infinite. But time is a dimension of space. Okay, in itself, it's space-time. So it requires space to be there, for there to be a dimension that we call time. So if the space is not there, then time, as we currently interpret it, being intrinsic to space, doesn't exist in the same way. Now, obviously, when you trace this back to points of the universe, when the universe was not, when space-time, you could say, is a quantum effect before the inflation, before the rapid inflation of the universe, from the zero vacuum state. The issue being that there are going to be questions that we can't currently answer. So there's going to be some I don't knows because we don't have access to them. It's like saying, what's on the other side of that mountain? I don't know what's on the other side of that mountain because I'm not over there and I haven't been over there. So I don't know what's on the other side of that mountain. But the question then is it more parsimonious and logically consistent to assume what's on the other side of the mountain before you've been there and to make statements about reality based upon what you're assuming to be over there before you've justified that? And the answer is no. So I'm not going to assume the existence of a thing just so I can assume that the entity has telos, just so I can assume these other things. I'd be begging the question in my reasoning. It would be irrational to do so.
But okay, I'm just trying to I'm the time thing is tricky for me to understand, I'll be honest about that, but I'm just trying to kind of flesh out where you're coming from. So the problem for me, I'll just add this in here. I think that time has to have a beginning or else it could never start, something like that. I think there's a problem with the infinite regression thing.
Yeah, there is a problem. You also just declared that it has to start. You're begging the question that it has to start.
Well, I believe time would have to start. It would have to have a beginning, or else if it just kept going off into infinity and it forward into infinity.
But that's if you're talking about an infinite chain of causal relationships.
How would it ever have started?
No. You're talking about an infinite chain of causal relations where you know, like essentially the one domino, the first domino has to fall for all the other dominoes to fall. Okay.
Right.
But you can, but time can be infinite and can be bounded. Okay. Or time can be, you know, like you can have like a bounded set to describe it in mathematical terms.
But time is we agree that time is the measure of change. So wouldn't there have to be the first change? Like if it's not if you have an 8, you could say that there is a state like as far as fundamental quantum fields go, there is a way to describe now. So, okay, if you're talking about how to get from in physics, you would describe this as getting from T0 to T1. Okay, if time is at the start of the T0 to T1, and this can be explained in physics. Now, I am not a physicist. I don't need to be a physicist. I do have the breakdown. Give me 1 second. So, oh Lord.
Yeah. So like, okay. So under this,
you're about to show me some kind of crazy diagram.
No, I'm not. I'm just going to make sure that I read it accurately. So, all right. So Time is a fundamental part of the universe and has always existed. The universe is identical to a mathematical object, the wave function, which evolves according to the Schrodinger equation. The Schrodinger equation is well defined for all times t, which indicates that there is a state of the universe that goes back infinitely. Now, BBM lambda CDM, T0 to T1, how you get from T0 to T1, lambda being the expansion of the universe, negative lambda being the collapse of the universe, de Sitter space being the expanding universe.
Let
hang
me
on,
just
hang
clarify.
on.
Wait, I just want to know, waveform is like, right? Is that what we're talking about?
Essentially.
Okay, and then it's got little lines.
De Sitter space being the expanding universe, the expanding space, anti-de Sitter space being collapsing space. So there is a thing called anti-de Sitter space conformal field theory, or sorry, anti-Sitter space conformal field theory correspondence, the ADS CFT correspondence. The ADS CFT correspondence via the holographic principle allows us to remove a dimension from T1 to T0 by inserting gravity. The gravity is repulsive and drives the state from T0 to T1. So we can explain these things in a naturalistic perspective, and we don't need a god to do that. So, but here's the kicker. Before we now this is a whole bunch of science, but here's the problem here.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to make sure I check because I never got a chance to articulate. I never got a chance to articulate this over on Tacos. We can mire the conversation all day long in science, and it will never do anything like that we needed to do, because everything we know about science, every single scrap of it, could be true, could be 100% correct. And that would not entail that a god doesn't exist. But then again, everything we know about science could be completely wrong, 100% wrong. And that wouldn't entail that a god does exist. So trying to go into scientific concepts like cosmology or evolution or whatever, trying to get into these concepts to try and get to a god is never going to work. Because ultimately you're going to get to questions that can't be answered, that you're going to wind up inserting the god in as an answer. So the question then becomes, we can't use science, as Francis S. Collins, who is a devout believer, as he's pointed out, logic and reason are not going to get you to a god. That requires faith. So my examination...
I disagree.
So, well, I mean, that would require evidence. Because then you're talking
logic
about
and reason themselves exist outside of time, in the sense that they are perpetually true. They don't change.
Well, here's the problem.
The rules of logic don't change based on time.
No, hold up. Here's the problem.
Let me just finish my sentence. So if there is a possibility that we all recognize that there are things that are true that exist without changing, which would kind of be like atemporal, outside of time, they're not affected by time, then that would imply that there is a ground to all of those things. There's a metaphysical grounding to all of those realities. And I would say that leads you to God, yes.
But there's
just
a problem
in the
with
very
that.
fact being that there is logic and reason.
But here's the problem. You're grounding logic by begging the question. You can ground logic other than the way you're doing it. You don't need to ground it with a god, because you're assuming the god exists and has the relationship it does.
It's not a god.
No.
You know I disagree with you about that.
It doesn't matter. The way I view it's my channel. The way I word these things is this is the way I word it. I'm going to call it. I'm going to say a god because there's multiple different variations that are out there. You're defining the god a specific way in order to justify a metaphysical ontology for these concepts. The problem is, if you can't demonstrate that the god exists, then your metaphysical ontology falls apart. We can ground logic in another way. We don't need a god to ground it. If we understand what we're doing when we're using logic. Logic is a language. Okay? It's a language, a descriptive language that describes the things that we observe. Basically, you're operating from a necessitarian position. I'm operating from a I forgot the other word. From the opposite side of it. You're holding it as being regulatory theory. So I'm coming from a regulatory perspective. You're coming from a necessitarian perspective. I'm holding that these things are descriptive in nature. You're holding them that they are prescriptive in nature. But the problem is, for them to be prescriptive, you have to assume that the entity exists, in order to prescribe them.
But you know that I'm going to disagree with you about that because God is
How?
not an entity, because that would beg the it's not exactly begging the question, but that would lead you to say, well, who created God, the entity?
No, because you could just define God as no, you could just define God as being necessary. I define existence itself as being necessary. Something must always have existed. But I define that as a contingently brute. So,
okay, and I similarly closely define God as existence. God is existence.
Well, there's problems. There's problems with
but
that.
I'm not a pantheist. I know you're going to go down this route, like God is everything. I'm not that. But
here's the problem: you're defining
God is the
it in
ground
a way,
of existence.
Yeah, but it may be. I mean, you can define it that way. That doesn't mean.
So if he was,
actually...
well, my point being, if he was just an entity that exists, you would have to ask, well, who created God?
Hold on.
Yeah. Like that's why I don't believe he's a being.
It is an entity that exists separate from everything else as a concrete thing that is independent of human minds, because per that worldview, per the Christian worldview, there was a point where the God existed and nothing else existed except for the God. And then anything else, that's the God set.
But God
did not, and the God itself. And then everything else that the God actualized is not God set.
Hold on. Can we backtrack for a moment here? Because we skipped over a couple of essential terms here because of the things that we kind of thought transcended things. Because you described certain things as being outside of reality or space and time, which is a little funny there. I want to fix that definition for the word truth, because this one's going to be kind of loaded. What does that mean? What does that word mean?
What is truth?
Yes.
Yeah. How do you define what truth is?
Truth is, I think the definition is, truth is that which correlates to reality. Not correlates, but truth is that
corresponds.
Which corresponds to reality. Yeah.
Correspondence.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's a simple framing for you. Picture, we're both looking at a rock, right? Mm-hmm. Now, I could say it's 5 pounds, right? Sure. What would we do? What would we do to come up with an idea if that's true or not? And first of all, what did I just start with by saying that? What was the structure of the sentence I just formed prior?
The rock weighs 5 pounds.
Yes. What was the structure of it?
You have a noun, then you have a verb, and then you have
not linguistically that way. I made a proposition. A truth is an evaluation of a proposition. You have to say a thing and evaluate a thing to have a thing that you call truth. If I don't make a statement, if there's a rock in front of us and I point, what's the truth? No statement was made. The rock
truth is a property. Truth is a property of proposition.
You could say it's true that the rock is right there.
But you'd have to make a statement. Yeah. And I didn't make a statement.
He's indicating
that
if
you don't say anything, then he's
indicating that
true statement.
He's indicating that truth is a property of propositions.
Yeah.
So at what point is a proposition necessary? Who needs a statement to be made for that rock to be just whatever it is? The rock is there before I make a statement about it.
That's true.
And the term rock,
your idea of truth.
And the term the term rock itself is a concept that's actually kind of truth bearing. It's a way that we use that word to identify a particular thing that we both seem to assume that we're sharing in the observation of, to say this is rock, and then to make those kind of propositions, and for those propositions to kind of relate to that thing that we're both sharing in the observation.
Now, the rock is there regardless. So the idea of truth transcending, nope. That's what our brain does. It's the mere fact that we make a statement and then somebody wants to try to verify that, and you used correspondence.
Well, yeah, the object that we call rock is there, but rock, the concept rock doesn't have to be there for the thing that we call rock to be rock.
So this is that truth, quote unquote, does not necessarily need to exist at a given point in time. Nobody needs to be making statements for reality to be whatever reality is. Like all of the matter that is Mars that we're not looking at is there regardless of any brain. Now, whether we become aware of it and want to make a statement about it and then want to evaluate
If
that,
a tree falls in the woods but nobody hears it, did it really fall?
yeah. Now we know that people get taken out by giant pieces of space rock that enter our atmosphere, right?
Do I know that? I'm sorry. People get taken out by meteors.
Yeah, pretty much.
Taken out, like killed.
Yeah, it's like you may not be aware of things, but yeah, the trees seem to keep falling. Unless we want to deny that stuff
Sure.
happens, unless we're directly looking at it.
So,
I'm
but
not sure
something might
reality-
be true that I don't have knowledge of.
Well, that's
Like
the thing.
human
It's like saying that
knowledge
reality
is limited, but
Yeah.
I think truth is
That's why
here's the thing. Nobody needed to make a statement.
like
For
let me
that
give you an
reality
example.
to
Like
be
let me give you an
reality.
example. I think we agree, but like there might be an advanced math concept that I don't understand, but it is true. Like just because I don't have knowledge of it doesn't mean it isn't true. But I guess you could
Well,
say,
it's
well,
only- there's
somebody
only
has
a
knowledge of
truth.
it. Yeah,
There's
sure,
only a
somebody
thing-
discovered it.
There's only a thing to be true when somebody makes the proposition.
But
because
that
whatever
that
it
reality,
is,
that math concept is true exists
well,
apart from my
hold
knowledge
on.
of it.
Where's the concept?
But it's a metaphysical. It's not a physical
No,
reality.
where is it held? Concepts are held in minds. Where is that concept? See, if you didn't form it yet, that's like saying,
I
gonna
don't
come
believe
up
it
with
has a
this thing.
physical
I'm gonna
It doesn't
come up-
have a physical location. It exists in
that's the
it
thing.
exists in the mind of God. Like
No,
and we
no, okay.
discover
See,
it.
now we've just jumped the shark.
But it is not physical. Math is not physical.
No, you just jumped the shark as to where it exists. See, there's a
I don't
concept.
believe it has a geographical location.
This is the same sort of thing as like saying the idea of the body I'm going to discover exists is out there, but then I come to it. It's like, no, the truth wasn't out there. Truth was held in the proposition. The truth is like, oh, I came across the body. Now I'm the one with the thing in my mind. But I'm not seeing a mega mind out there holding truth. Like you realize that I can make a million statements about a thing. Does that mean a million truths exist? How about an infinite amount of truths? How about we go fractal? It's true that I've just stated 5 truths. Oh, but now there's 6 of them, and I can go fractal at that point. See, all this idea is truth is propositional, and propositions don't seem to be necessary.
Yeah, that's
Reality is
why when
going to
I
be
have
reality
this-
regardless of what mind is out there to make a statement about things.
Yeah, when I have these conversations with people, I will basically I will set it up so that there's that which is actual, and then the truth is the way that we comport certain propositions to that which is actual.
And a lot of the
Yeah.
stuff is imposed. We impose this. We conceptualize it. We impose it upon reality in order to describe and quantify it for the purposes of conveying information to other agents. So when it comes down to it, the way I approach these things is the God itself is by the lights of that worldview. The God itself is a concrete entity. It exists independently of human minds, and it is concrete, meaning that it stands in causal relation to everything that is not itself by virtue of the theistic paradigm. So my big question
JL,
is,
you got to dumb down the words for me, man. I'm
the
not at
theistic
your
world,
level.
the theistic worldview. The theistic worldview holds that a God exists and it interacts with everything else that is not itself.
It does not hold that. It does not hold that. You're incorrect.
That's logically entailed by theism. That's what theism is, as opposed to
not
deism. As
a
opposed
God.
to no, hold up.
It is
That-
not.
no,
That is
no.
not the opinion of theists.
Grace. That is a theistic position for just theism. There are different variations of theism that hold more theological concepts that would go into specific religions. But if you are a theist, you hold that the God exists and it interacts with its actual with
Well,
whatever it created.
let's be specific because we know what we're talking about. Monotheist, right? Monotheist.
Right.
Because if
so,
you say
but-
theist, like we're not talking
Okay,
about
no,
Hindus who
no.
believe in multiple
No,
gods. We're
I
talking
can-
about monotheism.
it doesn't matter because
It does
theism,
matter.
because theism is distinct from deism. Deism, whereas the God exists, created everything, it does not interact with anything. Okay, so you have 2 separate deals. You have classical deism and you have classical theism. From the theistic perspective, the God exists and it interacts with everything, or it interacts with the stuff that's not itself. That's where now Christianity has that at its core, that the God exists and it interacts with things. And then Christianity talks about the way the God interacts with stuff, how it created all life, the whole Jesus
But
mythology,
JL,
stuff like that. So
you are just incorrect. Like the classical theistic perspective is that God is understood as the ultimate ground of all reality, not
It's
that
defined
he
that
is
way.
a being
No. It's defined that way.
or an
but
entity.
It's defined that way, but it still is the entity that actualized everything that is not itself. Correct?
Wait, say that again?
It is still the entity that actualized everything that is not itself.
It is not seen. He is not seen as an entity in classical
is.
theism. Let me give you a compact definition. Okay, this is from ChatGPT. This is not from me. God is the necessary, uncaused, absolutely simple being who is pure actuality, actus purus,
being
the
entity
source
is
of all
another term
existence.
of grace. Being entity is another way to describe a being, a thing that has its own essence that is separate from all other essences. When I say entity, that's what I'm talking about.
That's
an
true.
entity with
Being
its own
is wrong. Being
it
is wrong in that definition.
It is
Being
an entity. It is an entity with its own identity. A is equal to A. A is not equal to not A. God is equal to God. God is not equal to not God. Okay, so the things in the not God set
A
are
is
not
equal to not A. No, because that's
the law of
equating
identity.
the types of things we're talking about. Or saying
No, that is the law of identity. That's the law of identity straight up. A
What
is
is-
equal to A. A thing is itself and it cannot not be itself. And then
What-
you have
what is
A
the
is
core-
A is not. Oh, then you have A is not equal to not A, because the thing cannot be that which it is not. So the things in the not God set cannot be equal to the God set, and the not God set is actualized by the God set. So these things are by virtue of the law of identity, these things are not identical.
But they're completely like. Sure, like okay. Would you agree that Aquinas is a classical theist? St. Thomas Aquinas?
Do we need the title? What do we want to say about what Aquinas is saying?
Okay, well, his formula was God is ipsum esse subsistens, subsistent being itself.
Yeah,
So
he's just
he is
describing it
not
as being necessary.
A being, let me see. Yes, he is necessary. He is not contingent. He cannot not exist. He is the ultimate explanation for all contingent beings.
And you're referring
Correct.
to it as a he.
Yes, because I'm a human. I mean, I use pronouns, but he's not a man.
Well, why not refer to it as just it?
That's why I call it it, because it has no definitional biology nor any definitional gender. It's not even human. So
That's
it
true.
doesn't
God
identify
is
the
not a
thing.
human. God does not have a gender. That's
So,
true.
yeah, so I call it
Because a rock,
Okay,
like
I
what,
can see that.
to go on what JL's talking about, a rock isn't a he or a she, a rock is an it, and yet it is an entity in time and space.
God is seen.
A
God
rock
is
cannot be a
masculine
rock
in this.
and not a rock.
God is masculine in the sense that he is the source, and therefore fathers are sources. So he is our father. So it's seen as masculine, but technically speaking, yes, he does not have a gender.
That's why I call it it. That's why I've always called it it.
Sure,
because
that's fine.
it's an it. So, in the sense, the question then becomes ultimately, does this thing exist? Number one, I can already tell you, it is not necessary to explain anything. And the God concept doesn't even provide an explanatory value for anything, because I can't use that information to explain anything more accurately than I can with any naturalistic explanation that we currently utilize.
Wait a second. In a sense, though, that's because you're describing God as an it, which is impersonal. God is personal.
That's irrelevant.
Because it has to do with like how it helps your world, like how it helps you to see why he's important. Because if I agree with you, if God is an entity that shares no commonality with us and is just existing according to your definition, separate from us, created us, but it's completely different, then I would be an atheist, because what's the point? There's no how does that affect me?
No, the point would be it's irrelevant.
God created us in his image, like he is personal.
No, that's a theological claim. I'm not addressing theological claims. I'm addressing, does the thing even exist at all to do any of the stuff that you think it's doing?
But you're thinking about it the wrong way.
Why would I make that assumption? I'm simply addressing it from a set proposition. You have a God set and you have a not God set. This is as an internal critique. You are not a pantheist. You do not hold that the God is identical to the not God set. that the universe and the God are one. So obviously they are separate. They are separate via the law of identity. The God is itself, and it is not equal to anything that is not the God itself. So if we're looking at this from a separate deal, is okay, the things that are in the not God set, can they be explained without referencing the God set? Yes, they can be explained. The question then is, can they be explained to an emotionally satisfactory degree for some people? And the answer is no. There are some answers that are there. I'm not done.
Okay.
There are some answers that are not emotionally satisfactory, but that emotional satisfaction is irrelevant when it comes to establishing what is most likely to be true. So why would we reference the God set when we can't even determine if the God set is a thing that really exists?
Okay.
Why would we do that?
I disagree with you that it explains things perfectly, but I agree with you that atheists do have an explanation for things that is emotionally unsatisfactory to a lot of people, and that was kind of what I was trying to get you to elucidate for me. So your answer, I had 3 questions. Your answer to why are we here? I wrote down 3 things. We are products of the natural system that produced us.
Right.
From your perspective, there's no overarching intentionality behind our existence. And time is infinite.
In a mathematical sense, you could say it is. I hold that time, like they call in the physics perspective, time is intrinsic with space. So in order for time to exist, space must exist, and then there can be states in which space doesn't exist as space-time, as we like in a quantized state where these things are not quantifiable by human standards because we don't have access to them to that degree. So it could exist in another way that's currently unquantifiable by our current level of mathematics, but it's not something that I'm concerned about because I don't exist in the quantum state.
Yeah, this is differentiating.
Would you say that time is infinite or time is eternal?
So infinite implies like boundless, whereas time in itself is kind of like eternal just means for all time. The numbers themselves as abstracts can go on infinitely because I can always plus 1. But if time is if time is intrinsically linked with the existence of space, which is why we call it space-time. Space-time being what facilitates the expansion of space-time, which facilitates like change occurring, and we measure that change and we call that measurement time, the distance between change. Well, if space-time exists in a quantized state, then time doesn't quantify like we quantify it in this 3-dimensional state. It's 2 different aspects. It's like asking what is up in space. There is no up in space. Okay, it's like so you're trying to ask questions about how things apply in how we perceive reality right now to aspects of a reality that we don't have like access to. Okay, that we can talk about in mathematical terms, but we can't quantize these things in the same way that we do them here. But it doesn't mean they weren't there. It just means that they're unquantifiable by our current understanding. I still hold that the universe existed. It just existed it existed in a state that is by our current metrics of mathematics and physics is unquantifiable because all of the variables that we utilize are effectively like raised to infinite. We can't do any math like that yet. We can't yet. Maybe one day we can, but currently we can't. Okay, but it doesn't mean that the universe didn't exist. It just exists in a state that we can't currently quantify. Cool. I got no problem with that.
Okay, so let me move on to my second question. What are we supposed to do during our life?
Purpose is determined by the individual.
So we make our own meaning?
Yes, we determine the meaning for our own lives, and that meaning can change depending upon experience and what somebody encounters. Somebody may come across or make an observation that that profoundly affects them and they want to change their purpose to something else. But it's deeply empowering to allow people to choose the purpose for their own lives instead of dictating their purpose for them.
Okay, so what if somebody decides my meaning is to be a serial killer?
Then we have laws in place that remove them from society.
But is any making your meaning
that came out very loaded. What do you mean? Somebody decided your purpose? Who is this somebody?
No, what if like I decide my purpose in life is to be a serial killer?
I'm not saying
is any purpose more correct than another?
No, hold up. No. I never stated that any purpose was more correct or less correct than any other. People can choose their purposes for themselves, but we recognize that per the goals that we want to accomplish with concepts like society, Like if we have a society and we want to have a society and we want to maintain that society, then it behooves us to do certain things to maintain that society. Mostly by and large, people want to feel happy. They want to feel healthy. They want to feel safe. If an individual chooses,
I understand.
I'm not done. If
Okay,
an
go ahead.
individual chooses of their own volition to act in such a way that runs counter to the goals set by the society, then we have mechanisms to remove them to maintain the society. These things are subjectively determined. I honestly don't think anybody like actively, subjectively like wakes up one day and says, I'm going to be a serial killer today. I think it's not as nuanced. It's far more nuanced in the way you're presenting it. But you're saying that if someone decides that they want to do evil all day long, or what we subjectively call evil, we have ways of dealing with that because the vast majority of humans don't do that. So, but
Okay.
there are people that do, but we have ways of dealing with them.
Okay, but
Hold
I
on.
understand that. But
I
are all
wanna get a quick
purposes equally
pause,
important or valid?
Yeah, I want to get
Hey,
a
I'm
quick
gonna-
pause there. Just
I'm
to
gonna
get-
take off. I'm gonna take off, guys.
Okay, Jay.
Nice talking with y'all. I'm finally going to bed. I got to get some sleep because I got to work tonight too. So, you have fun there, Grace. Have fun storming that castle. So,
Thanks,
see you
Jay.
guys.
Have a good night.
So
Yeah,
when you're talking,
I'm gonna get a quick pause because I realized because we just switched two topics. We just switched from purpose to morality. So before
Right,
we
yeah,
do-
I was
before,
about to go.
before we need to
No,
put
I'm not
things back.
switching to morality. You're putting that on me. I'm just asking: are all self-made purposes
Okay.
equally valid?
Okay, I've got an alternate for you. So you put serial killer on the board, fine. Stamp collecting, is that right?
I'm not talking about morality. I'm
Oh,
just
no,
asking: is
asking
it
you that.
valid?
You asked if serial killer is that purpose correct? Is if correct is a thing to be said about that. If somebody says
Correct?
I'm gonna be
I don't know what that
yes.
means.
Well, you said is this
Correct?
correct? You asked if that
No, I think I said: is it valid? Is it valid
What
for
is-
me
what
to
is-
make my
what-
purpose in life to be a
what
serial
is-
killer?
What
Is
makes the purpose
because I'm
valid?
giving an extreme.
Okay, hold
I'm
on.
asking JL: are
What
all
makes
purposes equally valid, or if they're not,
Hold on.
what
We
determines
need to
that?
back up and find out. What does it mean to say valid? What makes a purpose valid?
Well, he said you make your own meaning in life.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to elucidate, if you make your own meaning, can you make any meaning that you want? And I'm giving an extreme example. If I say it's meaningful for me to be a serial killer, is that just as valid as someone who says it's meaningful to
Hold
help
on.
orphans?
Well, valid in the sense of the word any. If that's a thing, it's in the set of all things. Therefore, yes.
You could just answer by saying, okay, so
I just
you
said,
think
well, the only metric was
that
is it
all
a thing?
meanings are equally valid? That's
Well,
all
valid-
self-made
well, that's a
meanings
question
for
about
life
what-
are equally
it's a
valid. That's
question
all I'm
about What
asking.
you mean by valid? If valid is it a thing? Well, it's a thing. You didn't
Right.
put any
No,
other
I'm not
metric.
asking
There's
whether
no
they
metric to what
can
makes something valid.
exist as a meaning for life. I'm
so
saying,
to
are
explain,
they seen as valid?
to explain my
Wow.
position, Andrew hit on this very well. The ability for people to people have the ability to choose their own purposes for their own lives. What they choose is valid to them, and it should be valid to the individuals that do it because they hold they hold that it's a meaning that's valid to them. So they will. So in an individualistic perspective, what they choose to be their purpose or what they take on as their purpose, that is valid to them. What you're asking is if that when it comes to the validity that they feel that their purpose has, in the scope of other people subjectively making their own valuation about what they've chosen to be their meaning. So it's the way you're trying to broach it. That's why the inkling of morality came into this. In a vacuum with no other things being referenced, yes, any purpose that you choose for your life is valid because it's valid to you. The question that you're baking that,
But it would always be valid to you. That's just restating it. If I decide
So
to
you gotta
do
let me
something,
finish. You gotta
I
let me
want
finish.
to do it.
Yeah, you got to
Yeah.
let me finish on this. But you're baking in the idea of is it valid to other people, which is a completely different question.
No,
is it
I'm
valid?
not-
So
I'm not
if I
asking it
decide-
subjectively.
So if a person decides that they want to be, if they decide their purpose is to be a mass murderer or a serial killer, they said that's what my purpose is going to be. That's what I'm going to do. That's valid to them. But is it valid to society? That's two
Well,
different questions.
No, okay, let me
Ask
rephrase it.
ask yourself
Is
the reverse.
is there an
Hold on.
objective? Is there an
No.
is there wait,
No.
hold on.
We're-
Can
we're
I
getting
finish?
this- we're
I'm
getting-
not
No,
done.
I mean, I already know your question's going. If you're
Yeah.
bringing in objective, meaning mind stands
Are
independently.
are there any objectively better or worse purposes in life?
We need a
What if-
reference point. Hold up. We need a reference point for that. The reference point would be the society and what the society wants to accomplish.
Well,
It
let me
requires somebody- it
let
requires
me give
somebody
let me
to
give you an
it
example that we would
requires
both
somebody
agree with.
It requires a
There are
measurement.
objectively
Who's
better
doing
ways
the
to be
judgment?
healthy. There are objectively
is-
better ways to be healthy to
That's
take
your
care of your
subject. That's
body
that's
Yeah.
your subjective.
than there
standard.
are other ways.
I'm not-
Correct?
Well, I
I'm
mean-
not sure if my mic is super low over here. Am I proportional at all? I'm not actually sure.
No, we can hear you.
There are standards. Sure, there are ways that biologically you can do things better than a thing. Obviously, drinking water is better, like, biologically, than drinking soda all day. Yes, but when you're talking about, like, what is better in a moral sense, that's subjective. That is your stance. And
No,
in
I'm not
society,
talking
you will not
about
always
morals.
agree
I'm
upon
saying
that.
let's take it to a natural thing because you believe in like natural laws, like the laws of nature, let's say. So, like, breathing is objectively better than not breathing for
Based
your
on-
bodily
based-
health.
Okay.
Eating
stated
good
the goal
food
there.
is
That's
objectively
what's important.
eating at all is objectively better for your bodily health than not eating. There is no subjectivity to that. You can't
there is.
say subjectively not
There
breathing is better for my body than breathing. You
No,
can't say
Andrew-
that. It's an
no,
objective
Grace,
standard.
No, Grace. Andrew is correct on that.
Yeah.
It is
You mean-
because it's dependent upon the valuation that you give life.
You chose.
No,
to put
I'm talking about
value.
just bodily
You
health,
chose-
not
I
whether
know,
you want to
but
live
you
or
chose
not.
that as the metric.
I'm saying if
That's
you
the
say
point.
I want to be healthy,
if you say
there is
yes.
an objective standard
yes
that you
Now, why
cannot
should
get.
we
Like
use
there is
that?
no subjective standard there.
No. Why is that?
There may be
standard?
nuances.
Who
Healthy
chose
by-
the
no,
standard?
If
But healthy
your
by-
goal, if
Who
your
chose
goal
the
is
standard?
to have a healthy body, then there are
Oh,
objective
whose
things
goal?
you have to do. You have to
How are
breathe, you have to
like-
eat, you
like-
have to sleep, you
yeah,
have to
yeah, but Grace,
use
can
your
people- Grace,
systems.
Hold up, Grace. Can people have
Whose
different
goal?
metrics? Can people have different metrics by which they consider something to be healthy?
Yes, they can.
There you go.
Well, and
But
the
there
question
are
about why
basic
is
standards that they
why
have
is
to
that
meet
the met- why
objectively.
is
You
that
have
the
to
metric?
breathe, you have to eat,
Why is
you
this
have
the
to
metric?
sleep, you have to defecate. You
That's
have to
if you-
do
no,
that to
that's
have
if
a
you-
healthy
no,
body.
That's if you want to survive.
I already
Why is this the metric?
I'm saying if you want to
Why
have a
is it the
healthy
metric? I want
if
the
oh my
why.
god, if you want your cat to be healthy,
No,
forget
you're
whether you
you're
chose that
creating
or
the
not.
reasons. I'm asking
If you
for the
want your
reasons
cat
of
to
what-
be healthy, you shouldn't feed it vegetables, right?
You're
or soda.
You're still creating those values.
There
and
are
holding
objective
yourself.
standards to have a healthy pet. Animals
Right,
have
yeah.
objective standards that
Now,
they meet.
why should I
Basic
objectively choose
biological
those?
standards.
Grace,
Yeah.
Andrew's trying to ask you a question to try and break this down.
Yes, you're saying all the things you're valuing. I'm saying why should we be choosing those values in the first place?
Okay, but you're asking a different question. I'm just saying,
Well, you're
let's
determining
say
that this
you
has to
choose
be
a
the goal.
value.
I'm asking you.
I'm
why
saying
is
let's
this
say
the
you
metric?
choose a value. There are objective standards.
One can
There are
measure, one-
basic
one has a goal.
biological objective standards.
Yes. Once we choose a goal, the question is which goal should be chosen?
But you're taking it back to, well, what if I don't want to have a healthy
Well,
body?
you
I'm
know,
saying
started
you
this
have to
by
grant that
asking
there
what's
are
wrong.
some objective things in life.
Okay.
if- if you
we need
grant
to-
that
we
you
need to-
want
okay, I
to
need-
have a
I
healthy
need to get
body.
I need to get my point across here because we're skipping it entirely. Because you started this saying, for instance, is it wrong to just make the choice to be saying my purpose is to be a serial killer? What made that the metric? Where's the measurement coming in saying this should be the thing by which we measure?
But I'm not talking about that. I'm
You
asking
are.
JL
You're
because he
asserting
said
that we must make
he
the
said-
measurement your way.
no,
We
I'm
must
not. I'm
evaluate
saying
based
you
on
can
the-
say that being a serial killer is a perfectly valid purpose in life,
No.
just like any other purpose. You can
And
say that
why
if
should
you
we
want
be
to.
choosing the life one you're bringing up now?
But I'm not saying here's why you should be healthy. I'm saying if you want to be healthy,
Yes, and we
there are
agree that
objective
yes,
biological standards that you have to
Following the
meet. So
if,
there
yes,
are
following-
objective standards in life.
Yeah, as
Following the
Josiel,
if
as
you
just
do
to put it, just to bring in, as Josiel official has pointed out, the want is the subjective interpretation because it depends upon the valuation that you're making, depending upon what you want. The thing that you want is the
Okay,
thing
and
that you
you
value. Those valuations are subjective.
And you said people generally want to be happy, right?
Generally, yes, but that just because it's generally doesn't make it objective. Objective means mind stance independent. These things are predicated upon stances.
Let's give
I
ourselves
believe
a-
that is an
let's give
objective
ourselves-
law of human nature.
So let's give.
It's not.
You
Let's
believe in the
declare-
laws of physics, you believe in
Okay.
the laws of math, or you believe in the
on.
laws of logic,
wanna
but you
give
don't
a-
believe that there's laws to human
I
nature.
wanna
I'm
give-
not sure why.
Okay, let's jump out of generalities. and let's-
Literally every
let's
person
use-
on earth is seeking
we-
happiness.
Okay.
That is objectively true.
Okay, so let's go.
In one way or another.
I get a correction here before we go off the rails. Okay, we've got ourselves a suicide bomber who decides that the outcome for his society is worth his life. Game
Mhm.
over on that one. Picture every person who sacrifices themselves for their child. Well, I just value my child life more than mine. Every piece of self-sacrifice contradicts you. Every sacrifice.
That it
A
would make them
calculation
happy
is
to
made.
sacrifice themselves for something that they see as greater than
I
themselves.
know,
They're
but
still doing
apparently
it to be
survival was
happy.
Their survival's not on the list. What if it's just on the idea? I just want.
It can
society
make you
to live
happy to
life.
sacrifice yourself. It
I
could
know,
make
but
me happy
therefore-
to jump in front of my sister and catch a bullet.
I
It
know, but
could.
yes, and if I just want to change society and it costs me my life, so be it. And now that doesn't have to actually affect whether
A
or not-
suicide bomber, generally speaking, believes that he will go to heaven and be rewarded, so he's
No,
happy. He
no.
wants to do it. Unless you're forced to do something, generally speaking, when we do stuff, we are seeking happiness. It may be serial killers kill people because it makes them happy. They
Yeah,
like
but
doing
It
it.
doesn't have to be those.
They
it's their goal.
enjoy it. It makes them happy. Now, is it like crazy? I think we would
I
all
know,
agree
but we
yes,
just
but
took
they
we
don't
just
do
took
it to
your
make
survi-
themselves
we just took-
unhappy. They do it to make themselves happy.
But we just took your survival one and took it off the board.
Yeah, we're not talking about that one anymore.
I know, but picture any goal, and I can picture a contravening goal that somebody will prioritize over that, and then we're playing the priority game.
I don't really think you actually. I'm just kind of thinking about this. I don't think you can pick any goal that humans have that they place above happiness. Everything makes them happy in a way that they try to do.
Do you realize a lot?
I
of
don't think
people
anybody
sacrifice their
does
happiness
anything
to
that makes
survive?
them unhappy. Like they may go about it the wrong way and be unhappy as a result of it, but they're
Okay.
seeking happiness.
Okay, next contradictory example for you. You got a
Go
person, they're held hostage.
Mhm.
You have to do something unspeakably horrible and undergo something, or you will die. So I guess.
But I
going to
said
a legal
except if they're
form
forced. I said except if they're forced.
doesn't matter. You're
No,
just
it
giving
does matter,
thing-
'cause if you're forced to
taking
do
items off the
something-
table. No, you're given two choices. Choice A, choice B. You don't have to be happy. You can just like one thing less.
No, actually, in that case, it either would make them happier to do the horrible thing and live, or to not do it and die. It is a choice of happiness. Which one would make me happier?
Happy? Oh,
Yeah,
well, I
which
guess
one
that's
would make
just-
me-
That's just a competing desire, by the way. That is a competing desire.
Sure, but like they're
Yeah.
still judging it based on that. Which one would make me happier? Would I be happier if I
Sure.
lived knowing I did this, or would I,
know,
be
but that
happier if
means
I
that there's
died
no
knowing
in-
I didn't do
but that
this?
means that there's no individual thing that has that ultimate value. That we have this large calculation that goes on of all things that we consider. This is the sum of all considerations at the moment a decision is made.
Given the time constraints, because we're coming up on 2:00. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure that we get through this. So, your second question was as far as purpose goes.
Yes.
Human beings decide their purposes for themselves.
Well, can I
That's-
ask you a
so
question? Are you
what's the-
just really quick? Are you gonna put my dad up after me? He wants to talk to you guys just briefly. If you have the time.
if there's time, because I typically run this from like 10:00 to 2:00, because 2:00 is
Okay.
getting into lunchtime and people have to go to work and people have to eat. So
Sure.
I try to like not run it too long, because 4 hours I think is pretty solid.
Well, he's
you asked
definitely a better arguer than me in this realm. He is.
But you
more
asked about purpose.
experienced.
Individuals
sure,
choose
go
their
ahead.
purpose for themselves. It's far more empowering than having a purpose dictated for you.
Okay.
So what's the issue
I wrote
beyond
that
there?
down. Okay. So what happens when we die?
As far as we know, and as far as justified in believing, like we die and consciousness ends. So the constituent, our bodies, like when our bodies cease, then decomposition and decay set in, and then our constituent elements will return back to the system itself. So like when we decompose back into the environment. But consciousness itself, like the conscious like experience, when the brain dies, that goes with it.
And is there any kind of afterlife? Do you have a soul? Do you have eternal life? Anything like that? No.
No, I don't hold that there is because there's no evidence to indicate that there is. The soul doesn't do anything that the brain doesn't do. The soul doesn't do anything that is not already explained by the brain, and there's no evidence to indicate that an afterlife is there. So why would we believe that one exists?
Okay.
Hold on. I've got a more direct answer for you here. I'm not sure if you're familiar. This is the argument from Seven. Are you familiar?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm sure JL will get an inkling in about a few seconds. What's the question?
What the fuck is in the fucking box? It's a movie reference, Grace. It's a movie called Seven, directed by David Fincher. But the question is, he's bringing up the box. Like, what is in the box? What is in the box? You go ahead, Andrew.
Okay.
Do you have an idea
Of what's in the box?
Yes.
I don't have an idea as to what is in it. I do know that it's
What was
not.
the previous question?
I do know that it's not Gwyneth Paltrow's head.
Butt plug?
You asked a question. What was the question?
What is in the box?
No, I asked that question.
Oh yeah.
What was your question, Grace?
I asked if it was a butt plug.
No, before I introduced
Your third question. What happens when you die?
What happens when we die?
Oh.
What's in the box?
You're just saying we don't know.
No. Grace, what's in the box? JL?
My mind is leaning towards cremains.
Where? This is a location in space-time.
Is this
Right
somebody's
now-
ashes? Is that what you're saying, JL?
Right. Yeah, it's somebody's cremains, yes. I
Okay.
myself will not be cremated. I will be buried in a tree pod so that my body unembalmed in a tree pod so that I can contribute to verdancy and growth. And it will be a nut tree specifically.
Yeah.
So people can eat my nuts.
In as much as
That's
everything
very
else,
JL of you to say.
when you ask where you go, it's a good thing to ask where you came from, which in some ratio is Snickers bars. You literally are what you eat, as that's what you take in. That's what your body builds itself from. And when that goes, it appears that stuff goes wherever that stuff goes at whatever amount of time, anything you want to grant the identity of you to, as they head on their way. This has been.
I don't know if you think I disagree with you. I don't disagree that people decompose.
Yeah. Well, as far as I can see,
You ever been to a decomposition farm? Because I have.
No.
It's called a graveyard.
Well, I mean, my previous background,
Is that an atheist joke?
Part of my background is in forensic pathology, and there are the literal farms, like literal ranches where they have bodies that are donated to science that they leave out to study various stages of decomposition. And so, students can go there to view these things. So you will view human bodies, human corpses in various stages of decomp to see what happens. So to the stages of desiccation, stages of putrescence, liquefaction, desiccation, so on and so forth. But yeah,
Sure.
like the human body decomposes and decays just like everything else that's organic once it dies. Once the neurochemical and once the chemical interactions that sustain life, or what we call life, once those cease.
I agree.
Your
I'm
body-
just asking you, is that it? Is that all there is?
Yeah, that's all the evidence. The evidence all indicates that is all there is. That when the body dies, the consciousness goes with it. Your conscious experience goes with that because your conscious experience requires your brain. So the
Okay.
brain is intrinsically all of the evidence we have from neurophysiology, fMRI, stuff like this. All of it indicates that there is a 1-to-1 correlation and a 1-to-1 causation between what we call consciousness, the umbrella term that we use, consciousness, which is basically just the set of mental phenomena,
Excuse me.
is all intrinsically linked to the brain. When the brain dies, that function that we call consciousness goes with it. Just like when you die, your digestive system, your gastrointestinal system stops digesting. That emergent function ceases. So
Okay.
your consciousness goes along with your brain. That's it.
Okay. Now, we have 9 minutes left, you said on your show. Would you be willing to make a special exception? I have a whiteboard to get, and my dad wanted to make a whiteboard argument having to do with physical objects, animals, and humans to you for the last 10 minutes of the show.
Do I need to bring him up?
Yeah. I'll go
Okay.
get the whiteboard. We'll have a quick whiteboard explanation of his point because I want to do it for him to outline it, if you don't mind.
Can I get that in cornflower blue?
Variety show. Hey, you can pick your favorite color. I got a whole. Which one?
I got reasons, and I'm sure JL knows which.
Which one do you want?
Cornflower blue.
Cornflower blue.
It shows up great against white, of course. Totally
Is this it?
differentiable.
That one?
I wasn't really being serious.
No.
That looks close to it. Yeah.
All right.
If it shows up on the camera, I mean that's good enough, I suppose.
Yeah.
Black would be probably
Variety
smarter.
show. Last 9 minutes. Let's go.
Okay.
All right. I'll bring it up.
All
We
right.
got,
Hi, JL.
yeah.
Hi, Dad.
Uh,
How's it going?
Hi,
Be
Andrew.
right back.
And to go back to it, yeah.
I'll try to make it. You go ahead.
Oh,
I'll try to make it
there's
super
nothing-
succinct, and then you tell me if I could just lay it out, and then you tell me where I'm off. Okay, so just to start with physical objects,
Mhm.
I think we would all agree that physical objects are subject to like the laws of physics. There's no agency, there's no choice. It's just things hitting other things. Correct?
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
Following
we
the
just-
laws
we-
of gravity.
We describe the interactions that we observe via the law. We what we call the descriptions we make of them. These interactions, what we call the laws of physics. Yes.
Okay, so they're like we can assume that things will behave in a way that we could test through science, say for example, and through physics. Even though we can't know that they're going to continue to act that way, it's an axiom we agree with.
We understand them to such a degree that we can predict how they will react, and any deviation in that would be honestly surprising.
Right.
So, but with
So
that,
we call them laws of physics.
we don't hold them as being something that, while we okay, number one, we're not making absolute statements there, but these are probabilistically backed statements that are probabilistically true to such a degree it would be irrational to doubt them to be otherwise, unless
Right.
evidence can be presented that would warrant that doubt.
Yeah, and it would have to be like a fundamental change in the law. Like if this is here and I'm on Earth and I drop this, it's going to drop at a certain rate. It would be like a law, right? Like it would be a law that this is going to drop according to the laws of
Yeah,
gravity.
yeah. Laws describe what happens. Theories describe how they happen. Right.
Yeah, okay. So the laws of physics, we all agree, and we may not know all of the laws of physics, but the basics like how gravity works, how an object accelerates, we can kind of calculate use
Technically,
mathematically.
yeah, technically we do know all the laws of physics because we define them.
Right. So,
But we
yeah,
may
these are-
not know.
We may
have
come up with
discovered
more.
aspects. Of
We may come up with more later.
Yeah, they're typically
We may revise.
and laws are typically described in mathematics using
Yeah.
mathematical terms. Yeah.
Okay, but
so,
we have discovered things, objective things, and then we use names for those things, right? Like
I'd say
gravity, you
we
use a different word for it.
we
but-
make observations and then we describe what we observe,
okay.
and then the languages that we invent to describe them, to
course.
quantify them. That then we would say that these are things.
Of course,
are
the
descriptive.
word
they're
is
di-
objective.
If you get like any like with physicists, cosmologists, whatever, that these things are descriptive in nature, that they describe the observations we make.
okay, but they're true. They're true laws. Okay, so
True insofar as we can tell, yes.
okay, so then we move to animals. Okay,
Jail,
animals.
scooch me over so I'm not blocked by the chat, if you don't mind.
Oh, I can just do this.
Yeah, flip me. You can flip me.
Yeah, swap me, put me down there. I got lots of space.
True. He's just a galaxy. Okay, so then we move to animals. Okay, now animals follow the laws of nature, which is not physical, but it's instinct based, right? And I believe you would say it's evolutionary. There's an evolutionary. Either way, you want to call it a push or a pull, right? And so
We need to fix
that
an
seems to be a
equivocation.
telos, right? Like in the sense
on.
that
We need
animals are drawn to survival of the species and individual survival, but really survival and thriving of the species, right? That's how natural selection works, correct?
hold on, not quite. We've equivocated now. Now, laws of nature as far as animals are there, that's not really comparable. Physics is down to the raw interaction of that which has ontology. Okay, laws of nature. Now we're going into structures, and we're going into categories of things. Now, those laws of nature per se don't really apply quite the same way you'd like to think. The second I bring up bacteria, because they don't have survival instincts, because they don't have instincts, because they don't have brains or any of the rest of that stuff going on. They're just doing bacteria stuff. They're around their thing. So frankly, we've now hit life that doesn't act the way you'd like. So we're about to see where laws of nature breaks down. So we have to talk about this within a useful context. We're going to need to keep that in mind as you go forward. Well, I'll let you move forward with this.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you guys basically say
walking
that
on a landmine right now?
Well, it's important to point out, as Greg Sandage points out, everything about life is chemical. So, like, all the things that go on is all inherently chemical, and that chemistry is still described by the laws of physics, because even life in and of itself is still adheres to like the laws of thermodynamics and how evolution works as far as seeking the lowest energy state. So physics still applies in these things. Physics is still physics still describes laws of nature. Like what happens when we do a particular thing.
Well, I mean, physics is a different branch than biology, but you would say biology is subject to the laws of physics, but then also subject to the laws of biology, correct?
It's subset. It is biology is a subset of interactions within physics. I mean, they're different. Is what everything plays on top of.
Sure. The foundation is physics. If you drop a dog, it's going to drop like a physical object.
We're talking like
the same rate. Okay, we agree. So animals are also physical objects. Totally agree. Subject to the laws of physics, but also there's this element of instinct, which tends, if you try to drown a rat, it's going to tend to want to survive instinctually, right? And it may make a mistake by like going for a trap, which is
not
trying to get nutrition, and then it gets smacked on the head. Yeah. Okay, but it's following its instincts. In the same way you could predict physical objects, you could pretty much predict the behavior of animals.
Like bacteria, right?
Yeah, in response to certain stimuli.
It's more complicated than taking a rock and dropping it. Animals are more complicated because they're very complex, but you can pretty much predict how an animal is going to behave given certain stimuli. And it's going to be kind of like the orientation is that like the animal has a digestive system in order to obtain nutrients, which will then through the process of digestion become energy and rebuild. Right. We agree with all that, right?
Okay, so
that's not problematic, right?
We're just talking about like biological functions, like how organisms survive. So
could you say there are laws? There are like biological laws?
Not in the sense of biology, because in biology you're talking about things like law of phylogeny and there's a number of other laws. But as far as like behavior in and of itself, there's like, I wouldn't say that. I don't think that there are laws that describe, like, there's no law that describes that a rat will always try to swim if it's drowning. So these are behaviors that we observe, but they're not, but how animals react to stimuli is not always the same and is not always predictable. So there may be some like common features, but I don't think that there's laws that describe specific individuals' behaviors because they're not always the same in every single instance.
Well, can you give me do you really think that if I drop 1,000 rats in a tub of water, aren't all 1,000 of them going to start swimming for the edge of the tub?
Possibly.
Well, why would one not?
Because we know that it depends upon a variety of factors, but if you're talking about the rat drowning experiment that was done, it depends upon what the rat perceives. Because rats can give up, but rats can give up. And rats can also exhibit hope. So depending upon what they're observing in their environments, and we've tested this with that horrifying rat drowning experiment that was done. But nonetheless, laws of biology are things like they're fundamental principles that govern living systems. So and they bridge physics, chemistry, and evolution. So core tenets would be like homeostasis, evolutionary theory, law of conservation of mass, metabolic processes, so shit like that. You're trying to draw like behaviors that are exhibited by organisms
Mhm.
in the course of self-preservation as like
Yeah.
laws of reality, and they aren't.
Well, I would say not always self-preservation, because animals will sometimes, we all know, sacrifice for the den or whatever, right? So it's like, it's not really sacrifice, but there are instincts that will cause I think it's like a mother bird will draw a predator away from the young in the nest. So it's
we
not
can
always
get-
personal
well,
self-preservation, but it
right.
does seem to be universally the preservation of, like, not really the species, but whatever the breakdown of the species is in terms of like the whatever unit, the den, something like that.
Not
But it's
quite.
highly predictable. You would say
Okay.
you would say it's
Okay, one can
highly
talk-
predictable.
One
Almost.
can
to
one
the
can
point
talk
of
in
law.
generalities like that, but then you can look at experiments where they take rats and
Yeah.
they gave them basically a thing where they hit a button and they take a hit
Yep.
of the drug kind, and you'll
Yep.
watch them go without food and starve to death because they're feeling fine.
Sure.
Yeah. So this is just down to competing motivations.
Sure, but those are instincts, right? So the
Competing
instinct, you
motivations.
can warp the instincts of an animal. Like domestication is warping the instincts of an animal, right?
Yes, but
In
the
order
key
to
thing
for
here-
humans to
key thing
utilize
here
the animal.
is the weighting that is done.
Okay,
It's
so
opposite.
But you
looking-
believe in
so-
instinct. You believe
Well,
instinct
hang on a
guides
sec.
animals.
So hang
right?
on a sec. I'm going to correct something that I said, because this actually went outside of either I didn't remember or whatever like this. But there are some principles, some laws, that there's the law of effect, there's Weber's law, and there's Hyman's law, which are examples of this. The law of effect, as articulated by Thorndike, responses followed by satisfaction are more likely to recur, while those followed by discomfort are less likely, forming the basis for operant conditioning.
Right.
So you could say, and then the Weber-Fechner law is that these describe sensory perception, stating that the just noticeable difference in stimulus intensity is a constant fraction of the original stimulus. And so there's a number of laws that do kind of say like what an organism is most likely to do given a certain stimuli.
Mm.
So you could say that there are some biological laws that describe what will happen in a given scenario.
Right,
So,
right, right.
yes. So there
So
are
like
some,
reproduction is a fundamental one, but you can warp it to like harvest semen from animals, which we do in domestication. But the animal still has to, like, I don't know how to say this.
well,
has to
aside from
experience the
organisms,
pleasure.
that are asexual, or organisms that
Well, I mean, like, talk about horses when you're breeding horses, right? You want to get the stallion to feel like it's having sex with a female, and then whatever, it's dicey, but you pull it out at the end and you gather the semen and sell it for millions of dollars. But so I'm not saying we can't trick animals, but like we basically have to work with their instincts.
Okay, so I understand. So we observe the universe. We observe the universe in and of itself. We use the laws of physics to describe. We articulate the laws of physics to describe what we observe there.
Right.
Biological systems exist. We observe biological systems. We articulate ways that we observe we observe what's happening. Same way we did with laws of physics. We observe certain laws there. This
Right.
doesn't imply a telos, though.
Well, but we would say that nature definitely moves in the direction of survival.
No, because extinction is a fundamental aspect of evolution.
Right, but like survival of the fittest is the idea that there's a competition and that the fittest survive.
No,
so that
that's not what
nature
survival. No,
select-
that's not what survival of the
So
fittest
you don't
is.
believe in natural selection?
No, that's not what survival of the fittest is.
And it's
Do
not
you
actually-
believe in
Survival of the fittest is not the strongest wins. Survival of the fittest describes the organism that is most fit to the niche that it currently occupies. That doesn't entail that it's the strongest one that survives. You're leaning towards social Darwinism and shit like that.
No.
Survival of the fittest.
Most
is
fit.
just-
I
is
agree,
just
most fit.
The population, the aspect of the population that is most most able to survive the environment that it's in. Some members of the population will not be able to survive. Some will. Those who are able to fit and able to survive and reproduce, those ones are the fittest. Being the strongest
And it
is
could
not
be that
necessarily
less physical strength is advantageous because
but ultimately nature is not
you don't
going
have to keep. so
but
many
nature's not
nutrients.
going for the survival of any one particular organism because evolution doesn't have an end goal. and there's no telos there because extinction is a fundamental part of evolution.
And death.
In order for things to progress further things, other things have to die. And evolution oftentimes leads to organisms becoming specialized to a degree that they will eventually die off through no fault of their own. The environment changes, they can't adapt quickly enough, they die off, but that opens up another niche for another organism to take its place if there is an organism to do so. So nature in itself is not nature itself is not like trying to like reinforce survival. Biological systems are simply things that occur in nature, but because there is no if there is no telos, which is exactly what we see, evolution requires extinction, and then things can go extinct. So nature itself is not like being like, this is the purpose of evolution. This is the purpose of survival. It's not meant to do that.
Let's take it away from like nature and towards the individual organism seems to be oriented towards its own survival and the survival of its group. Not necessarily, I don't think there's like a species wide thing. We agree that that's why we have experiments on rats, because they're largely predictable.
Okay,
if they weren't predictable, it wouldn't give us any information.
For the sake of the time, because we're over. So, but I'm just saying, in this respect, there's
I get there's caveats.
There's no telos here, because survival of organisms, as far as nature is concerned, as far as like the system is concerned, survival is not a thing that's intended or a thing that is guaranteed. So,
right. Okay, but it does seem to select. I'm saying you could say it does it in a non-teleological way, but I don't really know how that would work.
No,
but that's my point.
We're just describing it as the process, like natural. There's no like intentionality behind natural selection, because there's natural selection and there's artificial selection, and then you have positive selection, you have negative selection, you have sexual selection. These things are things that occur within biological systems, and sometimes they fail. For an example of that would be peacocks. The number one predator of peacocks are tigers. Tigers are ambush predators, but the peacock that species sexually selected for its males to have giant feathers behind it as a sexual display. But tigers are ambush predators. They attack you from behind. If you can't see what's behind you, you will go extinct. The only reason peacocks survive today is because of human intervention, is because we think they're beautiful, so we cultivate them, and we've decimated tiger populations, which is the only reason the peacock is still alive. So, because evolution shows you your sexual selection is great. That's how you proliferate. But guess what? If there were no humans, tigers would have eaten you all, because they keep, so there you go. So evolution,
they wouldn't have survived. Right. I understand that evolution is a dynamic process. I'm not saying everyone wins. Some lose, some win. But I want to move to the third one.
Okay.
So if we go to humans, and I really appreciate you, because I get that you're not seeing me setting you up or something like that. But what I'm saying is just animals are largely predictable. Animal behavior is largely predictable. If you use a term called instinct, we would largely agree. Yes, animals act on instincts that are fairly predictable. Sometimes we learn new things about animals, but largely survival of the group.
Given in your third section, given that humans are animals, all of those things under laws of nature apply to us equally.
Okay, that's exactly my point. So when you say humans, what they do is completely subjective. Like, that's not true. All human beings want to breathe. All human beings, we share an animal nature, right? And yet I would admit there's something about us that's distinct from the animals. But actually, I don't know on your
not really. Like, what would you say is distinct?
Why there would be
other than our capacity to reason to a certain degree? There's not. I mean, there really isn't. If you look at how evolution and how how energy is dispersed within that system, as far as that, the vast majority of the energy during our evolution went to the development of our brains.
Yeah.
Other species, that energy went to other areas, because there's a trade-off. If the energy goes into one area, it can't go into another. If you compare a human, just a human in a vacuum, to any other animal, the other animals on the planet, by and large, we suck. Our eyes suck. Our sense of smell sucks. Our sense of taste sucks. Our sense of hearing sucks.
I understand that. Yeah.
Our ambulatory capacity sucks. The one thing we have going for us is our brains, is the ability to problem solve and to think spatially, just like this. But guess what?
Right.
We're not the only species that can do that. Cetaceans can do it. Elephants can do it. Pachyderms can do it. Chimpanzees can do it.
Yeah.
Gorillas can do it. Orangutans can do it. We all do it to different degrees.
But
Okay,
what I'm saying is, what my criticism is, so if largely humans are animals, and I
We
agree
are.
with that largely, I would say there's something distinct about humans.
I
Okay?
definitely know a
And
few
I
vegetables.
would use the term soul. You could use the term consciousness, or whatever. But you then are saying there are no laws of humans. Like there's no, like, but wouldn't the same laws that apply to animals basically apply to humans? And actually, on your like explanation, wouldn't you have to be a biological determinist and say actually human freedom, which you express in the most profound way as saying we create our own meaning in life, okay, which I don't think you think animals do that, and I know you don't think rocks do that. So that's the most profoundly sort of articulation of freedom, to an extent that I think it's actually incomprehensible what you'd mean by that. Largely, we want to fuck, sleep, eat, breathe, feel good, and all the rest, right? Like, so those instincts we have. So in many ways, it's obvious that we can't create our own meaning without.
No,
in
we
some
can.
ways,
We can. It's just society that
Well-
it's the formation of society and the elimination of a lot of the struggles of early survival that have allowed people to dedicate their entire lives to a particular thing. If you take us back 100,000 years, human beings were still doing the same stuff. People were still, humans, Homo sapiens were still creating art. They were still creating, still
Yes.
building tools. Still, like a Homo sapiens, like a member of a tribe, 100,000 years ago, can dedicate their life to making tools for the group. Okay, but every day was a struggle for survival. So literally, it comes down to what can we do to accomplish the tasks that we need to accomplish to ensure that we survive on a daily basis.
Yeah,
We don't have those struggles anymore. So because of the societies we built. So now an individual has the freedom to dedicate
I don't think
their
that's
life.
true, Jail.
No, because nowadays, how is it not?
Well, say
Because
for
if
example,
there were no
society,
societies and we were all just tiny little tribes,
society
we
which
would be
fails.
focused on survival.
No, I understand. I understand. I'm not going to deny that.
Hold on.
Current
So
societies
we
have
got one
different
quick thing. We've got one quick thing that can bridge this, because what kind of divided humans from the other animals is one thing. Because you described all those other motivations, fucking, food, shelter, all of that, survival.
Mm. Yeah.
The big thing is we're planning about next week. We're planning about next month. We're thinking forward. Animals deal much more in the now. They're not thinking.
I agree.
Hey, okay, my kid's going, here's all the threats in the area. Here's all the stuff going on. And we're planning. That's what they're not doing.
Well, it seems like they do a little bit of like
Yeah,
Dale was
they
saying,
do
an
a
ambush
week, they do
predator
a day,
will
a week. Are they
will
like,
see
how
how
far
the
ahead are they
prey
planning
is.
going? In about 3 years, I'll be in my mating season. I better start building that nest for my future kids right now. How many of them are doing that? Or they're just going like, oh, now it's time.
Well, people largely just have sex.
People, yes, I'm talking animals.
Yeah,
See,
animals-
we're talking
in a
about time.
similar way.
Time is the
So,
question.
but
here.
we also see like planning and like this. But Andrew's
Yeah.
right. As far as like our closest ancestors, as far as like our closest genetic relatives, we
Yeah.
do see planning. That you will have gangs of chimpanzees that will plan out attacks on other troops.
Right.
They will do that. So planning still occurs, but they largely lack the capacity to conceptualize longer than like much longer than the now. They have the now, what's going on, and they have the ideas about what will happen, like what things we need to do and things we need to accomplish. So we do see these things, we just see them more rudimentarily than humans do. It doesn't make us like inherently like separate from animals. It just means that our brains function differently than their brains do. We could also say that human beings, by and large, as a species, are emotionally far less advanced, emotional at an extreme emotional disadvantage as far as our emotions go, and interpreting and internalizing our emotions than other species, because cetaceans have been shown to be far more emotionally adept than human beings are. So we have a far more emotionally grounded species that lives in the ocean. So,
But Joe, can I just lay out something like this? This is what, like, I would just lay it out, and I think this is. I think you could see what I'd be saying here. In some ways, someone from your perspective is really into science, and I admit, like, you know way more than I do about it. it seems like logically you could, instead of thickening the line that she's doing there, you would kind of you must know people who are biological determinists. They just think humans are just animals. The idea of creating meaning is they're just following instinct in a more complicated way, which is due to the brain and all that stuff. But we're just animals who are lying to ourselves that we're different than other animals. And there's a lot of evidence for that. There's a lot of evidence. You get the Epstein files. You say, okay, people accumulate money so they can have sex with whatever, sexually,
I'll disagree.
Biologically attractive females who are in the reproductive.
I'll disagree to your
Right,
previous
so-
point outright.
But so I don't agree with that, but you could see all human behavior as biologically deterministic, and we're just evolutionarily maybe more successful, but maybe in the end,
for the sake of brevity, sure, that could potentially be the case.
But you're doing the opposite. You're putting a huge line. I don't think
No,
you
I'm
would say
not.
that animals create their own meaning. I don't think you would say that.
Okay,
You're saying humans are
meaning is- hold on.
fundamentally different, and that we
Hold on.
have this thing called meaning, but we
just
create
covered, we
our
just
own
covered
meaning.
this. We just covered this because meaning equals time. If I'm thinking about my next meal, that's not meaning in that larger sense. See, you're looking for something bigger, something longer term, and that involves time. We've just covered this.
Well, JL said that a human can die, and that would give that human meaning,
No, I never
Yeah,
said that.
even apart from
No, I never said
like,
that.
dying for. Well, you said suicide bomb.
You
guys-
No,
I did
no.
not
Grace
say that.
Grace brought that up. I never said that.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you say, wouldn't you say that humans, in order to pursue meanings that are contrary to what I would call human nature, or I would also include biological nature, such as, like, say, for example, the quest to change your sex, like you would not find that in the animal world. No animal is inclined to do that.
How about we stick to some of the more basic stuff here now?
And you have to
hold on.
defy nature to do that.
No,
Yeah,
you
hold on.
don't. No, you don't, because there are species on this planet that naturally change their sexes.
So
Well,
before
but not ones like us.
before we get mired in that
I'm not trying to make it political. I'm just saying, I agree that there are
are
people who
We're on a
have
worthless
that
Okay,
Right.
okay.
So
Hold up, Andrew. Hold up.
I want
This
to
is good. All of this stuff is. I'm just going to break this down. All of this stuff that you're bringing up, as far as the stuff with Epstein, and I get that these are topics, that these are hot topics that typically generate a lot of like drama. None of this is fucking relevant to the conversation at hand. These are things stop.
Sure.
These are things that these are things that you personally don't like, and they're entirely subjective to you. It's also subjective to society in and of itself. None of this is relevant. Human behavior is driven by our biology.
Okay, I agree.
Now, whether you hold to biological determinism or not is irrelevant. Okay, these things are chemical in nature. There is no any of the stuff that's brought up. There is no evidence of an overarching telos to existence on this planet, to life itself.
So then humans don't make their own meaning; they just follow their biological instinct.
Human life that's consistent.
I said that's why I'm not. That is no. I said you could be a biological determinist. I'm not saying that I am, but there is an argument for it. I'm saying that we perceive that we can choose to dedicate our lives to a particular thing, and that would be defined as choosing a meaning for yourself, the thing that you do that holds most value for you. But that is a subjective determination. There could be things in your biology that inform what you choose. Okay,
sure.
so it may not be. So stop. I'm not fucking done. So it could be that these choices are not entirely free, that you may be informed by other things, the way your neural pathways formed when you were a child, that inform certain things that you were attracted to, that eventually determines, like, I am in these are the things that I enjoy, and I'm going to dedicate my life to that. Or it could be an instantaneous moment where you have an experience where you're like, I observe a phenomena, and now that is such a profound effect, I'm going to dedicate my life to that. Either one is possible. Human beings can do that today in today's society because we have afforded ourselves the luxury of doing that by forming the societies that we have. You eliminate the society, and these things automatically take a step back in favor of ensuring our basic survival. So, but even then, other organisms still engage in creativity. They still engage in play. They still engage in efforts that are not survival minded. They still
Yeah.
do things. So nonetheless, there is still there's nowhere within this to imply that there is a telos. Okay.
But what do you? So do you think the word meaning has a meaning, or
hold on? I want to before we jump to meaning, because we see we're jumping contextual scopes every time you do that. Like you take the tiniest little thing and you take a giant jump to meaning when you've got a couple other items on that board. Can you put the board back up so we can take a look at that? Lift. It's probably a lifting job.
I gotta mirror my image. I know. I'm bringing it back up.
It's just she didn't want to show it in reverse.
Oh, reverse.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a mirror. Gotcha. That makes sense. So let's look at a couple of items that don't deserve to be on that side. If we could raise the board up a bit.
Sorry, one second.
So we can see the bottom items.
Moving my console.
Or the camera. Either way. Yeah. So morality and reason and logic. Other animals do that as well. Okay, take a look at a couple of caged up chimps. You give first one a banana, give the second one a banana, third one a banana, fourth one half a banana, and you'll watch the rest of those cages light up. They understand you got robbed. This happens throughout the animal kingdom. Reason and logic. When you take a look at any predictive act of predation, where they're calculating where the prey goes, they know where it is. They look for the bushes. They look for all those clues. They're doing reasoning to go, is there prey there? So those things don't sit on that side of that border.
I think that
they're talking about scale. The best you're going to talk about is scale, and that's a blurry line.
Yeah, so if you want to blur the line between animals and humans, I understand that from where you're coming from.
You won't be able to draw one.
If you want to make the line super thick, which it sounds like JL's doing by saying humans have this unique capacity.
No, that's not what I'm doing at all. That's not what I'm doing at all.
Oh, do you think animals create their own meaning?
It is possible, but it's not in a way that is identical to humans. And we don't speak cetacean. We can observe their behaviors, and we can observe behaviors that seem to mirror ours. We do know that there are roles within animal societies that individuals pick up.
Sure,
the question is, why do certain individuals pick up certain roles? Obviously, no, but not always. So it depends upon a number of factors. You're asking questions. I don't hold that line exists between humans and animals. We just do things differently, and we do things to different scales that other animals do. So what we subjectively call meaning is just something that you've dedicated your life to. That's it.
Okay, but it's different than instinct. Is that correct? Because if you say it's instinct,
no, because it could very well be our instinct to try and derive these things.
Okay, but then that would, you could say, I don't know about what gorillas or baboons do, but we can observe some things about what they do, and there are many similarities. I agree. I'm not trying to say humans are not.
Is it within the realm of logical possibility that humans striving for meaning is a part of our instinctual basis, as a psychological imperative for evolutionary survival?
Yeah, I mean, so that would be saying that things like religion are part of evolution. So Evo Psych could get you right to say that this is an evolutionary adaptation that in fact is quite successful, right? This is the Jordan Peterson line. But you're saying religion is a virus of the mind, I assume.
No, I've always held that concept, that spiritual concepts were ways for human beings to band together under a common idea, and that has survival utility because groups in larger numbers that are all working towards the same thing are more efficient. They can accomplish tasks more readily, and they're all fighting for the same thing. That has survival utility that I will not deny, but it doesn't mean that the things that they're conceptualizing are true about reality independent of minds. These are abstract concepts that we utilize to justify certain things.
But if we're just looking at instincts, I believe if you extrapolate, say Mormons and the Amish as a population right now compared to atheists like you, they are going to win demographically.
No,
because atheists tend
because certain survival traits, because these were survival traits that worked when human survival was predicated upon survival in numbers.
But they still work. More religious countries
no, they don't.
Have more
the positive benefits, that doesn't matter, because the positive benefits, the social division that is created by them is now more detrimental than the survival benefit. Just because you have more people just means you have more people to fight for something that you can't demonstrate to be the case. Which means
the laws
you're more
of nature
apt.
Still apply.
Stop! I'm not done. you're still apt to get into more conflict because of that division, which means you
True.
risk your lives more often, which means you don't have a survival benefit.
Well, but I mean, if we look at the demographics, like the country,
we look at the current demographics. Atheism, agnosticism, and nuns is quickly outpacing religious belief.
but not through reproduction. I understand it's in a different.
What do you mean not through reproduction? You have to have kids.
Those groups tend to reproduce at very low numbers.
No, they don't.
Oh, yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Well, look at me. I have 6 kids. You have 0.
Human beings. Are you basing it just on me alone?
You don't think the Amish have a lot of kids? They frequently have 10, 12, 13 kids. That's
People,
well known.
No. It's not religion that dictates these things. It's economic factors that dictate these things. People who are atheists who have lots of money will have more children because they can care for them. Okay,
True,
this is
somewhat,
economic
but-
standard, not a religious standard. Yes, there
That's
is
just
a religion.
factually incorrect.
Yes,
Jay.
Christianity does have a standard in it to go forth and propagate and have more children.
Yeah.
But that's one thing for them. But there are also Christians out there that don't have kids because they recognize that they can't afford to have them.
But I'm just saying on a factual level, the degree of religiosity is highly correlative. I understand that socioeconomic is as well, but actually socioeconomic is inversely correlative with number of offspring. Now you could say that's not a good strategy because having a lot of offspring is going to create a lot of poverty. You could say Africa is a failure in some ways as a model, but I don't think that's true. And if you look at a country like Japan, where the birth rate has been very low for a long time, despite massive economic and technological growth, it is largely a demographic failure because they're not reproducing. So I think the laws of nature continue to apply.
Well, no, and it's not even actually a failure because lower birth rates help us to avoid the potential problem of overpopulation.
Okay,
Having children selectively does help us to stave off that issue of overpopulation.
Okay, but first you said atheists.
hold on.
Huge issue.
Wait, first you said
We need to
atheists
progress.
don't have less kids, and then you said they have more kids, and then now you're saying they
I
have
didn't
less
say that
kids.
they have more kids. That is not what I said. I said
Hold
that
on.
birth rates on par across the human population are pretty much standard. Birth rates are going down across the board because
They're very
because of
widely.
the economic limitations of it. You can't just boil these things down. You can't boil these global concepts down to just
It's
religious
complicated,
people.
yeah.
Religious people have more.
Generally
That is true.
speaking,
That is true.
they have more children.
Okay, but
Generally
that doesn't.
speaking,
But
yes.
that's not necessarily a good thing.
Okay,
Yes,
but
it's a
we're just
strategy.
talking
What I'm
about the
saying is
fact.
It appears. What we're trying to say is like it's an interesting question. If religiosity is seen as an evolutionary adaptation, is it a good one, and will it succeed?
It's not an evolutionary adaptation. No, it has a
Okay.
survival strategy to it. There is a
Okay.
survival utility, but that's not religion. Unifying people under a common belief is the survival strategy. What the belief is can be different so long as people are unified. That's the key.
Yeah, nationalism is another example of that.
Okay, so
But
it doesn't
nationalism
matter-
has proven
it
to
doesn't
be
matter what the
extraordinarily
unifying. It doesn't matter what the
destructive.
unifying. It doesn't matter what the unifying
it does.
ideology. No,
It
it
does.
doesn't. Because so long
Some
as people,
ideologies cause
so long as people are unified.
Well, the National Socialists unified it to a large extent the German population, but then they decimated the population because it wasn't. It was ultra violent by its
hold
nature.
up. We just need to stop cherry picking there and realize that you can pick
Communism was terrible.
one.
We
Okay,
are okay, Jose. So we're
missing
30
the
minutes past. We're
point
30
of
minutes
the-
past. We're way over.
Thank you
on
very
this.
much. I'll
Very
pick up.
generous, JL.
I'm pointing. I'm
I really
pointing this
appreciate your
out.
sincerity. I do recognize you're being sincere. I just think it's interesting because I'm just saying the line between the second and third categories there is either, I think it's either non-existent or it's super thick or somewhere in between. I think that's the Christian position is usually that, yes, we're animals, but we have a distinct nature. But what's interesting to me is that you seem to be like very much in favor of human autonomy and freedom to the extent that I don't get it. I don't get how that matches up with your sincere belief in biology and evolution and things like
Because
that.
I'm not falsely equating human psychology with biology in and of itself. I hold subjectively that a species that is psychologically healthy can produce more better offspring, can produce more fit offspring, more psychologically fit offspring. Producing psychologically unfit offspring is a detriment as far as population dynamics goes. So I consider a respect for bodily autonomy that respects the psychology of another individual to be paramount in as far as creating an environment that is suitable for bringing new human beings into it. That's my subjective stance.
But actually, if you look at the facts, countries which I think you're talking about abortion.
I don't care.
They look
it's
like
subjective. No, I don't care.
failures.
It's subjective.
They're selecting themselves.
No, they're
out.
failures by your metric, by your subjective metric.
Well, the strategy is going to fail.
No, it's not. So long as human beings keep producing and we don't go extinct,
I think
it's not a failure.
depopulation is a death spiral.
No, it's not. So long as we don't drop,
absolutely is.
we don't drop our genetic, so long as we don't drop our genetic, Andrew, what's the word I'm looking for? Diversity, our genetic diversity. So long as we don't drop that below a certain threshold, human beings will survive.
Depopulation is one of the absolute signs of civilizational death.
No, that's a death of a civilization. I'm talking. You're talking about civilization. I'm talking about the species. So long as the species continues to reproduce, there will be humans. But we need genetic diversity. If the human population drops below a certain level, like it did 70,000 years ago when the Toba eruption occurred, and we were dropped down to about, I think it was like 16,000 individuals on the planet, we almost went extinct. But we had enough genetic diversity in order to ensure our survival. So long as we don't do that, then the human species will survive. Civilization will take different forms. Whether you like that civilization or not is completely subjective to you. But I'm talking species metrics. I don't give a shit about the civilization or what. If I want to be a part of the civilization, I'll be a part of it. If I don't want to be a part of it, I'll fucking leave. So going to these metrics,
leave civilization.
Yes, you can. I can leave civilization.
Where are you going to go?
I could pack my shit and go to a remote part of the earth where people can't find me.
Every part of the earth is subject to the laws.
I guarantee you, I can find a spot in the Pacific Northwest that no one will ever find me again.
But you're subject to the laws there, though.
I'm subject to the laws of nature.
And the Pacific Northwest.
Only when they find you.
You ever heard of Randy Weaver?
In that
Randy Weaver?
Or I can leave to another, or I can simply leave to another society. I can leave one society, go to another society that's more that.
Well, you'll have to obey the laws of that society.
But not sure, and I have no problem with that. But guess what? The laws that we incorporate to structure a society and allow that society's survivability do not correlate to biological laws of nature. Because those are subjectively derived.
They would have to?
Because those are subjectively derived depending dependent upon the subjective goals of the society. If the society has a particular set of goals they want to accomplish, then they need to establish rules that help them to facilitate that goal.
They have to conform also with the laws of nature.
No, because the laws of nature are just going to go on the way they normally do.
Well, do you know the Shakers? Do you know who the Shakers were? They didn't believe that you should reproduce. They thought it was sinful to have sex.
Quick note.
They died out.
Hold up. We've also violated the next thing. We violated the next thing here because you just tried making those laws prescriptive as opposed to descriptive. So we screwed that one up again.
They are
regardless of at this point where you realize societies and civilizations come and go all the time, and they're going to keep coming and going. And all those laws you're talking about, those are going to come and go.
Wait, can I just push back, and then I'll take off?
Yeah.
They are prescriptive for us because we are members of a species. We're part of nature.
No, they're descriptive.
So if I don't,
no, the laws of nature. I will die. What we describe as the laws of nature, those are descriptive in nature because that is us describing the system. The laws of nature that we prescribe for society are not laws of nature. They're laws that govern behavior within a set. So we have a group of individuals.
You know how you said animals are subset of physics.
No, because they're not.
Aren't
because you can establish laws that are contradictory to survival. So long as it's what you want, sure, then that society will die out. But it doesn't mean they can't. But it doesn't mean that they can't. But it doesn't mean that they can't do it. But it doesn't mean that they can't do it. That's why these things are subjective, depending upon the goals of the society. If the goal of the society is to die out, if that's what they want, then it should behoove them to impose rules that facilitate the dying out of the society.
But why would you say that a human society or a human person can choose to go contrary to all instinct when you wouldn't say an animal can do that, right? There's no animals that do that.
Yes, animals doing things that are profoundly weird are outliers, but they do occur.
But no animals just
Now-
decide.
now,
and
what if
very few
all-
humans
Animals
if-
don't. Do animals commit suicide? I don't think so.
What would they have engaged in
Humans
behaviors? We have
suicide.
seen animals, we have observed animals engaging behavior that we would say is suicidal.
Yeah, like
Does the
dog who
animal-
keeps chewing the infection?
Does the
Yeah.
animal recognize, is the animal like actively trying to end its own life? We would need to be able to get into the animal's head to be able to determine that. We can
There's
say
no evidence of it though.
so,
You
but,
talk
but
about
then, no, hold
evidence,
up, hold
you
up.
go,
There's no,
well,
hold up.
animals,
No,
I'll just be
Ben,
complete
there's no
agnostic.
evidence against it either.
There's plenty of evidence that, for example, animals cannot understand, like, do not use language. We've studied it. Linguists study animals. They communicate, but they don't
They
seem
do
to
have
be
language.
able
Yes,
to grasp
animals do.
language.
Animals do have languages.
Not
Yeah,
a
we've actually-
true language.
No, they do
no.
have languages with
We have
syntax.
we have discovered this with-
No.
with
Cetaceans
and birds.
not only have languages, they have accents and they have dialects. Depending
I
upon
don't
where
believe that's true linguistically.
Depending upon where the pod is in the world. Yes, we have
What's a
established
cetacean,
it. This
by
is
the way?
this
what
is a
a
fact.
cetacean?
Whales.
Wait, okay.
Whales.
I
have
don't
their
think
own-
so, but like,
Yes,
I'm
they
not
do.
saying you're
Whales
wrong,
have
but I don't think
language.
so.
They have language,
think
and they have
linguists have
dialects.
said,
They have
nah.
dialects, and they have accents depending upon where they are in the world.
do you think Coco the gorilla spoke like a language? Or did the linguists say like it actually doesn't add up to being like a language?
Coco the gorilla was able to match things in reality to that. That's all language is. Language is identifying that you have abstract terms that are applied
Yeah.
to things in reality.
Right,
And then you
right.
convey those. If Coco
Right.
did not know sign language, she would convey her desires the way other primates do. We just gave her another way to do it. And she was able to recognize the patterns involved. And so it was a functional language for her.
Yeah, but well, I mean, when you like that horse that used to count on TV, like that horse didn't understand quantity and mathematics.
It may not,
it was just
but
training.
now you've changed it to a horse, which is fundamentally different biologically speaking than one of our closest ancestors, one of our closest relatives, which is
Yeah,
a
no, I
gorilla.
understand.
So in that
I believe that
respect,
linguists have come to the conclusion
animals
that
do have
Coco did
languages.
not
Animals do have
exercise
languages.
language.
Some of those languages are more rudimentary than ours to convey simple things. We know that howler monkeys have two different calls when it comes to acknowledging that there is a predator nearby. They have a call
methods
for
of communication.
They have a call if the predator is above them. They have a call if the predator is below them. Two
that
separate
doesn't mean
calls
it's
to
a
do this.
language.
It is a language.
Well, you said
Okay.
abstract. You said that it's an abstract. I
Yes,
think
they make a determination. The determination is there's a predator above and there's a predator below, and they have different ways of articulating that to other monkeys.
yeah, sure, communication. Yeah.
Okay, that is a form of language to
Well, I
convey
mean, you're just
information
equivocating.
to convey information from one party to the next, whether your information is just ones and zeros, which is very, very basic, or your
Okay, but
information
when
is as complex as human articulation. It doesn't matter. So long as it has syntax, that is the important thing.
Now that
It depends
hold
how
on.
you
On-
define
on that,
language.
on
If
that
you define it
specific
as
point,
communication, of course,
hold on. On
all
that
animals,
specific point,
any
two
animals.
samples for you. We've got the Bengalese finch and the Japanese tit, where we have actually managed to determine they have syntax with their calls and whatnot.
I believe
We've
that
got a couple of
linguists
ones we can
have
specifically
come
follow
to
up
the
on.
conclusion that there are no animals that we've discovered that have language
So
in a
so
true
what
sense.
I wanted to
But I
pin
may be
down
wrong
here, just like that thick line you wanted to draw, there's an entire blur.
No, I'm saying
And
you
it's
guys
all
draw
context.
it. You guys draw it, or JL draws it.
No, Grace drew that line nice and thick.
Yeah,
between
Grace
animal
drew that.
and
I
human.
didn't draw that.
Grace drew that on the
JL's
board.
point of view
Nice
about
and
I didn't draw that.
human freedom.
I hold our ability, the function of our brains, the superior function. I wouldn't even say it's superior to a degree because the evolution of our brains has made our brains an absolute mess. But the way we function psychologically, okay, in the way that we reason is just the way this one organ happens to work very well for us. And it's not even universal across the entire species. We have very, very developed brains. So what? Other animals have very, very developed other areas in their
We seem to
morphology.
use our
So,
brains to do things that animals don't do.
like
Such
what?
as like what we're doing
No,
right
no, no.
now.
Name,
which
name
is
one
like-
thing.
Which is right now, like, think about philosophy.
Okay, so we think
it's
about things deeper
totally
than no, we think about things deeper than other organisms do, but it doesn't mean that they're not thinking. They may not have the structures evolved because their species didn't need those structures to be evolved.
But there's a certain way in which
But keep in mind,
no evidence that animals have
we weren't
religiosity.
the only ones. Homo sapiens, Homo neanderthalensis, Floriensis, Denisovans, Naledi, all of the other dozen members of our genus who were not Homo sapiens, all had the capacity to do this, and they're all dead. So we were not the only one to show up.
As a chimpanzee, you're not going to really be able to have this conversation with a chimpanzee. And I understand you say, well, maybe in the chimpanzee's language, but there's no evidence of that. And we have done a lot of experiments with animals to try to determine if that's there.
Okay, so I gotta put the pin in it here.
Well,
When
you
it
go,
comes down
JL.
to it,
I'll take off.
these things are predicated upon the notion that humans are special because we're the last remaining members of our genus. If Homo neanderthalensis was still alive today and there was two separate groups, there was Neanderthals and there was Homo sapiens, we would be having an entirely different conversation about this. So no, the fact that we're the last members of our species, of our last members of our genus, doesn't mean anything special about human beings. We're just the ones that survive, just like the current chimpanzees that survive and the current bonobos are the last surviving members of the pan genus. Gorillas, last surviving member of the Gorillaini genus. Same with orangutans, last surviving member of the Pongo genus. So, and how they diverge as well. So this doesn't indicate anything special about humans in the way that we evolved, because we're not the only ones that evolved this way. Other members did. They're long since extinct. The point is, there's no telos here. There's no overarching intentionality behind any of this. This is nature at work. It's complex. Sometimes it's simple. Sometimes it's complex. But nature does not intend for the survival of anything. These are biological functions that serve within those systems. But if it was intended to survive, then extinction wouldn't be a fundamental part of evolution.
That's not true.
So it wouldn't be, because if evolution to work the way it does, extinction is a natural part of that. If there was a telos behind it for things to survive, then it wouldn't be a part of the natural process for things to have to die off completely.
Competition, it has to have losers.
That's what we expect in a naturalistic system that is unguided.
But even in
not in a
telos,
system that is telos.
We produce cars, and then some cars.
I'm talking about the system. You're
out.
going to pieces in the system. That's a composition fallacy. Just because there are things that are like have intentions, just because
that's
we create.
That's
no,
how telos. You're saying telos and extinction are not compatible. They certainly are. Human telos.
Ben, just because there are things in the system that we create that have telos, we do it, does not mean the system itself was intended to be the way it is. It's begging the question. It's begging the question of the existence of an entity that has the intention for things to be the way they are. That thing does not exist. Analytically, it doesn't exist, and it cannot be demonstrated to exist as a concrete thing independent of human minds. There is no rational reason to believe that it does. There are irrational reasons, such as emotional utility, psychological utility, whatever. Okay, or maybe even societal utility, banding people together under the banner of a common idea. But that doesn't mean that they are actually there. And the utility of it doesn't increase the probability of their existence. So we need to address it on its merit. Does the thing exist? And all evidence indicates that it does not. And there is no rational justification to believe that it does. So then my question is, if we don't need it, if it causes more division than anything, we don't need it for a survival technique anymore. It's not that we're beyond that. We're way beyond that. Why would we continue to proliferate it as though it were true about reality?
Because your explanation, as you gave me, your answers to the fundamental questions about human life, why are we here, what are we supposed to do, and what happens when we die, are fundamentally unappealing.
Not to everybody, but they are to some people. But their emotions have nothing to do with reality, and their inability, the fundamental psychological incapacity.
Hard disagree.
No, but the fundamental psychological incapacity for some people to deal with that, to deal with the harsh reality. They may view it as harsh. I don't. I view it as nature. But they may say, well, that's just so dark that we don't go anywhere after that. So what?
Well,
You didn't
okay.
bitch for you didn't have a problem. You didn't have a problem with the first 13 billion years that you didn't exist. When you die, you will return to that. So I didn't complain about the first 13 billion years that I didn't exist. I will exist for probably 70 to 80 years, and then I will go on my way, just like the billions of humans before me and the hopefully billions of humans after me if we don't wind up killing ourselves. So in that respect, there's nothing dark about it. It's just reality.
It is. Well, yeah. Okay. First of all, my dad wanted to say he's sorry for dipping. He just didn't want to overstay his
That's okay.
welcome,
That's
so
fine.
He didn't mean to be rude. But I just fundamentally disagree with you because you seem to say that if something is disturbing to you emotionally, that doesn't have anything to do with reality. I disagree. I think emotions are a part of reality, and they are a way of knowing that something is off. Like
No, nothing.
your
Not where I
conscience,
was going
your
with that.
intuition and your emotions. If
No.
something makes you sad, you might be wrong that it's not sad, but you might be right.
No.
It's
That's
not
my subjective-
necessarily-
no, that's my subjective interpretation of the thing. That people die and then that's it. That may not bring people comfort. They may find that they may reject that because they don't like the idea of it. But it doesn't mean that that's not what's true. Okay, if
See,
they want to, if they want
I disagree
to,
because I think what's true is also what is like good and beautiful. I think the three of them work together.
well, that doesn't
I
even make
don't
sense.
think
With
there's
truth-
anything that's
with
true
truth
that
being- with
is
truth being a
ugly
property-
and evil.
Have you
don't
seen
think
the
so.
blobfish?
Wait.
before?
If
Have you
truth
seen
is
a
a pro-
blobfish?
It's cute. Yes.
truth is a
I
property
have.
of truth is a property of propositions. You're talking about subjective evaluations. We're talking about things that
Yeah.
are true. So like a proposition. When you say that a thing is beautiful, that is a subjective evaluation that you are making. You're taking the abstract concept of beauty and you're imposing it upon that thing because it meets your aesthetic criteria.
See, these are just different. These are just differences of opinion. I think.
No,
beauty is
right, they
objective
are.
and goodness
They are
is
because
objective.
I can find this is art. I can find a thing beautiful. You could find it abhorrent. I could find a thing
disagree.
abhorrent. You could find it beautiful. We can
I
diverge
disagree.
on
I
that.
think even scientific models, at the end of the day, they appeal to beauty. This works the best way.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Yes, it
Do you
does.
find the Ebola virus beautiful? Because I do.
In a way, yes.
Do you find what it does to organisms that infects? Hemorrhagic.
Do I find it beautiful?
death.
I'm
Nature-
talking about models more than actual.
Yeah,
like,
the models. The
activities.
models don't have it. I mean,
Is an
the models
activity
just describe what
true?
is-
I don't
no,
know. I mean,
the
I'm
models
not
just
talking about
describe
that.
what is happening. Whether they're not beautiful or ugly in any way. It's just a model. Whether you think they're beautiful or not is subjective to you. You are taking that concept of beauty. It's an aesthetic, and you are imposing it upon that thing to call that thing beautiful. But another person could say, "I don't see any beauty in it. It's just a model." There are mathematicians who view like there are mathematicians who will view an algorithm,
A theorem?
like a mathematical equation. There
Yeah.
are mathematicians that will view an equation. That is a work of beauty right there.
They
I don't
are.
see it. I
They
don't
are
see
beautiful.
it. I see it as a way of quantifying reality. Because
But
it's
they are
aesthetic.
objectively beautiful.
They're
Like, a
not
correct
objectively
math
beautiful. No,
theorem
that's
is objectively
mind.
beautiful.
No. How are you? Okay, let me ask you this. If you say that they're objective, you mean that their mind stance independent.
Yes.
How are you grounding mind stance independence?
I am saying that I'm saying that these three things work in harmony. Truth
Answer the
is
question.
mind
No,
stance
Grace,
independent.
Grace.
You agree with that.
No, Grace.
So
If you-
truth
no,
works
no,
with
stop,
beauty
Grace,
and
stop.
goodness. There is
Grace,
nothing
I
that's
asked
true that
you-
isn't also
I
good
asked
and
you.
beautiful.
I asked you, how are you grounding mind stance independence? You said it's objective, which
Yes.
means mind stance independent.
Mhm.
How are you grounding that?
How am I grounding my mind stance independence?
No. You said that beauty.
I am grounding it in God.
God is a mind. God has a stance. How are you
These
grounding?
things
How
are-
are you? No, hold on.
These
Hold on.
are the fruits.
How
These
are
are the
you grounding?
fruits
How are you
of our
no?
Lord.
How are you grounding mind stance independence in a mind?
God is not just a
Okay.
mind.
Hold on.
Right, I'm not-
We got a
you're saying
simpler.
like he's like a
we got a
person.
simpler sample.
I'm
for
not.
this
This
one
is what I'm trying to.
Grace,
This is what I'm trying
Grace,
to. No. Wait. Hold on.
no,
This is the
we're going
basic.
really
This is an
wrong here.
analogy. This is an analogy of how I see your vision versus mine, or your attitude versus mine, your worldview versus mine. You can look at a painting,
Hold on.
and you can say the
We
painting
need to
is
remove
beautiful.
we need to remove a person from this picture here.
Wait, hang
Give
on.
me a moment here because I've been trying to get a point in on this.
Okay.
Okay, we got a rock. I lift it up. Is what's under it beautiful or ugly?
I don't know. It depends.
What do you mean depends? You just said
Well, if
objective.
you see a salamander,
said
a salamander is beautiful.
ugly. I hate salamanders. Fuck salamanders. Who's right now?
Well, all animals are beautiful in their own way.
Oh no, they're not. All animals are ugly. Fuck your idea. Who's right
Okay,
now?
well, that's just not true.
Oh no, that's just your opinion. That's cool. Good. We've established subjectivity right now.
Your opinion is wrong.
No,
You can
no.
have it,
Oh,
but
your
it's
opinion
wrong.
is
Hold up.
wrong.
Hold up. Whoa,
There you go.
Whoa. Grace, you basically just said his opinion is wrong. That is your subjective stance.
And yours is
I know
wrong,
it's
and we're
objectively
tied.
true.
It's not. Because for you to claim that it's objectively true indicates that it is mind stance independently true. You cannot rely upon a
Yes,
mind.
I am recognizing a reality. I
Okay,
am
no, but no,
recognizing a reality
But okay, no.
that
But
is
hold up,
grounded in God.
Stop. Just because you ground it in a God doesn't make it objective.
God,
That is not what
a
objective
God.
means. Okay, objective is mind stance independent. You cannot ground a subjective determination in a mind.
God is
Or
the
you cannot
ground
an
of
independent.
everything.
No,
God
you
is the ground
cannot
of
ground-
existence.
It-
God is
Grace,
the ground
you are
of fundamental principles.
Grace, you are dodging. You cannot ground you cannot ground something independently in a mind. That is mind independent. You are defining it as mind independent.
You
cannot
agree
ground
with
it.
me.
So hold on.
No,
We-
I
we-
don't.
Yeah, you do, because you guys were talking about movies before I came on here, and you guys were appealing to an objective experience or analysis of these movies. You were not just saying, I like this,
No.
but you like this. You
No,
were saying
no,
this is
Grace.
objectively
No,
a
I did
good
not.
movie for XYZ reasons.
No, Grace, I did not. I said it's
Yes, you
subjective.
do.
No, I didn't. It's subjective. I have always said it's subjective. When I was describing the things that I enjoy, I made sure to state that I enjoy them for subjective reasons.
You were talking about blaxploitation films.
Right.
And you were discussing them, whether you want to admit it or not. You were saying objectively, some of these are the same standard and as good as
I never said
the
that.
earlier 70s movies.
I never said that.
But some of them fall short of the mark. Now,
No,
you are not
Grace.
saying when you say that, that's just what I think, but somebody else's opinion
Yes,
could be perfectly
yes,
valid.
it is. No,
You're saying that's
Grace?
objectively true, that some of these are better and
No,
worse.
I am not.
Yes,
That
you
is
are.
my subjective standard, and I never said it was objective. That's my subjective interpretation.
You're
of
implying
cinema.
objectivity.
I'm not implying objectivity.
Yes,
you
you
are
are.
inserting that. I am not implying objectivity in any way, and no one in this live chat, and I would never say that my opinion on cinema is ever objective, and I never present it as being objective. It is my opinion. These
You
are
were
understood.
no.
These are
Wait, hold on a second.
understood. These are understood to be subjective evaluations.
Hold on a second. I'm not equating your opinion to objectivity, because if, for example, I like some bad songs. Like, I know they're crappy songs. I know they're not the best songs ever, but I like them because they're catchy and fun. But I know that objectively they're not technically proficient. They're not interesting musically. They're just kind of
I
crap
think
songs.
Differ. I love that song. I love
So,
that song.
Grace,
Don't
There
take
is
away
an
from me.
objective
I'm sorry.
standard
Grace,
in
I'm sorry.
art.
You've got to stop. There is not. These
Yes.
things are subjective. They are based upon your stances.
Let's
Okay.
take
My
that
personal
sense.
preferences are sure.
Let's take that rock scenario. I want to fix the person in here. 'cause
I've
he
got
thought
to.
it-
I've got to wrap
Okay.
this. I really
No,
do.
I know it's been an hour.
I'm almost an
I love
hour
talking
over.
to you.
So
I'll
I'm coming
put it
down to
in-
this.
Sorry.
It comes down to this. The concepts that you're talking about, the abstract concepts that you're talking about, are mental concepts. Okay, they are abstracts. They don't exist in reality. They are not causal. They are abstract concepts that we impose upon things within reality to describe them and to convey information to another person. The things that you're talking about invariably when it comes down to like beauty, justice, knowledge, whatever like this, these are abstracts. Okay. So when it comes down to it, you cannot define something as being objective and then turn around and ground that in a mind. Because for something to be objective means that it is independent of a mind, meaning that there is a substrate that it is grounded in, that is grounded in as being a particular way, regardless of the existence of a mind. So it comes back to something like the Euthyphro dilemma. Is a thing good because God does it, or does God do it because it's good? Okay? Either morality is subjective, either moral valuations are subjective, or God is not ultimate. It's one or the other. Because if something like objective morality existed, it would exist whether or not a God existed or not. But if the God is the only thing that exists, what it decrees is what it wants by its own stance, because there's nothing external of it that dictates what moral what moral distinctions ought to be. There's nothing that governs that. So you can't label a thing as being mind stance independent and then try to ground that in a mind. It's a logical contradiction. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay.
Quick closing sample.
Thank you for having me up.
Hold on.
I really enjoyed talking to you again.
I'm glad that we can have a
before you
little
go,
bit more structured conversation. Go ahead, Andrew. Sorry.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. So, darn, I want her to hear for this. Hopefully she'll hear it regardless. Was to remove myself from that equation for lifting that rock and saying whether the thing under there is ugly or not. And let's just put another God believer. Now you've got God believers who will say one says it's ugly, one says it's this, and they both have the same grounding, and now they're fighting with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Now what? Well, it's objective. Well, they ground the same way. Yeah, she wanted to make a differentiation on the idea that she has this, because she has access to God in there in that picture. Yeah, take the next believer who hates spiders. She loves spiders. They hate spiders. One says beautiful, one says ugly. So no, your beauty goes out the door. Just take the next believer who disagrees with you. And that's literally the person next door. Your neighbor disagrees with you. Snakes are ugly. Snakes are gorgeous. This is good. That's not good.
Well, before we wrap it, I'm going to address this because All Flyer has brought this up multiple times. God doesn't exist. Truth claim atheists on this channel cannot defend. So I'm going to break this down really, really fast since I've gone an hour over here, but we've had some decent conversation here. I'm glad the conversation with the Thorpes went a lot better than it did previously. I don't like having to raise my voice like that in order to finish a thought, but I mean, it's a stream, so I hope it wasn't. And I don't think there was the level of animosity that was there. I think this went a lot better without somebody trying to poke the bear. So God doesn't exist. Truth claim atheists on this channel cannot defend. All Flyer, I hope you're listening to this because I'm going to break this down as succinctly as I can. One, it depends upon the God that you're talking about. There are multiple iterations of God concepts that have been devised throughout human history. So it depends upon which one. Two, your God falls into one of two categories because unless you can demonstrate that your God exists as a concrete thing independent of human minds, then it falls into one of two categories. It is either completely unfalsifiable by definition, or it doesn't exist because it entails a logical contradiction. It's one of the two. There are three categories: exist, undeterminate, or unfalsifiable, doesn't exist. If you're talking about the Christian Abrahamic God, the Christian Abrahamic monotheistic God, that God doesn't exist, and I know it doesn't exist because it literally is defined as a logical contradiction. So I can eliminate that from contention. You can adjust or redefine that God in a particular way to make it unfalsifiable. But until you're able to demonstrate that it does exist as a concrete thing independent of minds, there's no reason to believe that it does. When we're talking about atheists, we're talking about people who do not believe that a God or gods exist. Okay? So for me to prove atheism true, all I have to do is prove to you that I don't believe that a God or gods exist. To prove the non-theistic worldview true is a different animal. Because my non-theistic worldview is, it has that within it, that there's no justification, but then we're talking about belief. Is the belief in a God rationally justified? And the answer to that is no. Because all the ways that you justify the belief in your God are completely and utterly irrational. You cannot get to the God concept via logic and reason. But you can get there if you're willing to commit a whole host of logical fallacies in order to justify believing in it. So Atheism is not about proving it like atheism. The goal of atheism, it doesn't really have a goal. Atheists are not beholden to prove the non-theistic worldview. All we have to address is it rational to believe that this entity exists as a thing independent of human minds? And you can't. Okay? I can defend my atheism by saying I am rationally justified in not believing that a God exists, because the evidence in argumentation thus far have been insufficient to warrant belief. That's it. But as far as like demonstrating a God doesn't exist, all I have to do is point out that the God entails a logical contradiction, and we know it doesn't exist, just like square circles don't exist. But if you want to define it as completely unfalsifiable, fine. Then it can either be determined to be true or false, but there's still no rational justification to hold it being true. So you're conflating two things here. Nonetheless, if you want to, I can give you this. If you want to define your God as being all-loving, I can just bring up the argument from divine hiddenness. And they're right there. I have the rational justification to believe, the rational justification that God doesn't exist per the argument from divine hiddenness. So that's pretty much it. So it's not hard. It just depends upon what God you're talking about. And if you're talking about an unfalsifiable one, or you're talking about a one that's a logical contradiction. So until you present a God to demonstrate that it exists independently of human minds as a concrete thing that stands in causal relation to everything that's not itself, I have no reason to believe what you're espousing. That's pretty much it. So I can make truth claims about reality because truth is a property of propositions. I can make propositions about reality that, to the best of our determination, appear to be true to such a degree that it would be irrational to doubt them. That's all that truth is. Plus, my epistemic standard is probably more strict than yours is as far as determining what truth is. So yes, I can make truth statements. I just can't say that those truth statements are 100% absolutely the case and could, I still hold to fallibilism. So we can determine it to a 99.9% degree, but it's still true. Truth doesn't have to be absolute to be true. So there you go. Very, very simple. That's just a bullshit statement. You are either a positive or negative atheist. Don't pretend to be a negative atheist and then assert positive claims about reality. I can. Okay? I can. I just don't ground them the way that you do because I don't believe in a stupid God concept. Number one, because I know your God doesn't exist. So what's the point there? So I think we're good there. Andrew, I appreciate you coming on. This was a blast. When an hour over, there's some things I gotta get to. So
funny enough, the overtime was actually where we got kind of back on the original streams topic.
Yeah, so this was good. I enjoyed this. I hope everybody in the live chat enjoyed this. I want to thank everybody for the super chats. I do want to bring this up. Make sure that I didn't miss this. Madam President, I do have some super chats. For $5, thank you, Madam President Mosh Pit. Super concise JL, wonderfully put from the jump. That's why you the goat, and I'm the scout. Teehee. Thank you so much, Madam. I do appreciate the super chat. Singer Soul for $4.99 says, I don't think a first change or cause is even coherent. How can this supposed first change happen without prior changes affects interactions? Thank you very much. Jessica Transmetal, thank you so much for the $5 Australian. It says variety show? Hardly. If this was, hey, it's Saturday, this act would have gotten the gang half an hour ago. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Jessica, for the support. And Avatar Stormcrow says has gifted 20 God memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Avatar. You rock. I think we're pretty close to unlocking a new emoji. So I thank you so much for the support. I do appreciate all that. You guys rule. I think this was fantastic. I think this went off really, really well. If you think it did as well, please let me know in the comments. Give me your thoughts because this was kind of experimental. I think that the screening people went really well. And I think that this is going to be a more common thing. What do you think, Andrew? You think it went well?
Yeah, and some of the interactions, as you described, apparently went better than previous. So I suppose past experience is promising. So just time to let it grow. You got to let it grow to find out.
I'm good. I think this is solid. I think this is good. I think for right now, because I have a couple of videos that are in the works, and I've got to get this monster video done because I'm really excited to get it out. Thank you, Tesla Bit, and I do appreciate the Tesla Bit and Radio. Say hi to you. Want to make sure Spider as well. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. So I think, and Wrestler Era, thank you so much for being here. So I think we're in good shape. This was solid. It was a good audience. We had great interactions in the live chat, and nobody like freaked out too much except for Blessed Be He. So I think we're in good shape. I think this is good. Expect to see this more often, and I appreciate all of your support. And we can keep knocking this out. I'm happy with how it turned out, and I think we can only grow better from here and get more individuals having these conversations. And I think it went pretty solidly. So, and I'll get better as I progress and I do this in this little bit more structured environment now that we're not trying to like farm drama and bullshit. So I look forward to it. And Andrew, you're welcome anytime. I do appreciate you being up here with me. This was fun. This was good.
Yep.
All right, y'all. So thank you so much for the super chats and the milestone chats and everything. I appreciate y'all's support. This has been the Stage of Reason. I'm JL, my special guest, Andrew O. I appreciate you being here, bud. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your week and look for new content coming out as soon as I get that stuff edited because I think I got some good stuff coming up. And Hayden Walton, good to see you. And I hope let me know what you think down in the comments. I'm really, really curious. And be sure to hit like, dislike if you whatever those interactions all help with the algorithm. Hit that hype button if you want to dig that. That's pretty cool. And as always, I am JL. This has been Bridge the Divide, Stage of Reason. Be safe, be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide. See y'all. Say bye, Andrew.
Ciao, ciao.